Hey guys, welcome to Mr. Midnight Thriller. Before we begin, let me know where you're listening from tonight. I read every comment. If these stories help you relax or fall asleep, feel free to like, share, or subscribe. Only if you feel this channel deserves it. Now get comfortable, let the rain play, and listen. I was finishing up a pretty standard job, just a dead battery for a nice lady in a grocery store parking lot, when the call came through on the radio. The dispatcher's voice had that little bit of extra static that meant the guy calling in was way out in the sticks, probably on one of those old county roads where the trees take over and the pavement gives up. The coordinates they rattled off were for Old Ridge Road, a stretch I knew all too well and didn't like one bit. It's one of those places your phone goes dark, not a single bar, just a blank screen that makes you feel totally alone. The weird calls, the ones that give you a funny feeling in your gut, they always seem to happen in these dead zones, where the world feels like it's forgotten to watch. But it's my job, so I told the dispatcher I was on my way. My name is Leo, for what it's worth. I've been driving a tow truck and doing roadside assistance for about 8 years now, and you see a lot of strange things when people are stranded and scared. Still, something about this one felt different right from the start, a low itch between my shoulder blades I couldn't scratch. The drive out there was pretty, in a lonely kind of way. The late afternoon sun cut through the pine trees in long golden bars, but as I got deeper, the shadows got longer and the road got worse, cracked and crumbling at the edges. It was so quiet, just the rumble of my truck and the wind sighing through the needles. I almost missed the car because it was the same color as the shadows, a deep, dull green. It was a Cadillac, an old one from the 70s, a real boat of a car just sitting there on the narrow shoulder like a giant, sleeping toad. I pulled up behind it and got out, the smell of pine sap and hot asphalt filling my nose. He was leaning against the front fender, just waiting. He was a tall, thin man, dressed in clothes that looked a few decades out of date, a brown jacket and trousers that were a little too short. But it was his face that got me. He was gaunt, like he hadn't had a good meal in a while, and his eyes were dark, so dark they seemed to drink up the fading light instead of reflect it. He didn't smile, didn't wave, just gave me a slow nod and gestured with his sharp chin towards the open hood of the Cadillac. "Won't turn over," he said, and his voice was dry, like pages rustling in an empty library. I gave him my usual friendly nod, the one meant to put people at ease, but it just felt stupid out here. "No problem," I said, my own voice sounding too loud. "Let's have a look." The engine bay was clean, surprisingly clean for such an old car, but the battery was ancient, the terminals crusted with corrosion. I told him I'd give it a jump, and he just nodded again, his eyes fixed on me in a way that made my skin crawl. I backed my truck up, the beeping of the reverse alarm shattering the quiet, and hooked up the jumper cables. When I told him to try it, the engine didn't just crank, it roared to life with a sudden, angry bellow that made birds explode from the trees nearby. It settled into a low, too smooth purr. The man walked around to the driver's window, reached in, and shut the engine off. Just like that, the sudden return of the forest quiet was almost worse than the noise. He came over to me, patting his pockets, a frown on his narrow face. "I seem to have left my wallet," he said, not sounding sorry at all. "No cards, no cash." A little flash of anger warmed my chest. This was a long way to come for nothing. I started to say something about how I'd have to bill him, but he was already turning and walking to the back of the Cadillac. He popped the trunk with a heavy clunk. What was he going to give me, a bag of potatoes? He bent over and rummaged around, then straightened up holding something flat and rectangular. It was a Ouija board, the old wooden kind, the one kids use at sleepovers to try and talk to ghosts. But this one wasn't shiny and new. It was stained dark, almost black in places, with what looked and smelled like decades of old motor oil and something else, something earthy and damp, like wet soil after a rain. He walked right up to me and pushed it into my hands before I could say no. The wood was cold and slick under my fingers. "This should cover it," he stated, his tone leaving no room for argument. I just stood there, holding this stupid, dirty board game, completely baffled. He leaned in a little closer, and I could smell that dry, dusty smell coming off his clothes. "It'll guide you," he said, and the way he said it, it wasn't a hope or a guess. It was a fact, solid and heavy, dropped right into the pit of my stomach. His eyes held mine for a second too long, and I saw nothing in them, no joke, no madness, just a flat, empty certainty that scared me more than anything. All I wanted in that moment was to be back in my truck, to be away from this man and this too quiet stretch of road. A deep, primal part of my brain was screaming at me, to just take the weird object and end the encounter. So I mumbled a thanks, I guess, and turned away, carrying the board over to my truck. I opened the big side door on the utility bed and tossed it into my toolbox, the heavy thud of wood on metal sounding like a door slamming shut. I climbed into my cab, started the engine, and pulled away. In my rearview mirror, I watched him. He didn't get in his car. He just stood there in the middle of the empty road, hands at his sides, getting smaller and smaller until my truck rounded a bend and the trees swallowed him up. The rest of my shift was normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling. That board in my toolbox felt like a presence, even though I knew it was just a piece of wood. I stopped for a burger on the way home, tried to watch some TV, but my mind kept circling back to those dark, empty eyes and the cold weight of that board in my hands. Finally, I went to bed, figuring a good night's sleep would reset everything. I was wrong. I didn't dream in pictures. I dreamed in sound and smell and feeling. There was the deafening, metallic scream of cars colliding, a sound that vibrated in my teeth. I smelled the bitter, chemical stink of an airbag deploying, mixed with the sharp, nose-burning scent of spilled gasoline. And I felt it, a violent, tumbling rotation, my body thrown around with brutal force. I woke up with a choked gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my ribs. But I wasn't in my bed. I was standing on the cold, rough concrete of my own driveway. The first pale gray light of dawn was seeping into the sky, and my bare feet were freezing and sore. I looked down. My feet were dirty, with little cuts and bits of gravel stuck to them. And in my right hand, clutched so tightly my fingers ached, was a heavy piece of polished chrome. It was a car ornament, a fancy crest with wings, the kind they used to put on the front of old luxury cars. It was cold and solid, and packed into its detailed grooves was dirt and flecks of dark green paint. My breath fogged in the chilly air as I just stood there, staring at it. I didn't remember getting out of bed. I sure as hell didn't remember walking outside and picking this thing up. A wave of cold fear washed over me, followed quickly by a desperate search for a normal explanation. Sleepwalking. I must have been sleepwalking. Maybe it was a prank. But who would do that? And where did this ornament even come from? The logical part of my mind was scrambling, trying to build a wall between me and the terrifying connection that was trying to form. I looked at the ornament again, at the green paint flecks. Old moss green paint. My mouth went dry. No, it was a coincidence. It had to be. I hurried inside, my feet leaving faint dirty prints on the kitchen floor. I ran the ornament under the tap, washing the dirt away. Underneath, it was just tarnished chrome. I dried it, and not knowing what else to do, I opened the front door of my truck and shoved it way under the driver's seat, out of sight. A temporary solution. If I couldn't see it, maybe I could forget about it. I went through the motions of my morning, making coffee, getting dressed for work, but my hands weren't steady, and my thoughts were a jumbled mess. I kept telling myself it was just a strange night, a weird coincidence, nothing more. I went to work, climbing into my truck and trying to ignore the weight of that hidden ornament under my seat. The day was busy, which was a blessing. Changing tires, unlocking doors, jumping batteries, the normal, boring stuff filled my head and pushed the weirdness to the back. During a lull in the afternoon, sitting in my truck eating a gas station sandwich, I absently turned on the police scanner I keep in the cab. It's just background noise most of the time, dispatchers talking in codes, officers checking in. I was only half listening, staring out at the traffic, when a dispatcher's flat, professional voice cut through the static. All units, responding to a reported head-on collision, Old Ridge Road near mile marker 7. Confirmed fatalities. Vehicles involved are a Honda Odyssey minivan and a 1978 Cadillac Coupe de Ville. Fire and medical are en route. The sandwich turned to sawdust in my mouth. I couldn't move. Old Ridge Road. A 1978 Cadillac. The color hadn't been mentioned, but I knew. I knew it was that moss green color. The coffee I'd drunk churned in my stomach, hot and acidic. This was the proof, the horrible proof I didn't want. The man, his car, the wreck, and the ornament now under my seat. My mind screamed that it was impossible, that there had to be another explanation, but a deeper, colder part of me just knew. I fought the urge for hours. I told myself I didn't need to see it, that knowing was enough. But it wasn't. It was like a magnet was pulling at my brain, a sick, morbid curiosity I couldn't resist. After my shift ended, instead of going home, I drove across town to the City Impound Yard, the place where they take the wrecked cars that are too broken for the regular junkyard. The guy at the gate, a big fellow with a clipboard, looked at me funny when I asked about the Cadillac from Old Ridge. You family or something? He grunted. I shook my head. I think I might know the car. From around. He shrugged, pointed a thick finger towards the back of the lot. Back row near the fence. Don't touch nothing. My legs felt like wood as I walked through the maze of crumpled metal, the sad graveyard of bad days and worse luck. And then I saw it. It was crushed, the front end pushed all the way back to the windshield, the roof bent. But the color was unmistakable. That same moss green. I walked closer, my boots crunching on broken glass. The smell hit me, a mix of coolant, oil, and something sweet and metallic I didn't want to think about. My eyes were drawn to the rear of the car, to the trunk lid that was now sitting at a crazy angle. The bumper was smashed and twisted, and right in the center, there was a spot that was cleaner, less scratched than the rest. 2 little bent metal brackets stuck out empty. They were the mounts for a bumper ornament. A cold numbness spread through me. Slowly, feeling like I was watching someone else do it, I reached into my jacket pocket and pulled out the winged crest I'd taken from under my truck seat. I didn't want to, but I had to know. I lifted the ornament and slowly, carefully, moved it towards those empty brackets. I didn't even have to try to line it up. The broken off posts on the back of the chrome piece fit into the bent metal loops perfectly. A perfect match. The part in my hand had come from this car. This car that had been in a fatal crash hours after the man had given me that oily board. Hours after I had woken up holding this very piece of chrome in my driveway. The world didn't spin. It just went perfectly still and terribly, terribly clear. This was real. This had happened. I shoved the ornament back into my pocket like it was on fire and stumbled away from the wreck, back to my truck. I drove home in a daze, the streetlights blurring into streaks. That night, I locked all my doors, something I almost never do. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, the events of the last day playing on a loop behind my eyes. The man, the board, the dream, the ornament, the wreck. They were all connected by a thread I couldn't see but could feel, a thread that was now wrapped around my life. I finally fell into a restless sleep, the last thought in my head a quiet, desperate hope that it was over, that whatever this was had been a one-time, terrible fluke. But under my truck seat, the chrome crest gleamed dully in the dark, and out in the garage, tucked away in my toolbox, the old Ouija board waited, its stained surface holding a secret I wasn't ready to learn. The strange business on Old Ridge Road was done, but a new and much more frightening question had just begun. What did it want with me next? The next few days were a battle inside my own head. I kept the chrome ornament hidden, but I could feel its presence under my truck seat like a bad thought I couldn't shake. I told myself over and over it was a wild coincidence, a freakish bit of luck that meant nothing. Sleepwalking explained the ornament in my hand. The wreck was just a tragic accident. The 2 events touching each other was random, like 2 raindrops hitting the same spot on a windshield. Coincidence is a story we tell ourselves to feel safe, to make the world seem orderly. I clung to that story. I had to, because the other option, the one where that oily board had somehow guided me to steal a piece of a car before it crashed, was too much to hold. I went back to work, forcing myself to be normal, answering calls with my usual cheerful tone, but my eyes kept drifting to the big side compartment where I'd tossed the Ouija board. I didn't open it. I treated it like a forgotten lunchbox, something that could be ignored. For a whole week, nothing happened. I started to breathe easier. Maybe it really was over. Then on the 8th night, I dreamed again. This wasn't about noise or spinning. This was a place, a specific intersection out near the old mill, where a stop sign was bent and the road was cracked. In the dream, I was just standing there waiting. And I heard it, clear as a bell in the still air, the cheerful metallic dingling of a kid's bicycle bell. The sound echoed, lonely and out of place. I woke up with a jolt, my heart rabbiting in my chest. I was in my bed. Thank God, I was in my bed. I let out a long, shaky breath, a laugh of relief almost bubbling up. See? Just a normal, weird dream. But as I swung my legs out from under the covers, my foot brushed against something on the floor. Something that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It was cool and smooth. My blood turned to ice water. I didn't want to look. I forced myself to lean over the edge of the bed. There on the rug was a car's side view mirror. It was a round, chrome style from an old muscle car, the glass perfectly intact, the housing a shiny cherry red. I hadn't walked anywhere. I was sure of it. Yet here was this object, a piece of a vehicle, sitting in my bedroom like it belonged. The feeling of relief vanished, replaced by a cold, hard knot of dread in my stomach. I picked up the mirror. It was real solid. In its reflective surface, I saw my own pale, wide-eyed face looking back, a stranger trapped in a nightmare. I didn't know what to do. I hid the mirror in my closet, behind a stack of old shoes. I went through my morning routine like a robot, my mind screaming. At a coffee shop later, grabbing a large black coffee I didn't really want. The local news was playing on a small TV mounted in the corner. The volume was low, but I saw the headline on the screen. Fatal hit and run near Mill intersection. I froze, the cup halfway to my lips. The reporter was standing at that exact crossroads from my dream, the bent stop sign visible over her shoulder. My ears started to ring. The report said a child on a bicycle had been struck late the previous night. The driver, in a classic 1965 Ford Mustang, had fled the scene, lost control a mile down the road, and wrapped the car around a tree. The driver was pronounced dead at the scene. The news showed a blurry, distant photo of the wrecked Mustang, its cherry red paint visible even in the poor image. And I could see, even on that little screen, that the passenger side mirror was gone. Just an empty stub on the door. I don't remember leaving the coffee shop. I found myself sitting in my truck, the engine off, just staring at my shaking hands. Coincidence was a lie. A comforting, stupid lie. This was a pattern. The board, the dream, the part, the crash. It was a sequence, and I was stuck in the middle of it. I drove home in a fog. I didn't go to work. I called in sick, my voice sounding thin and fake even to me. I spent the entire day at my kitchen table with my laptop, obsessively searching online news archives, local police blotters, anything I could find. I was looking for other crashes involving old cars, for any other strange links. I found nothing useful, just a list of tragedies that seemed random and unconnected. The only link was me, and the growing collection of stolen car parts in my house. That's when the understanding began to dawn, ugly and clear. The board wasn't predicting the future. It was like a radar, finding cars that were marked for a violent end. And it was using me, my sleeping body, to go out and claim a trophy from them first. I was a grave robber for accidents that hadn't even happened yet. The thought made me sick. That night, fear made me clever. Or so I thought. I couldn't stop myself from sleeping, but maybe I could stop myself from walking. I found a thick piece of rough nylon cord in my garage. When I went to bed, I tied one end tightly around my ankle and the other end to the solid leg of my heavy oak bed frame. It wasn't comfortable, and the cord bit into my skin, but it felt like a safety line. If I tried to sleepwalk, I'd jerk myself awake. It was a physical tether to reality. I lay there in the dark, feeling the rough cord against my skin, listening to the house settle. It took a long time, but exhaustion finally pulled me under. The dream came fast and hard. I was on a high bridge, one of the old steel ones outside of town. Wind whipped around me, and I heard the desperate, long blast of a car horn, a sound that started loud and then faded, like it was falling away. I tried to run in the dream, but my feet were stuck. I woke up. I was in my bed. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. The cord had worked. It was still tied around my ankle, which throbbed with a raw, burning pain. I must have struggled against it in my sleep. I sat up, wincing, and looked down at my ankle in the dim light from the window. The skin was rubbed raw and bloody from where I'd pulled against the rough nylon. But I was in bed. I hadn't gone anywhere. I started to laugh, a shaky, giddy sound of pure victory. I had beaten it. I had stayed put. Then I felt something in my other hand, the one not checking my injured ankle. My fingers were clenched tight, cramped around an object. My laugh died in my throat. Slowly, I opened my hand. Lying in my palm, its leather strap wrapped around my fingers, was a vintage 8-track tape. The label was faded but cheerful, with bright letters that said "Greatest Road Trip Hits." The disconnect was so absolute, so horrifying, that my stomach revolted. I barely made it to the bathroom before I was sick, heaving nothing but bile into the toilet, the cheerful tape still clutched in my trembling hand. I had tied myself down. I had fought, and I had still taken something. The board, or whatever was behind it, was stronger than my nuts. After I cleaned myself up, bandaged my ankle, and sat at the kitchen table with the stupid, happy-looking tape in front of me, I did the thing I was starting to hate. I turned on the police scanner. I didn't have to wait long. A report of a single-vehicle accident on the old steel bridge. A classic convertible had gone through the guardrail. The driver, an elderly man, was pronounced dead at the scene. No other details were given, but I didn't need them. I knew the 8-track player in that car would now be empty. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place with a terrible finality. This was real. This was happening, and I was its tool. a white-hot rage mixed with my fear. This board, was using me. It was in my truck, in my toolbox, polluting my life. I couldn't break the pattern, but maybe I could get rid of the source. I marched out to my truck, yanked open the side compartment, and grabbed the Ouija board. It was still slick with that old oil, still smelling of dirt and decay. I didn't want to touch it, but I was too angry to care. I threw it onto the passenger seat of my truck and drove. I drove out of town, past the last suburbs to the city landfill. It was a vast, terrible place, hills of garbage under a gray sky. I paid the fee to dump, telling the attendant I had some old junk. I drove up onto the active mound, where machines were pushing fresh trash into piles. I stopped, grabbed the board, and without a second thought, hurled it as far as I could into a deep, foul trench of black plastic bags and rotting waste. I watched it arc through the air and disappear beneath a cascade of other people's discarded lives. A feeling of immense relief washed over me, so powerful it made my knees weak. It was gone, buried under tons of garbage. Whatever connection it had to me was now severed. I drove home feeling lighter than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke up feeling almost normal. The sun was shining. The birds were chirping. I had a plan. I would clean out my truck, throw away the ornament and the mirror and the tape, and start fresh. I walked out to my driveway, the concrete warm under my feet, and pulled open the driver's door of my truck. And there, centered perfectly on the seat, was the Ouija board. It was clean of landfill grime, not a speck of trash or dirt on it. But the dark, oily stains were still there, seeping into the wood grain. It looked like it had never been touched, never been thrown away. It was just waiting for me, as if our conversation had only been paused, not ended. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just stood there, my hand on the door handle, staring at the impossible object on my seat. The relief of the previous day was gone, replaced by a hollow, bottomless understanding. This wasn't something I could throw away. This was something that had chosen me. And it was clear now that our business was far, far from over. The board on my truck seat stared back at me, a flat, wooden accusation. They say you can't kill an idea. This wasn't an idea. It was a tenant, and it had just signed a lifelong lease in my life. The hollow feeling from seeing it return turned into something else, a hot, jagged anger that pushed the fear aside. If I couldn't get rid of it, I would break it. I snatched it off the seat, its surface still weirdly slick, and carried it into my garage. I set it down on the concrete floor, in a square of sunlight from the window. I went to my workbench and grabbed my sledgehammer, the big one I used for driving stakes. It felt good and solid in my hands, a tool for solving physical problems. This was a physical problem. A few good whacks, and it would be splinters, and then I would burn the splinters. I hefted the hammer, took aim at the center of the board, and swung down with all my strength, putting my back into it. The impact was jarring, a sharp, metallic clang that shot up my arms and made my teeth rattle. The hammer didn't smash through wood. It bounced back as if I'd struck a solid anvil. I almost lost my grip. I stared, dumbfounded. The board lay there completely untouched. Not a scratch, not a dent. The wood, which looked old and dry, hadn't splintered or even chipped. It was like I'd hit a block of solid iron. I tried again and again, swinging from different angles, each blow resulting in that same punishing, ringing clang and a shockwave of pain in my wrists. After the fifth swing, I dropped the hammer, panting, my hands stinging. The board was pristine. It wasn't just strong, it was impossibly hard. Fine, I thought. If I couldn't break it, I would lose it forever. That night, under a moonless sky, I drove out to the old quarry at the edge of town. It was a deep, flooded pit, the water black and still, a place kids were told to stay away from. I had brought a heavy chain from my garage. I wrapped it around the board several times, securing it with a thick padlock. I stood at the rocky edge, the cold water smell filling my nose. "Stay down there," I muttered, and with a grunt, I hurled the weighted bundle out into the center of the dark water. It hit with a deep, final plunk and vanished instantly. A few bubbles rose to the surface, popped, and then the water was smooth again. I waited for an hour, sitting in my truck, watching that spot, making sure it didn't come back up. I was certain. It was gone, buried under 50 feet of cold, dark water. I drove home, and for the first time in weeks, I slept a deep, dreamless sleep, the exhaustion of fear finally overtaking me. I woke to the sound of birds. Sunlight streamed through my window. I felt a fragile hope. I made coffee, drank it looking out at my quiet driveway. On my way to get the newspaper, I opened my front door, and there it was, leaning against the doorframe, Dripping quarry water in a small, dark puddle on my welcome mat was the Ouija board. The chain was neatly coiled beside it, the padlock still fastened. It was wet, but the wood wasn't swollen or warped. The oily stains seemed darker against the damp grain. It had come back. It had come back from the bottom of a pit and left a puddle on my porch like a cat bringing in a dead mouse. The hope shattered, replaced by a cold, simmering fury. Now it was toying with me. Fine. If water wouldn't take it, fire would. That afternoon, I built a fire pit in my backyard with some old bricks. I placed the board right in the center. I doused it in gasoline from my lawnmower kin, the liquid splashing over the wood, the sharp smell filling the air. I stood back, lit a match, and tossed it. The gasoline ignited with a loud hump, orange and blue flames roaring up, heat blasting my face. I watched, expecting the old wood to blacken, curl, and burn. But the flames didn't cling to it. They slid over the surface of the board like water over glass, dancing around it, but not touching it. The gasoline burned itself out in a minute, leaving the bricks scorched and blackened. In the center, amid the ashes, the Ouija board sat, completely untouched. Not even warm to the touch when I reached in, my fingers hesitating before grasping it. It was cool, the same temperature as the morning air. I pulled it from the ashes. The soot from the fire hadn't stuck to it. But as I held it, I saw something. In the fine, gray ash now coating its surface, a single, clear line had been drawn, as if by a finger. It was a straight mark pointing from one edge of the board, directly towards my truck parked in the driveway. A chill that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. It was communicating, not with words, but with gestures. It was showing me it was connected to the truck. My truck, which was full of the parts I'd taken. I carried the board inside, my anger spent, replaced by a numb, cold acceptance. I couldn't destroy it. I couldn't lose it. So my goal had to change. I had to understand it. I set it on my kitchen table, the centerpiece of my life now. I sat across from it for a long time, just staring at the letters, the numbers, the sun and moon symbols. The oil stains in the wood grain looked random, but the longer I looked, the less random they seemed. They swirled and seeped in patterns that reminded me of road maps, or maybe the circuits on an old computer board. The letters seemed worn down not from playful fingers, but from frantic, desperate use. I had to try. I had to see. My hand shook as I reached out and placed my fingertips on the plastic planchette, the little heart-shaped pointer. I didn't ask a question out loud. I just waited, my heart pounding in my ears. For a full minute, nothing happened. The planchette didn't move. I felt foolish and relieved at the same time. Maybe it was just a board after all, a cursed object, but a passive one. I started to pull my hand away. Then I looked at my fingertips. They were stained black with fresh, slick motor oil. The oil was wet and cold, and it hadn't been there before I touched the planchette. I hadn't seen it seep out. It was just suddenly on my skin. I wiped it frantically on my jeans, but the stain remained, a grimy tattoo. It was a sign, an unmistakable one. The connection was active. It was on me. The realization of my powerlessness settled over me like a lead blanket. I thought about warning someone. But who? The police? I'd tell them I was sleepwalking and stealing car parts before the owners died in crashes? They wouldn't believe me. They'd lock me up, think I was involved, or just crazy. I couldn't tell a friend. I'd just be the guy with the scary story. I was utterly alone with this knowledge, a prisoner in my own skin, watching a calendar of tragedies only I knew were coming. That night, I decided on a different approach. If I was going to be a vessel for this thing, I would document it. I found an old video camera, the kind that records to a tape. I set it up on a tripod at the foot of my bed, pointing right at me. I made sure the battery was charged, the tape was new. The little red recording light glowed in the dark room like a malevolent eye. It was a scientific move, a way to prove to myself what was happening, to catch myself in the act. Maybe seeing it would help me find a way to fight it. I lay down, the camera's faint electronic hum the only sound. I stared at the red light until my eyes grew tired. I drifted off, not into a dream of crashes, but into a simple, dark emptiness. And then he was there. Not in a car, not on a road. The gaunt motorist from Old Ridge Road was standing at the foot of my bed in my bedroom. He was just a shape in the gloom, but I could see his hollow eyes, his sharp chin. He didn't speak. He didn't smile. He simply raised one thin, pale arm and pointed a bony finger not at me, but at my bedroom door. The gesture was clear, a command, a silent order to get up and go. I woke up with a gasp, sitting bolt upright in bed. The room was empty. The red light of the camera still glowed. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. I looked at the door. It was closed. Had I dreamed him? It felt more real than any dream, more real than the waking world. I fumbled for the lamp, turning it on, flooding the room with yellow light. I was alone. I got out of bed, my legs unsteady, and walked over to the camera. I pressed the stop button and rewound the tape, my hands clumsy. I pressed play, the small view screen flickering to life. It showed me lying in bed from the foot of the frame. I watched myself toss and turn, then settle. The time code in the corner ticked on. For about 20 minutes, nothing. Then on the video, I saw myself sit up. My movements were smooth, not sleepy or clumsy. My eyes were open, but they had a blank, fixed look like a doll's eyes. I swung my legs out of bed and stood up. I turned and walked calmly, purposefully, out of the frame towards the bedroom door. The door opened, and I disappeared into the hall. The video showed my empty bed for the next several hours. Just before dawn, I walked back into the frame, climbed into bed, and lay down. My eyes closed. The recording ended. I had filmed myself sleepwalking. I had filmed myself obeying the pointing finger of a man who wasn't there. I didn't need to check what I had brought back. I already knew. There would be another piece of a car somewhere in my house, waiting for its tragedy to catch up. The camera hadn't given me control. It had only given me proof. I was not the investigator. I was the subject, and the experiment was just getting started. I turned off the camera, the red light dying with a final blink. I didn't look for the new artifact. I just sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the blank wall, listening to the sound of my own breathing, knowing that the pointing finger was now a permanent guest in my mind, and its next command was only a sleep away. The video proof changed everything and nothing. I stopped trying to fight. The terror and the rage burned themselves out, leaving behind a cold, gray ash of acceptance. A grim routine settled over my life, a schedule of horror I followed with the numb precision of a machine. I no longer woke in strange places. Now, I would simply wake up in my own bed, swing my feet to the floor, and walk into my kitchen to find my latest acquisition waiting for me on the counter, placed there by my own sleeping hands. It was a sick, domestic twist. One morning it was a shattered turn signal lens, amber plastic spiderwebbed with cracks. Another day it was a key fob from the 1980s, brown and boxy. The worst was a bent license plate frame, the chrome twisted, the words "World's Best Grandpa" still legible in cheerful script. I would pick these things up, turn them over in my hands, and feel nothing. The emotional part of me had shut down to survive. I had become a curator. After the discovery on the counter, my next move was always the same. I would make coffee, sit at the table with the board, and turn on the police scanner. I listened not with panic, but with a clinical, detached interest, waiting for the report that would match my new artifact. The scanner was my morning news, reporting on the tragedies I had previewed the night before. When the call came through, a rollover on the highway, a T-bone at an intersection, a single car wreck into a tree, I would note the details, the type of vehicle, the location. The connection was always there. Then, in the afternoon, I would visit, not the scene, but the aftermath. The city impound yard became my second home, a library of wreckage. I would walk the rows of crumpled metal until I found the car, the van, the truck that matched the scanner report. I would stand before it, not to confirm, but to bear witness, to see with my own eyes the empty spot where my new possession had come from. It was a ritual, a way to make the nightmare feel real, to ground it in twisted steel and broken glass. The smell of coolant and spent gunpowder from airbags became familiar, almost comforting in its awful consistency. I was logging the catalog of the damned. I started a notebook, a simple black composition book I hid under my mattress. On a fresh page for each entry, I would write the date, describe the part one had taken, and then after the scanner call, the details of the crash. I was becoming a scholar of the curse, documenting its patterns, its tastes. It seemed to prefer older vehicles, classics, but not exclusively. The only common thread was the violence of the end. One day, after placing a vintage pair of fuzzy dice on the counter, the scanner reported a crash involving a restored VW bus. But this time, the report was different. The driver was critically injured, but alive, medevaced to the city hospital. For a wild, soaring moment, my heart leaped. A survivor. Had I broken the pattern? Had the curse failed? I drove to the tow yard with a flicker of stupid hope in my chest. I found the bus, its colorful paint scraped away, its side caved in. My eyes went to the rearview mirror. It was empty, the clip bare. The fuzzy dice were gone. The collection had still been made. The rule wasn't death. The rule was the tragic event itself. I was curating moments of profound vehicular violence, and a person surviving didn't negate the trophy. The hope died, leaving me colder than before. The board's criteria was simply the crash, and my role was to claim a piece of it. My own vehicle, my trusty tow truck, had become central to this whole operation. I realized it one day while staring at the oil-stained board on my table. The toolbox in the truck bed was its home. The cab, with the glove box and the space under the seats, was the hiding place for my growing collection of parts. I was driving a reliquary, a mobile shrine filled with the ghostly souvenirs of other people's worst days. I was the caretaker of a museum on wheels. This understanding led me to study the board more closely in the daylight. I brought it outside, sat on my back step with it in the sun. The oil stains were the key. I spilled a drop of my coffee on it accidentally, a dark brown bead on the worn wood. Instead of beating up or soaking in slowly, the liquid vanished instantly, absorbed like water into a sponge. And for just a second, the dark stains in the wood grain seemed to shift and swirl, the lines moving like live wires, forming a shape that looked unmistakably like a human skull before settling back into the vague, map-like patterns. I jerked back, almost dropping the board. It was reacting. It was alive in some way I couldn't understand. The board wasn't just a tool, it was a conduit, and it was connected to everything, the crashes, the parts, my truck, and me. My isolation was complete. I had quit my job weeks ago, calling my boss with a mumbled excuse about a family emergency. I couldn't risk being on the road, being recognized near a future crash site, or having another strange interaction like the one that started it all. My savings were dwindling, but money felt meaningless. The real economy I was dealing in was parts and pain. I left the house only for groceries and my grim trips to the impound. My neighbor, a friendly older man, mentioned seeing me walking around outside like a zombie late one night a few weeks back. I gave him a panicked, rambling story about stress and bad sleep medication, and he had patted my shoulder with a worried look. The curse was risking exposure. My waking life was now entirely dedicated to covering the tracks of my sleeping self, to maintaining the facade of a normal guy, while my nights were spent as a thief of fate. The frequency of the events was picking up. My logbook showed it. From one incident a week, it became 2, then 3. Some nights I would wake to find 2 small items on the counter. The board, or the force behind it, was getting more efficient, more hungry. It was like a machine warming up, and I was the primary component. One night, the sleepwalking was different. I felt more tired upon waking, my muscles aching as if I'd been lifting weights. On the counter were 3 items: a truck's broken side mirror, a woman's tube of lipstick, and a small, grimy stuffed teddy bear with one black eye missing. The sight of them together, a tableau of unrelated lives, made my stomach turn. Later, the scanner confirmed a massive, chaotic pileup on the interstate involving 7 vehicles. 3 were older models. I knew without a doubt which 3. The board's collection was expanding, and its precision was chilling. It wasn't just taking a part, it was taking a piece of the story, the human detail inside the metal shell. The bear confirmed that. I opened my logbook that evening, the entries now filling many pages. I flipped to a fresh sheet. I wrote the date. Then I paused, my pen over the paper. The hook for the next artifact wasn't on the counter yet. I would sleep soon, and it would come. I looked at the previous entry, the one about the bicycle bell from the trailer. The board was refining its methods. It wasn't making mistakes. It was learning. I closed the book and looked at the board, sitting across from me like a dinner guest. "What's next?" I whispered to the empty kitchen. The board, of course, said nothing, but the feeling in the room was clear. The catalog was not complete. The collection was growing, and the most important exhibit, the centerpiece, was still missing. I had a terrible, growing certainty that I knew what it was, and that when the time came, I would be the one to go and fetch it. Walking in my sleep to a destination I was only beginning to fear. The spiral of my life was tightening, each loop closer and more dizzying than the last. My logbook was proof. The entries were no longer neat and spaced out. They crowded the pages, sometimes 2 or 3 to a sheet. The board was hungry, and I was its only server. The sleepwalking episodes grew longer and more strenuous. I'd wake up not just tired, but feeling like I'd run a marathon in my sleep, my muscles aching, my joints stiff. The collection on my kitchen counter one morning wasn't 1 or 2 items, but 3. A truck's chrome wing mirror snapped clean off its base, a woman's lipstick case, the color a bright, cheerful coral, and that small, one-eyed teddy bear, looking even sadder in the harsh kitchen light. I stared at them, my morning ritual now one of cataloging horror. The lipstick owner is dead, I thought with a cold, flat certainty. The truck driver is in a coma. The child who owned this bear is now an orphan. My kitchen is a museum of aftermaths, and I'm the unwilling curator. Later, the scanner spat out the details of a catastrophic pile-up on the interstate, a chain reaction crash involving 7 vehicles. The news would call it a tragedy of weather and speed. I knew better. 3 of those vehicles were classic or antique. I didn't need to visit the yard to know which 3. The board's taste was becoming an epidemic. In a moment of madness and frustration, I slammed my hands down on the board, my fingers gripping the planchette. "What do you want?" I snarled at the wood, my voice raw. The pointer didn't move. It sat still, a dead piece of plastic. But that night, my dream was different. No sounds of twisting metal, no smells of gasoline. I dreamed of highways, endless ribbons of gray concrete stretching in every direction under a sickly, yellow moon. I was driving, but I wasn't in control. The wheel turned under my hands without my command, leading me down an exit ramp that wasn't there, towards an overpass that dissolved into mist. The dream was a message of vast, empty scale. This was bigger than one road, one town. It was a network, and I was stuck on it. The physical toll became impossible to ignore. After one particularly grueling night of sleep, I woke to find new injuries. My knuckles were scraped raw, the skin torn and bloody, as if I'd been fighting with something or someone. Under my fingernails, when I finally thought to look, was packed gravel and tiny flecks of dark blue paint. I wasn't just sleepwalking to a car and plucking apart. I was struggling. I was working in my sleep, prying things loose, fighting to claim these trophies. The thought made me feel sick and violated. My own body was a tool being used roughly, without my consent. The fear of discovery became a constant, buzzing worry in the back of my skull. My neighbor's concerned comment about seeing me like a zombie had been a warning shot. What if someone saw me out there in the middle of the night, crawling around a parked car, my hands bleeding? They'd call the cops. I'd be arrested for burglary. And how would I explain the growing collection of car parts in my house? My alibi was a supernatural board game and a string of fatal accidents. I'd be locked away, but the board would find me. I knew it would. It would be waiting on my bunk. My isolation was now a necessary cage. I left the house only for absolute essentials, moving like a ghost through the supermarket aisles, avoiding eye contact. The world outside felt too bright, too loud, too real. My reality was the dim house, the board on the table, and the scanner's static-laced reports. I was a man waiting for the next bad thing to happen, and I always knew it was coming. The work was ramping up. The board was preparing for something. I could feel it in the increased frequency, in the way the dreams shifted from specific crashes to that endless, yellow highway feeling. It was like the calm before a storm, but the calm was filled with a terrible, gathering energy. One afternoon, while cleaning the gravel from my bleeding knuckles at the kitchen sink, I found something wrapped around my index finger. It wasn't a thread from my sheets or a bit of leaves. It was a single long hair. It was silver white, coarse and stiff, like the hair of a very old person or an animal. It smelled faintly of dust and dry leaves, that same smell from the motorist on Old Ridge Road. It was proof, tangible, physical proof that he or it had been close. My sleeping self had been in its presence, close enough for a hair to transfer. The entity wasn't a distant force anymore. It was right there, in the dark with me, supervising the collection. This realization sparked a final, desperate gambit for control. If I couldn't stop the sleepwalking, I would refuse to sleep. I would stay awake until my body gave out, break the cycle through sheer exhaustion. I stocked up on caffeine pills and bitter black coffee. I paced my house. I turned on every light. I played loud music. For the first 24 hours, it worked. I was jittery and my eyes burned, but I was awake. The board sat on the table, inert. As the second night wore on, the exhaustion became a physical weight, pressing down on my skull, pulling at my eyelids. My thoughts turned fuzzy. I sat at the kitchen table, the board directly in front of me, the planchette centered on the sun symbol. I stared at it, trying to focus my wavering vision, using it as an anchor to stay conscious. I blinked. It was just a single, slow blink, the kind your body forces when your eyes are too dry. But in that fraction of a second, something shifted. When my eyes opened, my hands were already on the planchette. I hadn't moved them. They were just there, my fingers resting on the plastic heart. And the planchette was moving. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a slow, deliberate, clicking drag from one letter to the next, the sound sharp in the quiet kitchen. My heart froze. I wasn't doing this. My muscles were locked. I was a passenger in my own body, watching my hand get pulled across the board. The pointer moved to the S. Click. Then to O click. It paused, then dragged itself to the next O click. Finally, it slid to the N click. It stopped, centered on the N. The word hung in the air between me and the board, soon. Then, as if a string had been cut, the connection broke. I could move. I yanked my hands back as if burned, scrambling away from the table, my chair tipping over with a crash. I stared at the board, at the words spelled out. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a plea. It was a statement. A promise. The waiting was over. The preparation was done. The entity had spoken, using my own hands to do it. The final phase was here. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The words soon echoed in my head, a ticking clock with no numbers. I spent the remaining hours until dawn sitting on my living room floor, my back against the wall, watching the door, watching the windows, watching the board on the table. The coffee and pills had left me shattered, a wire pulled too tight, but the fear was a stronger stimulant. Whatever soon meant, it was coming for me. I wasn't just the collector anymore. I had a terrible, growing certainty that I was about to become part of the collection myself. The board had made its first direct communication, and the message was clear. The main event was on its way, and I had a front row seat. I just didn't know if I'd be in the audience or on the stage. The words soon carved a hole in my mind that sleep rushed in to fill. The fight was over. My body, pushed beyond its limits by days of fear and caffeine, finally shut down. I didn't feel myself drift off. There was just the cold leather of my truck's steering wheel against my cheek, and then a blank space. I came back to consciousness with a gasp, my eyes flying open. I was slumped over the wheel. The world outside the windshield was a vast, black nothing, pricked with a million cold, uncaring stars. The digital clock on the dashboard glowed a sickly green. 3:07 a.m. I didn't need to look around to know I was not in my driveway. I was not even in town. The air coming through the slightly open window was thin and cold, smelling of pine and altitude. I was parked at the scenic overlook on the high mountain pass, a place tourists went during the day to see the valley. At night, it was a ledge overlooking an ocean of darkness. My truck's engine was running, a low, steady rumble that felt like the only real thing in the world. A chunk of time, hours, was just gone, stolen from me. I had no memory of driving here, an hour from my home on twisting roads. My hands were clenched on the wheel, my knuckles white. I forced myself to let go, to move. Every muscle screamed in protest, a deep ache that spoke of intense, prolonged labor. I opened the driver's door and stumbled out onto the asphalt, the mountain cold biting through my thin shirt. My legs almost buckled. I turned, leaning against the truck for support, and looked into the bed. What I saw there stole the breath from my lungs. The bed of my truck was full, not with tools or cargo, but with a heap of car parts. Dozens of them. Grills from the 1950s, hood ornaments from the 60s, side mirrors, wool caps, pieces of chrome trim. A junk pile of automotive history gleaming dully under the starlight. It was the entire collection from my house, from under my seats, from my closet. Every trophy I had ever taken. They had been loaded, by my sleeping hands, and brought here. But that wasn't the worst of it. On the wide, flat asphalt of the overlook, under the pale eye of the moon, I had arranged them. In my sleep, I had taken each piece and placed it in a specific, careful pattern. A vast, sprawling spiral that started near the cliff's edge and coiled inward. A mandala of ruin made from broken chrome and plastic. The pattern was intricate, precise, and it covered a huge area. My hands throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I looked down at them. They were a mess. Cut, scratched, bleeding from a dozen small wounds. Dirt and flecks of paint were ground into the skin. I had worked hard out here, in the cold and the dark, building this monument. A wave of dizziness hit me. I wasn't just the curator. I was the artist, and this was my masterpiece. I took a stumbling step toward the center of the spiral, drawn by a morbid, hypnotic pull. The parts glinted, each one a memory of a scream, a crash, a life ended or shattered. As I reached the very center of the spiral, a sudden, profound cold washed over me. A chill that came from inside, not from the mountain air. I felt a presence loom directly behind me, a solid darkness that blotted out the stars at my back. I went rigid, unable to turn, unable to breathe. My eyes dropped to the final piece I was still clutching, the one I must have been holding when I woke up. It was a Jaguar mascot, the sleek, leaping cat from a classic sports car. Its chrome so polished it reflected the moonlight like a mirror. I hadn't even realized I was holding it. In its highly polished surface, I saw a reflection of the scene over my shoulder. I saw my own terrified face, pale and wide-eyed. And I saw him. Standing right behind me, close enough to touch, was the gaunt motorist from Old Ridge Road. His reflection in the chrome was sharper, more real than he had ever looked in life. His face was desiccated, skin tight over bone, and he was grinning a wide, empty grin that showed too many teeth. His hollow eyes were fixed on the back of my head. In the reflection, his lips moved. No sound came out, but I read the word perfectly, shaped by his thin, cracked lips. He didn't say yours. He said mine. The word was a claim, a final, absolute ownership. I whirled around, swinging the heavy Jaguar mascot like a club, a scream ripping from my throat. There was nothing there. Just empty night, the sighing wind in the pines, and the vast, starry sky. I stood there, gasping, the weapon in my hand feeling stupid and useless. Had I imagined it? A trick of exhaustion and fear? But the feeling of his presence had been so real, so cold. Slowly, trembling, I turned back to look at the spiral laid out on the ground. From this new angle, with the headlights of my truck casting long, stark shadows across the asphalt, the arrangement of parts and the spaces between them shifted. What had looked like a random, if intricate, pattern now resolved into something else. The chrome, the shadows, the empty spots, they formed letters. A single, massive word spelled across the blacktop in a language of stolen memories. The word was mine. It wasn't written in oil or paint. It was written in absence and reflection, a negative image only visible from this one specific spot where I now stood. The entity hadn't just claimed the collection. It was declaring that all of this, the parts, the crashes, the spiral, and me belonged to it. The understanding was a physical blow. This wasn't just about collecting trophies from accidents. This was a ritual. The spiral was a map, a circuit board, a summoning circle. Each part was a point of energy, a note of tragedy placed with purpose. And I had built it. I had spent the night, under its command, constructing its monument. The soon was now. The preparation was complete. The spiral was the stage, and the word mine was the title of the final act. I looked from the awful word on the ground to the pile of parts in my truck, to the Jaguar mascot in my bleeding hand. This was the grand collection, but the spiral had a center, a blank space right where I was standing. A space just the right size for one final, specific item. The most important piece of all. The headlights of my truck suddenly seemed too bright, too exposing. I was standing in the middle of a supernatural billboard on a mountain pass, and dawn wasn't far off. I had to get out of here. I moved on pure instinct, scrambling to my truck. I couldn't leave the parts. They were evidence of my madness, of something much worse. I had to take them with me. I drove down the mountain as the sky began to lighten from black to deep blue, the spiral and its terrible message shrinking in my rearview mirror. I drove straight to the only place that made sense, the city impound yard. It was closed, the gates locked, but I parked in the empty lot across the street. I sat there as the sun rose, turning the world a normal, cheerful orange. I had built the entity's shrine. I had seen it, spoken to me through a reflection. It had declared its ownership. The fight was utterly gone. I was a tenant in my own life, and the landlord had just posted the final notice. I didn't know what the next step was, but the empty center of that spiral haunted me. It was a space waiting to be filled. And the word mine echoed in my head, a question with only one terrible answer. What did it want to put in that center? I had a horrible feeling I already knew, and that when the time came, I wouldn't be holding a chrome Jaguar. I'd be the one placed carefully on the ground, the final piece of its collection. The mountain pass had shown me the scale of the design. Now I was just waiting for the artist to make the last finishing move. The mountain pass broke something in me, the last stubborn piece that still believed this was a nightmare I could wake from. The spiral, the word in the shadows, the face in the chrome, they were a language I now understood, and the message was final. I drove home from the impound lot as the world woke up, the morning sun feeling like a lie. The board was waiting for me on the kitchen table, right where I'd left it. The planchette was no longer on the letters. It sat neatly, precisely on the word goodbye at the top of the board. It looked peaceful, like a conversation had ended. But I knew better. Goodbye wasn't for me. It was for the old phase, the collection phase. The next phase was about the centerpiece. My hands were shaking as I reached out, my fingertips hovering over the plastic heart. I had to know. I touched it. The moment my skin made contact, the planchette shot from goodbye as if yanked by a wire. It flew to the center of the board, to the sun symbol, and began to tremble violently, rattling against the wood. A jolt, like a weak electric current, buzzed up my arms. And then it wasn't a word or a letter that came to me. It was an image, sharp and clear as a photograph pushed directly into my brain. My own truck. Not moving, but wrecked. It was wrapped around a telephone pole on a street I didn't recognize, early morning light casting long shadows. Steam or smoke rose from its crumpled hood in a thin gray plume. The image was from a low angle, like I was looking at it from the ground. It was my own final crash. The understanding of the word mine from the mountain shifted, clicked into a new, more terrible alignment. It hadn't meant the collection belonged to it. It meant I belonged to it. The final piece of the collection wasn't apart from my truck. The final piece was my truck, and by extension me. The grand finale, the center of the spiral, was the vehicle of the curator himself. My truck had to be in a fatal wreck. I was to be the last exhibit. The thought wasn't even frightening anymore. It was just a fact, cold and hard as the chrome I'd been collecting. You don't understand true horror until you read your own obituary in the trembling of a wooden pointer on a piece of oil-stained wood. The entity was no longer a distant force, a set of rules and a nightmare. After the mountain, it was with me always. I caught glimpses of it now in the periphery of my vision, in the waking world. A tall, gaunt silhouette standing by my mailbox as I pulled in, gone when I turned my head. A flicker in the rearview mirror, the sharp chin and hollow eyes staring back for a split second before it was just empty road. A dark shape sitting perfectly still in the passenger seat of my parked truck in the garage, dissolving when I hit the light. It was making the final preparations, tightening the net, letting me know there was no corner of my life it couldn't reach. A wild, desperate plan formed in the ruins of my mind. Run. Just run. If my truck was the target, I would abandon it. I would drive as far as I could, maybe to the coast, and then I would just walk away. Leave the truck by the ocean, keys in it, and disappear. It was a stupid plan, born of pure animal panic, but it was the only move I had left. I threw some clothes in a backpack, grabbed what cash I had left from my long-dead savings, and got in the truck. The board stayed on the table. Let it wait. I pointed the truck west and got on the highway, putting the sun at my back. For the first 20 miles, a fragile hope flickered. I was moving. I was leaving. Then the truck began to rebel. The radio, which was off, crackled to life by itself, scrolling through a blur of static and fragments of songs and talk shows, a chaotic babble of noise. The headlights flickered on and off in the bright daylight. Most unnerving was the steering wheel. It developed a faint, persistent tug, a subtle pressure in my hands trying to guide me towards certain off-ramps. It wasn't strong enough to wrench the wheel, but it was constant, a stubborn suggestion. It felt like the truck knew the destination better than I did, and it was trying to remind me. I fought it, my knuckles white, sweating despite the cool air from the vents. I was not in control of my escape. I was a prisoner making a break for it, and my vehicle was a loyal guard. The exhaustion from days of terror and no real sleep was a weight dragging me down. My eyes grew grainy, my head fuzzy. The constant fight against the wheel was draining the last of my strength. As the sun began to sink, painting the sky in colors of fire, an overwhelming, undeniable urge washed over me. It wasn't a thought. It was a physical pull, a magnet in my chest. I needed to pull over. I needed to rest. Not at a busy gas station or a well-lit truck stop. The pull was for a specific place, a remote, lonely rest area I saw a sign for, a few miles ahead on this stretch of empty highway. It was a trap. I knew it in my bones. But my body was no longer mine to command. My hands turned the wheel, following the exit ramp almost of their own accord. The truck's strange behavior stopped the moment I signaled the turn. The radio went dead. The headlights steadied. The steering wheel relaxed. It was satisfied. I was exactly where it wanted me to be. The rest area was just a small loop of asphalt with a few picnic tables under some scrawny pine trees. A single flickering sodium vapor lamp casting a jaundiced glow. There were no other cars. I parked at the far end, away from the light, and killed the engine. The quiet was immense, broken only by the buzz of the lamp and the sigh of wind in the trees. I sat there, gripping the wheel, trying to summon the will to turn the key again, to get back on the road. But the pull to stay was too strong. This was the place. This was where it would happen. My eyes felt like they were filled with sand. My head nodded forward. I fought it, slapping my own face, but the exhaustion was a crushing wave. It wasn't normal tiredness. It was a command. Sleep. The last thing I saw before my eyelids, against my will, slid shut was a movement outside. On one of the weathered picnic tables across the empty parking lot, a figure was now sitting. It was the motorist. He sat perfectly upright, facing me, hands on his knees. He was just a black cutout against the darker trees, but I could feel his gaze, patient and hungry, fixed on my truck. He wasn't in my mirror or in the corner of my eye. He was out there, in the real world, waiting for the show to begin. And I was too tired to do anything but give him what he wanted. My consciousness slipped away, not into dreams of crashes, but into a black, velvet nothingness, knowing I was parked at the edge of a stage, and the final act was about to start with me in the leading role. The running was over. The destination had been chosen. All that was left was to play my part. The sleep that took me was absolute, a bottomless black pool with no dreams, no sounds, just the pure, empty command of another will. I didn't dream of crashes or highways. I didn't dream at all. There was only a single, resonant word that wasn't a sound, but a vibration in my bones. Assemble. And my body obeyed. In that deep, commandeered sleep, I moved. I got out of my truck at the lonely rest stop. The night air was cold, but I didn't feel it. My hands knew what to do. I opened my own driver's door and leaned in. I didn't go for a tool. My fingers found the center of the steering wheel, the plastic cap with the manufacturer's insignia, a simple, meaningless logo. With a precision that came from somewhere else, my sleeping self worked, my bleeding fingers finding hidden clips and tabs no owner was meant to find. There was a soft pop, and the insignia came free in my hand. I stood there in the dark, holding the center of my own steering wheel, completing the first and most horrible act of the ritual, claiming the trophy from my own fate, from my own vehicle before the crash. The theft was an omen, a signature. Then, still deep under, I got back into the truck. I started the engine, the sound loud in the sleeping night. I drove out of the rest stop, but not back to the highway. I turned onto a narrow, unpaved service road I had never seen before, a track that shouldn't have been there, overgrown and unused. It wound up and up, the trees pressing close, scratching the sides of my truck. It led to a place that didn't exist on any map, a high, unfinished concrete bridge that spanned a deep, rocky ravine. The bridge ended in jagged rebar and a drop into blackness. I parked the truck at the very edge, its front grille kissing the empty air. I turned off the engine, and then finally I was allowed to wake up. Consciousness returned like a slap. I was in the driver's seat. The engine was off. An unnatural quiet pressed in from all sides. Ahead of me, through the windshield, was nothing but open sky and 100-foot drop onto sharp rocks. A gasp caught in my throat, trapped by sheer terror. In my lap, cold against my legs, was the steering wheel insignia. I was at the cliff's edge, holding the proof of what I had done to my own truck. I fumbled for the door handle, my movements frantic, jerky. It was locked. I hit the master lock switch. Nothing. I pulled the manual lock pin. It was stuck fast, as if welded. I tried to roll down the window. The switch was dead. I hammered on the glass, but it was thick factory glass. I was sealed in, a bug in a metal and glass coffin, perched on the brink. A smell filled the cab then, a smell I knew. Ozone like after a lightning strike. Dry rot like an old attic. And cold exhaust, the scent of a car that had been sitting in a winter garage for decades. I slowly turned my head to the right. In the passenger seat, solid and real and undeniable, sat the motorist from Old Ridge Road. He was not a reflection. He was not a glimpse. He was there. His clothes were the same, but they looked older, dustier. His gaunt face was turned toward me, a parody of a smile stretched across his thin lips. His eyes were the worst part, not hollow anymore, but filled with a swirling, dark intensity, like twin pools of crude oil. He smelled of the grave and the garage. "Hello, curator," he said, and his voice was a dry rustle, the sound of dead leaves skittering across pavement. It was the first time I had heard him speak outside of a dream or a vision. The sound froze the blood in my veins. I tried to speak, to scream, but only a choked rasp came out. "You have been so very diligent," the entity said, its head tilting as it studied me. "My collection has grown beautifully, but every gallery needs a centerpiece. A final, crowning work that gives meaning to all the others." It gestured a withered, bony hand toward the windshield, toward the drop. That was to be you. A simple, elegant conclusion. The collector collected. It paused, letting the horror of that sink in. I clutched the plastic insignia in my hand, my mind screaming. Then it gestured again, and the scene outside the windshield shimmered and changed. I didn't see the ravine anymore. I saw the mountain overlook, the spiral I had built. But now it was alive. Each part one had placed glowed with a faint, sickly green light, like foxfire. The spiral pulsed with a slow, rhythmic energy. And at the very center, where I had stood, was an empty, dark space. A hole waiting to be filled. But I am not without appreciation, the entity whispered, leaning closer. The smell of decay grew stronger. You have fed me well. Your horror, your attention, your very life force. Each confirmed crash was a prayer that made me stronger. You were not chosen at random that night. Your job, your loneliness, your acceptance of my board. You were the perfect custodian. It was all a ritual. Every stolen part, every night of terror, was me feeding it, strengthening it. I hadn't been a victim. I'd been a participant, a priest in a church of carnage. So I offer a choice, it said, its oil spill eyes holding mine. A final curation. It pointed to the glowing spiral in the vision. Join the collection, not as wreckage, but as its living heart. The permanent, sentient centerpiece of my gallery. You will stay there, in that moment, aware forever, surrounded by the echoes of every crash you helped document. You will be the meaning of it all. The image of that eternal, conscious torment in the cold and the dark was worse than any crash. My soul shriveled at the thought. Or, the entity continued, its voice dropping to a conspiratorial hush, you can refuse. And I will let you go. You will wake up in your bed. This will feel like a dream, and you will try to rebuild your life. For a second, a wild, impossible hope flared in my chest. It could end. But, it said, and the word was a nail in a coffin, I will need a new curator. The work must continue. The collection must grow. And I so enjoy a family connection. The vision in the windshield shifted again. It showed my older sister, hundreds of miles away, waking up to find a familiar, oil-stained Ouija board on her kitchen table. It showed her confusion, then her fear, then the inevitable, terrible acceptance as the cycle began anew with her. And I would know. I would be free, but I would know that I had passed this curse to someone I loved, and I would see the haunted look grow in her eyes over the years, and I would be helpless to stop it. I would be a ghost watching from the sidelines. Choose, the entity said, the word final and absolute. It reached out and placed its cold, dry hand over mine, the one clutching the steering wheel insignia. Its touch was like frozen leather. The choice was impossible. An eternity of tormented awareness as the centerpiece of its nightmare museum, or a lifetime of guilt and watching my sister suffer my fate. I looked from the abyss ahead, to the pulsing, hungry spiral in the vision, to the ancient, hungry face of the thing beside me. Its grin widened, knowing it had me. There was no winning move, only a choice of hells. My hand tightened around the plastic insignia from my own truck. I opened my mouth. My throat worked. The entity leaned in, eager to hear my decision, to hear which flavor of damnation I would pick. I looked it right in its swirling dark eyes, and I made my choice. Story number 2. You know you've made it in this city, when the only thing you hear at night is your own heartbeat. For 7 perfect days, that was my truth. I should introduce myself. They call me Leo. I'd finally gotten the keys to this pre-war apartment, a place with high ceilings and old hardwood floors that felt like a sanctuary after years of tiny, noisy shoeboxes. The light through the bay window in the afternoon was pure gold, and for that first week, I just walked around smiling, touching the trim, feeling like I'd won the lottery. The quiet felt earned, a reward for all the hustle. That piece ended on a Tuesday. I was unpacking the last box of books when I first heard the new sound. It wasn't the usual groan of the elevator in the hall or the distant traffic hum. This came from inside, a soft, deliberate scratch from inside the bedroom wall, right behind where I'd put my bed. It was methodical, like someone tracing the same line over and over in the plaster. I froze, a book in my hand, and listened. It stopped. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and laughed at myself. Old building, I thought. Probably mice. Everyone said pre-war places had mice. I went back to shelving, but my ears were straining for any other noise. The rest of the evening was normal. I made dinner, watched some TV, and tried to forget about it. But when I turned out the light and lay down in the dark, it started again. Scratch. 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 A pause, then again. It wasn't frantic or scampering like an animal would be. It was slow, purposeful. It felt like it was coming from a spot directly behind my headboard. I lay there perfectly still, my whole body tense, until I finally fell into a fitful sleep. The next morning, in the bright sunlight, it all seemed silly. I told myself it was just the building settling as the night cooled, maybe a branch outside, though I knew there was no tree that close to the wall. I had coffee and pushed it out of my mind. But it happened again the next night. And the night after that, always the same time, just after lights out. The sound would start and go on for what felt like hours, a grating, persistent noise that crawled into my ears and made it impossible to relax. After the fourth night, I was dragging at work, bleary-eyed and jumpy. I called the super, an older guy who always seemed annoyed to be bothered. He came up with a toolbox, looking skeptical. I brought him to the bedroom. Of course, the scratching wasn't happening then. He rapped the wall with his knuckles, listened, and shrugged. "Don't hear nothing," he said. "These old walls, they talk. You got pipes, you got wires, you got bits of wood that shift. You get used to it." He gave me a pat on the shoulder that felt more like a dismissal and left. I stood there alone, feeling foolish. Maybe I was just stressed from the move. Maybe my ears were playing tricks. I decided to be rational. That night, I went to bed with my headphones on, listening to calming music. It worked for a while, but a low battery warning beeped in my ear, and as I fumbled for the charger in the dark, I took one headphone off. And there it was, still going. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was now past midnight. A cold frustration washed over me, cutting through the fear. This was my place, my hard-won peace. I wasn't going to be run out by a noise. I sat up, switched on the bedside lamp, and glared at the wall. "Hey!" I said, my voice too loud in the room. Nothing. The scratching continued, oblivious. Anger, hot and sudden, boiled up in my chest. I swung my legs out of bed, planted my feet on the floor, and before I could think better of it, I balled my hand into a fist and slammed it against the wallpaper, right where the sound was coming from. "Shut up!" I shouted, the words tearing out of me. The impact made a dull thud, and a tiny puff of old plaster dust puffed out from a seam in the wall. The scratching stopped. Instantly. The sudden quiet was more startling than the noise had been. It was so complete, so absolute, that my own breathing sounded ragged and too loud. I stood there, my knuckles stinging, heart hammering against my ribs, staring at the spot I'd hit. I had done it. I had made it stop. A shaky wave of relief started to rise in me. I had faced it down. I let out a long breath, the tension beginning to drain from my shoulders. I actually managed a weak, victorious smile. This was my home, and I had just established the rules. Then, from a point on the wall about a foot higher than where my fist had landed, directly where my head had been on the pillow, came 3 new sounds. Not a scratch. There were 3 slow, distinct, solid taps. Tap, tap, tap. They were clear, deliberate, and impossibly close. They weren't an answer to my shout. They were an answer to my knock. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. This wasn't an animal. An animal would have skittered away, scared. This had waited. It had listened to me yell. And then it had knocked back. The logic of it was horrifying. It wasn't some mindless thing in the walls. It was aware of me. I stumbled back from the wall, my legs feeling boneless, and didn't stop until my back hit the doorframe of the bedroom. I stood there in the lamplight, hugging myself, staring at that unremarkable section of flowered wallpaper. Nothing else happened. The apartment was still again, but the quiet now was different. It was a listening quiet, a waiting quiet. I spent the rest of the night on the couch in the living room, wrapped in a blanket, with every light in the apartment blazing. I didn't sleep. I just watched the hallway that led to the bedroom, half expecting to see something, though I had no idea what. As dawn's gray light began to seep around the edges of the window blinds, the normal sounds of the city starting up outside made the night's terror feel a little more distant, a little more unreal. Exhaustion finally pulled at me. I needed to get ready for work. Gathering every bit of courage I had, I walked back into the bedroom. The room looked ordinary, bathed in the soft morning light. The bed was rumpled from where I'd bolted up. My alarm clock blinked. Everything was in its place. Maybe it was just a weird series of sounds. A pipe contracting, then expanding, or something. The taps could have been a coincidence. I needed to believe that. I went to my nightstand to get my watch. That's when I saw it. I am a tidy person. I dusted just 2 days ago. But on the smooth, clean surface of the dark wood nightstand, right next to the lamp base, was a fine layer of plaster dust that must have drifted over from my punch. And through that dust, as clear as if drawn with a finger, were 3 perfectly parallel lines. They were straight, evenly spaced, about 3 inches long each. They were not random smudges. They were marks. They were a reply. I stood there, my breath catching. as the morning sun illuminated those 3 lines in the dust. The fear came back, but it was a colder, steadier kind now. The mystery of the scratching was over. I knew something was here with me. But as I looked at those lines, a new, more pressing question pushed its way into my frozen mind. A question that made the goosebumps rise on my arms all over again. If that was its reply, what on earth had I actually said to it? The 3 lines in the dust changed everything. I wiped them away with a trembling hand, but the image was burned into my mind. I went to work that day moving like a robot, my thoughts 1,000 miles away, trapped inside my bedroom wall. The scratching had been creepy, but it was a noise, something I could maybe explain away. Those 3 taps and the 3 lines were a conversation. I had said, "Shut up," and slammed the wall. It had said, "I hear you," and drawn a response. That meant it understood, and that meant it was thinking. The idea made my lunch sit in my stomach like a lump of clay. I couldn't live like this, jumping at every creak. I needed to know what was in there. That old phrase kept rattling in my head. Out of sight, out of mind. Well, this was firmly in my mind, so maybe it was time to bring it out of sight. I decided, with a kind of desperate courage, that I was going to open the wall. Just a little. Just to see. After work, I went to the hardware store and bought a small hammer, a putty knife, and a flashlight. I felt like a fraud, like someone playing at being handy. My boyfriend called as I was driving home, asking if I wanted to meet for dinner. I heard the concern in his voice. He knew I hadn't been sleeping. I forced a cheerfulness I didn't feel and told him I was just tired from unpacking, that I'd see him tomorrow. I couldn't tell him I was about to vandalize my new apartment to investigate a ghost. He'd think I'd lost it. Back in the apartment, the evening sun made the place look warm and safe. It was a lie. I changed into old clothes, gathered my tools, and stood before the bedroom wall. The flowered wallpaper suddenly seemed like a mask. I picked a spot low down, near the baseboard, right where the worst of the scratching had been. My heart was doing a hard, fast drum against my ribs. This was stupid. This was how people in movies got cursed. But the not knowing was worse. I took a breath, said a silent sorry to my security deposit, and drove the claw of the hammer into the wall. The sound was a sickening crunch of plaster and lath. I jumped back, half expecting a swarm of rats or a cloud of black smoke to pour out. Nothing happened. I worked the claw, pulling away chunks of brittle plaster. Dust filled the air, making me cough. Behind the plaster was a skeleton of old, rough wooden slats. I used the hammer to break one of them, creating a hole about the size of my hand. The cavity behind was dark and full of cobwebs and the fuzzy pink insulation from a later renovation. I shone my flashlight into the hole. The beam cut through the dust motes, illuminating decades of grime and spider silk. I saw nothing but the back of the adjoining wall's plaster, a few ancient nails. Disappointment, weirdly mixed with relief, washed over me. Maybe it really was just pipes. I was about to pull back when the light glinted off something. Not a pipe. Something smooth. Something shaped. It was tucked back in the cavity, nestled between 2 studs. I reached in, my arm brushing against the itchy insulation, and my fingers closed around something hard and rectangular. I pulled it out. It was a box. A beautiful box, about the size of a large book, made of dark, lacquered wood with geometric Art Deco patterns inlaid in lighter wood on the lid. It was pristine, not a speck of dust on it, which was impossible given the filth it had been buried in. It felt cool and strangely light in my hands. The air in the room seemed to get cooler too, and a clean, sharp smell cut through the plaster dust, like ozone after a lightning strike mixed with the scent of very old paper. I sat on the floor, the box in my lap. This was not a mouse nest. This was someone's hiding place. With the sense that I was crossing a line there was no coming back from, I lifted the delicate brass clasp and opened the lid. Inside, nestled on faded purple velvet, were 2 things. On top was a Ouija board, but unlike any I'd ever seen in movies. It was stunning. The wood was polished, the letters and numbers and yes and no and goodbye were painted in an elegant swooping font. The planchette, the little pointer you're supposed to use, wasn't plastic. It was a clear disc of glass or crystal, with a brass viewfinder in the center. Beneath the board was a single sheet of paper, brittle and yellowed with age. I lifted it out carefully. It was a child's drawing, done in crayon. The paper shook in my hand. The drawing showed a tall, stick-figure man wearing a big, wide-brimmed hat. The man had no face, just a blank oval. He was standing in a boxy room with a single window. On the bed in the room was a smaller stick figure, colored in red. Outside the door of the room, another figure was walking away. The style was crude, a kid's artwork, but the feeling it gave me was awful. The tall man felt like he was waiting. The room looked exactly like my bedroom. I dropped the paper like it had burned me. I stared at the box and its contents. This wasn't an accident. This was a find. A deliberate, hidden find. My mind raced. Was this some old tenant's idea of a joke? A sick time capsule? That night, when my boyfriend came over, I showed him. I'd cleaned up the wall, patching the hole roughly with some spackle I had, just to cover the gaping darkness. I needed a witness. I laid the box on the coffee table. His eyes went wide. Whoa, that's incredible. Where was it? I told him about the wall, leaving out the taps and the lines in the dust. He whistled, picking up the crystal planchette and turning it in his fingers. This is old. This is probably worth money. He saw the drawing next and his smile faded. Okay, that's creepy. Kid had an imagination. He looked at me, seeing the bags under my eyes. This is what's been freaking you out. You thought a ghost left you a board game. His teasing was gentle, but it made me feel foolish again. The scratching came from right there, I said, pointing to the bedroom. Maybe it was, I don't know, rats trying to get to this. He laughed. Rats with a sense of the dramatic? Come on. He picked up the Ouija board. You know what we should do? We should use it. For real. Right now. Call up the ghost of the creepy hat man and ask him what his deal is. I recoiled. No way. That's a terrible idea. Why? It's a toy. It's from a novelty company. It's not real. It'll be fun. It'll prove to you there's nothing to be scared of. He gave me his convincing grin, the one that always worked. And part of me wanted him to be right. I wanted this to be a silly story we told at parties. I wanted the cold fear in my gut to be proven wrong. So against every screaming instinct in my body, I agreed. We turned off the overhead light, lit a single candle, and sat on the floor facing each other with the board between us. We placed our fingertips lightly on the crystal planchette, following the silly rules you see in movies. My boyfriend started, his voice playful. Is there anyone here with us tonight? Nothing. The planchette didn't move. I felt a trickle of relief. See? Toy. He tried again. Oh, spirit in the wall, we found your stuff. Do you have a message for us? And then it moved. It didn't glide. It jerked under our fingers, making a sharp sound against the wood as it shot to the word yes. We both flinched, pulling our hands back for a second. We looked at each other. You pushed it, I whispered. I did not. You did, he whispered back, but his playful tone was gone. Let's try again. We put our fingers back. The crystal was cold. What is your name? My boyfriend asked, his voice now serious. The planchette began to move. It spelled slowly, decisively. T-H-E. It paused. T-E-N-A-N-T. The tenant. My breath hitched. My boyfriend's eyes were huge in the candlelight. The tenant, he asked the board. The planchette went to yes. I found my voice, thin and shaky. What do you want? The movement this time was faster, sure. R-E-A-D-T-H-E-L-E-A-S-E read the lease. Then, as if for politeness, it slid to goodbye. We both snatched our hands away. The candle flame danced wildly. We sat there for a full minute, not speaking. The air in the room felt used up. My boyfriend was the first to move, letting out a tense laugh. Okay, that was intense. But it's the ideomotor effect, right? Our subconscious muscles making it move. We were thinking about the apartment, about tenancy. It makes sense. He was trying to convince himself. He stood up, brushing off his jeans. Look, it's late. I've got an early meeting. This was a weird one, but it's just a game. Get some sleep, okay? He gave me a quick kiss, but it was distracted. He couldn't get out of there fast enough. After he left, the apartment felt bigger and emptier than ever. I couldn't bring myself to put the board back in the box. I left it on the coffee table, the crystal planchette sitting in the center. I washed my face, trying to scrub away the strange feeling. As I walked back into the living room, heading for the light switch, I glanced at the board. The planchette was no longer in the center. It had moved. It was now sitting squarely, perfectly on the letter I. I hadn't touched it. No one had. I stood frozen, staring at that solitary crystal disc on the letter I, and a new, more practical fear cut through the supernatural chill. My lease agreement was a standard 15-page document from the property management company. I'd skimmed it before signing. What exactly had I agreed to? We had been laughing about it. That was our mistake. You should never laugh at something that knows how to write a legally binding clause. After my boyfriend left and I saw the planchette on the I didn't sleep. I spent the night on the couch again, but this time with every single light on, my back to the wall, staring at that beautiful, horrible board on the coffee table. The planchette didn't move again, but its presence felt like an accusation. "Read the lease," it had said. At first light, I dragged myself up, my body aching from tension. My throat felt raw and sore, like I had a cold coming on or like I'd been shouting. I made coffee, the routine of it a small anchor in a sea of weirdness. I pulled out the thick packet of papers from my filing cabinet, the lease I'd signed just a month ago. I sat at the kitchen table and started to read, really read, for the first time. It was boring, incredibly mind-numbingly boring. Page after page of standard legal jargon about rent payments, maintenance responsibilities, rules about pets and noise and alterations to the property. I skimmed sections on liability and insurance. Nothing stood out. No hidden paragraphs in Gothic script about spectral co-tenants. I read it twice, my eyes gritty with tiredness, and found nothing. The disappointment was almost as bad as the fear. Maybe it was all a twisted coincidence. My throat still hurt. I got up to get some water, and that's when I saw it. On the nightstand in my bedroom, next to my bed, was a single sheet of my own stationery. The pale blue paper with my address printed at the top. I knew I hadn't left it there. I walked over and picked it up. The handwriting stopped me cold. It was mine. The slant of the letters, the way I looped my YS, it was unmistakably my handwriting. But it was wrong. The letters were cramped and frantic. The lines pressed so hard into the paper they were almost torn, like they'd been written in a state of panic or under tremendous pressure. The message was simple, Clause 7. B. Quiet hours are from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. You were loud last night. This is a warning. I read it 5 times. My hand started to shake, making the paper rustle. I hadn't written this. I couldn't have. I was alone. But the evidence was right there in my own script. The soreness in my throat took on a new, terrifying meaning. Had I been loud? I'd shouted at the wall days ago, not last night. Last night we'd been whispering over the Ouija board. Was talking to it a violation? Or was the warning for my boyfriend's laughter? A cold clarity washed over me. The scratching in the walls had stopped completely after I found the box. The sounds had been replaced. Now, if I listened very carefully in the dead of night, I could hear a new sound. It wasn't in the walls. It seemed to come from the empty air of the bedroom itself, a dry, faint, but horrifyingly clear scratch of a nib pen on paper. It was the sound of something writing. I didn't tell my boyfriend about the note. I was too scared he'd think I was truly losing my mind, that I'd written it in some kind of sleepwalking trance. But I needed proof I wasn't crazy. When he came over a couple days later, I finally showed him. He held the blue paper, his face going pale under his tan. "This is your writing," he said, his voice flat. "I know," I whispered. "But I didn't write it." He looked from the paper to me, conflict in his eyes. He wanted to believe me, but this was a big ask. Then he blinked, as if remembering something. "Hang on," he said. He pulled out his phone, swiping and tapping. "The other night, when we were doing the board, I was recording a little. Just a stupid video for like 10 seconds, to show how spooky we were being. I forgot about it." He found the file and played it. On the screen, I saw us, our faces lit by candlelight, looking tense and silly. You could hear my boyfriend ask, "What do you want?" You could hear the planchette scraping as it spelled out READTHELESE. And then, under our breathing, under the sound of the wood, there was something else. A second voice, whispery and dry, mouthing the letters in perfect sync with the movement of the planchette. It wasn't either of us. We both heard it. The color drained completely from his face. He put the phone down slowly, like it was a bomb. "Okay," he said. "Okay. You need to get out of here. Tonight. Come stay with me. We'll figure this out tomorrow." It was the sane, rational offer. But something in me rebelled. This was my place. I had worked for it. I had signed for it. And I was not going to be chased out by a bully, supernatural or not. And part of me was furious. It was using my own hand to write me notes. It was setting rules. "No," I said, surprising myself with the steadiness of my voice. "I'm not letting it win. It wants me to read the lease? Fine. I'm going to find out what lease it's talking about." He argued, but I stood my ground. After he left, more worried than ever, I went to the library. If my physical lease was clean, maybe the history wasn't. I spent days there, my eyes aching from microfiche readers, searching for anything about my building. I found old ads, news about renovations, but nothing strange. I branched out, searching archaic city tenancy laws, folklore about houses. I found fragments, mentions of old concepts that made my skin crawl. Habitation by spirit, contracts of silent assent. The idea that a dwelling could have terms beyond paper, that simply living somewhere and accepting its conditions could form an agreement. The idea was more terrifying than any ghost story. It meant there might be rules I was following without even knowing it, just by being here, by being afraid, by listening. One afternoon, deep in a digital archive of scanned local newspapers, I found a tiny article from 1932. It was a brief notice in the community section. Reclusive gentleman, Mr. A, reported missing from his apartment at my address. Landlord found premises vacant, all personal effects gone. No sign of disturbance. Only item of note, a single sheet of paper on the floor listing assets forfeited. The last item on that list, the article said, was voice. I printed the article and held the sheet, my hands cold. Assets forfeited, like a repossession. My mind raced, putting pieces together. The tenant, the lease, quiet hours, a warning. It was enforcing a contract, and I was in violation. That night, a strange resolve hardened in me. I was done being passive. I was done with whispers and notes. I needed a direct answer. I waited until the apartment was dark and still. I took the Ouija board from its box and placed it on the living room floor. I lit no candle. I sat before it alone, the streetlight from outside casting long, gloomy shadows. I put my fingertips on the cold crystal planchette. My heart was a wild drum in my chest. "Are you there?" I asked, my voice a dry croak in the dark. The planchette shot to yes, so fast it felt like it pulled my hand. "What do you want?" I whispered. It began to move, spelling with that same dreadful certainty. "While you are SIGNATURE." A chill locked my spine. "My signature is on the lease," I said. It moved again. NOTTHATONE, THEODHERONE. Then, before I could ask another question, my hand moved against my will. My fingers, still on the planchette, dragged it smoothly, firmly across the board to the word goodbye. I tried to lift my fingers. I couldn't. They were glued to the glass as if fused there. Panic shot through me. I tried to pull my whole arm back, but my muscles wouldn't obey. From my own mouth, a sound emerged. Not my voice. It was a rustling, papery whisper, like pages turning in an old book. It used my lips, my tongue, my breath. It said one word, soon. Then my fingers released. I fell backward, scrambling away from the board on my hands and heels, gasping. The room was just a room again, but the word hung in the air, more solid than furniture. Soon. It wasn't a threat of violence. It was a statement of fact, like an appointment being confirmed. I had my direct answer. It wanted a signature on a document I hadn't seen yet, and our meeting to finalize it was already on the calendar. I lay on the floor for a long time, staring at the ceiling, the taste of old paper still lingering on my tongue. The mystery of the scratching was long gone. Now I was dealing with paperwork, and I had a sinking feeling I was already late for the signing. You don't realize how much you trust your own body until it lies to you. My first lie was a glass of water I didn't remember pouring, still cold in my hand. It happened a few days after the board said soon. I'd had a terrible day at work, a frustrating call with a client that left me seething. I took the call in the living room, pacing, my voice rising in anger. After I hung up, I yelled a curse word at the empty room, the sound loud and sharp in the space. I immediately flinched, remembering the quiet hours clause from the note. But nothing happened. No new sounds, no notes. I calmed down, made dinner, watched TV, and went to bed feeling exhausted. I remember my head hitting the pillow. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of the kitchen. It was 3 a.m. The fluorescent light under the cabinet was on, casting a sickly glow. I was just standing there, upright, fully awake but completely disoriented. In my right hand was a glass of tap water, beaded with condensation. My throat was parched. I had no memory of getting up, walking to the kitchen, or filling the glass. A whole chunk of time, maybe an hour, was just gone. Blank. Not like I'd fallen asleep. Like someone had taken an eraser to a part of my timeline. I stood there for a full minute, staring at the water, then slowly drank it. The cold felt real. The glass felt real. The gap in my memory felt like a hole in the world. I put the glass in the sink and went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just stared at the ceiling, a cold dread seeping into my bones. It wasn't just writing notes anymore. It could pilot the ship. It could make my body get up and walk around without asking me. The next morning, the fear was edged out by a sharper, more immediate shock. On my kitchen table, centered perfectly on the wood grain, was a single sheet of paper. It wasn't my stationery. This was formal, crisp white paper with a printed letterhead I had never seen before. The letterhead simply said, "The Management." The text beneath was typed in a severe, old-fashioned font. It was an official notice of lease violation. It cited excessive emotional discharge and creating a hostile atmosphere on the date and approximate time of my angry phone call. It stated that this constituted a material breach of the Peaceful Enjoyment Clause, and that further violations may result in escalated remedial action. It was signed with an illegible looping script. This was new. This was worse. The tenant wasn't acting alone. It was an agent for something bigger, something with office supplies and a filing system. I grabbed the paper, my hands shaking. I had to show someone. When my boyfriend came over that evening, I thrust it at him before he could even take his coat off. "Look, proof. It's not just me." He took the paper, his brow furrowed as he read the letterhead. Then his expression changed to confusion. He rubbed his thumb over the text. "What am I looking at?" "The notice. The violation. From the management," I said, my voice too high. He turned the paper over, then back. He held it up to the light. "Babe," he said softly, carefully. "It's a blank piece of paper." I snatched it back. The words were there, clear as day, black ink on white. "What are you talking about?" "It's right here." He took a step back, his face a mask of pity and growing alarm. "I see a piece of paper. There's nothing written on it." We stood there, locked in a terrible standoff. The document was for my eyes only. The tenant, or the management, could make me see things no one else could. How do you prove you're being haunted by a bureaucracy? He stayed the night, holding me, telling me it was going to be okay, that we'd figure it out. But I could feel the distance between us, a gap widened by the invisible ink on that page. I felt utterly alone. The next morning, after he left for work, I went to the bathroom. I moved on autopilot, my mind buzzing with static. I looked in the mirror to brush my teeth. My reflection looked back, tired, pale, with dark circles under its eyes. I reached for my toothbrush on the counter. My reflection's arm moved a half-second too late. The motion was wrong, jerky, stiff, like a marionette with a tangled string. It didn't mirror my smooth reach. It followed it, clumsily. I froze, the toothbrush in my hand. My reflection froze a moment later, its pose slightly off, its fingers not quite curled the same way as mine. We stared at each other. I watched my own face in the mirror. I deliberately raised my left hand to touch my cheek. In the glass, my reflection's right hand twitched, then slowly, mechanically, lifted to touch its own cheek, its eyes blank and empty for a moment before copying my look of dawning horror. The disconnect lasted only a second, then it snapped back into perfect sync. But I had seen it. The reflection was no longer a perfect copy. It was becoming a separate thing, a lagging thing. The biological vessel, as that old newspaper article had hinted, was being prepared for repossession, and the connection between my mind and my body was getting a bad signal. I spent the day in a numb haze. I called in sick. I couldn't face people. The world outside my apartment had started to feel like a painting, flat and irrelevant. The real battle was in here, and I was losing ground by the hour. That night, I decided on a perimeter. If the management had master keys, as the note about security had suggested, then locking doors was pointless. But I had to try. I locked my bedroom door and, for good measure, wedged the sturdy wooden desk chair under the knob, tilting it back so it was jammed tight. It felt solid. It felt like a barricade. I got into bed, facing the door, and watched that chair. I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion, because I woke up to the gray light of dawn. I was not in my bed. I was sitting upright at my kitchen table. My back was straight, my hands folded neatly in my lap, like I was waiting for a job interview. The chair from my bedroom was back under my desk. The bedroom door was unlocked. I looked down. My palms were sweaty. On the palm of my right hand, written in simple blue ballpoint pen ink, was a new message. The handwriting was my own, but calm and neat this time, as if written without a hurry. It said, Clause 12. A. The management retains master keys. Security is not the tenant's responsibility. Your compliance is noted. I sat there at the table as the sun rose, turning the room from gray to gold. I didn't cry. I didn't panic. A strange, cold acceptance settled over me. They had all the keys. They could walk me around my own apartment while I slept. They could write on my skin. They could make my reflection stutter. I was not being haunted. I was being managed. The fight seemed to drain out of me, replaced by a hollow, procedural dread. I looked at the note on my hand, a memo from my new landlords. My compliance was noted. But compliance with what? The only document I had seen was a violation notice. I still hadn't seen the actual lease they wanted me to sign. I needed to see the terms of my own surrender. The question was no longer if I could win. The question, as I sat there at the table in the morning light, my own handwriting a brand on my skin, was much simpler. What exactly was I going to be required to agree to? I brought in an expert. She took one step inside and said, "You can't sage this away. This isn't a squatter. You co-signed." Her name isn't important, but she was a friend of a friend who was into what she called energy work. I didn't tell her everything, just that the place felt wrong, that I was having bad dreams and feeling watched. I needed anyone, to validate that I wasn't insane. She came over with a little satchel of crystals, but the moment she crossed the threshold into my apartment, her easy smile vanished. She walked slowly through the living room, her head tilted like she was listening to a distant station on the radio. When she got to the bedroom doorway, she stopped dead. She wouldn't go in. She just stood there, her arms wrapped around herself. "There's no ghost here," she whispered, her voice tight. "What do you mean?" "The scratching, the notes." I started. She cut me off, her eyes wide and on the bedroom wall. "A ghost is a memory, a stuck recording. This is present. This is a landlord. And you're behind on rent, it doesn't take in cash." She backed away from the doorway, nearly stumbling. "I'm sorry. I can't help you. You need a lawyer, not a medium." She left in a hurry, leaving me more alone and more terrified than before. A landlord. The word reframed everything with a terrible clarity. This wasn't a fight against a monster. It was a dispute with a property owner, and my body was the property. Her words lit a final, desperate spark of defiance in me. If this was about evidence, about witnesses, I would get it. I couldn't make my boyfriend see the notes, but maybe I could catch it on camera. That night, I set up an old laptop on a bookshelf in the living room, its webcam pointing out into the open space. I started a live, private stream to a cloud account, a digital witness that would record everything 24/7. It felt like a lifeline. For the first few hours, it showed nothing but an empty room. I watched the feed on my phone in bed, the blue glow lighting my face. It was boring. It was just a rectangle of my own furniture in the dark. Maybe that was the point, to prove nothing was there. Then, around 2 in the morning, the audio feed on the stream fizzed. Not with white noise, but with a low, wet, rippling static, the sound of a radio tuned between stations but made of something thick and organic. Then, cutting through that static, came another sound, clear, crisp, and unmistakable. It was the scratch of a pen on paper, followed by the firm, final stroke of a signature. The sound repeated, over and over, a loop of someone signing their name with deliberate, legal force. On the video feed, my apartment remained still. Empty. Then the camera's autofocus shifted minutely, and I saw me. Or rather, I saw my body. It was sitting on the couch, perfectly still, facing the camera. I was in bed, but there I was on the screen. The figure sat with a straight back, hands folded in its lap, not moving. It was wearing my clothes. And then on the screen, my face turned and looked directly into the lens. It smiled. It was a calm, polite, utterly empty smile, one I have never made in my life. The feed cut out. The stream died. I lay in bed, my phone dark, the real night pressing in around me. It had known. It had shown me. And it had shown me it could wear my face like a uniform. The digital witness was not a witness. It was a mirror showing me my future. The next day, functioning on sheer stubbornness and fear, I decided to fight fire with fire. If this was about contracts, I would use its own language. I sat at my computer and, with trembling fingers, typed up a formal document. I called it a request for lease reconsideration and clarification of terms. I used legal-sounding language, stating that as the occupying tenant, I required a full copy of the governing lease agreement to review, and that I wished to appeal the recent violation notices based on a lack of proper notice. It was a bluff, a shot in the dark from a deep, dark well. I printed the single page. I didn't know where to send it, so I did the only thing I could think of. I placed it on the closed lid of the beautiful wooden box that held the Ouija board. I left it there and went to the kitchen, trying to pretend to live a normal life, making tea I wouldn't drink. After an hour, I walked back into the living room. The paper was gone from the box. My heart leapt. Had it taken it? I searched the room. It wasn't on the floor. Then I saw it. It was back on my desk where I normally worked. I walked over. My typed document was there, but now it was stamped. Across the top, in large, aggressive red letters that looked wet and smelled faintly of iron, like blood, was a single word: denied. And below that, in my own frantic, cramped handwriting, the same hand that had written the first warning note, was a new message. Appeals must be submitted in person by the signatory. See you at the hearing. I picked up the paper. The red denied seeped into my fingertips, leaving no stain but feeling cold. A hearing. It had set a court date. My appeal to its authority had been processed by its authority, and it had ruled against me, summoning me to a deeper level of its system. A splitting pain lanced through my temples, a migraine blooming behind my eyes like a dark flower. I squeezed them shut against the throbbing. But behind my closed eyelids, I didn't see darkness. For a fraction of a second, I saw a flickering phantom vision. A dark wooden desk in a room with no walls, just endless gloom. And sitting in a high-backed chair behind the desk, waiting, was a tall, thin silhouette, the suggestion of a wide-brimmed hat obscuring its face. It was waiting for me to take the stand. The vision vanished, leaving only the pounding in my skull. I opened my eyes, the red denied swimming in my vision. The hearing wasn't in some other place. It was inside me. I had just agreed to a formal takeover, and the judge was already in chambers. I held the paper, the denial now a formal summons, and understood the trap was complete. I had asked for the rules, and the only rule left was that I had to show up to my own eviction trial. The question now was not if I would go, but when the bailiff would come to escort me to the courtroom in my own mind. I thought the nightmare was outside my body. I was wrong. The real courtroom was in the space behind my eyes, and I was already in contempt. The summons from the management left me in a state of suspended animation for 2 days. I moved through my apartment like a ghost myself, waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the hearing to begin. I didn't know how to prepare. How do you get ready to argue for the right to keep your own life? On the third night, exhausted beyond thought, I fell into bed. Sleep didn't come gently. It felt like a trapdoor opening under me. I dropped, not into dreams, but into a place that felt more real than my waking life. I landed standing in a room. No, not a room, a chamber. It had a high, vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, walls of dark, polished wood that seemed to stretch forever. The air was cool and still and smelled of old books and polished stone. Directly before me was a massive wooden desk, like a judge's bench. Behind it sat the silhouette from my vision. The tall shape, the suggestion of a wide-brimmed hat, all of it carved from the gloom. To my left was a simple wooden chair, like a witness stand. I understood instinctively. That was for me. Proceed. The voice wasn't a sound. It was a thought that appeared fully formed in my mind, dry and precise, like pages turning. It came from the shape behind the desk. The tenant. This was the hearing. A wave of panic tried to rise, but the atmosphere of the place crushed it. This was a place of procedure, not emotion. I felt myself move, not by my own will, but by the rules of this space, and I sat in the witness chair. The case before the management, the thought voice stated, is one of breach of contract and unfit tenancy. The biological vessel, designated Apartment 7, is in a state of distress due to the occupant's negligence and emotional profligacy. As it spoke, images began to appear on the dark wall behind the bench. They were my memories, playing out like old home movies, but from a cold, third-person perspective. I saw myself shouting at the client on the phone, my face twisted in anger. Exhibit A, excessive emotional discharge, violating the peaceful enjoyment clause. The scene shifted to me slamming my fist against the bedroom wall, yelling, "Shut up." Exhibit B, willful property damage and creation of a hostile atmosphere. Then it showed me on the computer, researching habitation by spirit laws, my face pale with fear. Exhibit C, attempted breach of contract through external inquiry. Finally, it showed the night with the Ouija board, my fingers on the planchette. Exhibit D, the occupant willingly opened a conduit and initiated contact. This constitutes a signature of intent, a binding amendment to the original lease of flesh. I wanted to scream, to object, to say that I was scared, that I was just trying to understand, that none of this was fair. But when I tried to speak, my voice in this place was not my own. It was a dry, papery rustle, the sound of the warning notes given sound. No words came out, just a helpless, scratching whisper. I had no voice here. The tenant continued, its logic a cage being built around me. The occupant's continued state of fear, resistance, and inquiry degrades the asset. The vessel's systems are under constant stress. Value is diminishing. The management cannot allow an irresponsible tenant to damage a property. A new image appeared. It was a schematic, like a blueprint, but of a human body. My body. Certain parts were highlighted in a pale red. The vocal cords, the optic nerves, the neural pathways for motor control. The current occupant is a liability. The original signatory, the previous tenant of this vessel, understood the terms. Peaceful habitation or forfeiture. He chose forfeiture. This occupant chooses conflict. Therefore, remediation is required. The silhouette shifted slightly. I felt its attention focus on me, a pressure like a weight on my skull. Does the occupant have any final statement before judgment? It asked, the thought voice devoid of malice, devoid of anything at all. It was simply the next step in the process. I tried again to force my real voice out. I pushed with everything I had, thinking of my name, my life, my boyfriend, the sun on my face, anything that was me. All that emerged from my rustling whisper was a single strained word. Mine. It was pathetic. A child's claim over a toy. In this court, it was less than nothing. The silhouette seemed to nod. A gavel appeared on the desk, carved from something white and bony. It lifted and fell. There was no sound, but I felt the impact in my teeth, in the core of my bones. Judgment is entered for the management. The appeal is denied. Repossession of the vessel, pursuant to Clause 1 of the Standard Habitation Agreement, is hereby authorized. Execution to be scheduled at the discretion of the tenant. The chamber began to fade, the dark wood bleeding into gray mist. I felt myself rising, pulled back toward waking. The last thing I perceived was the thought voice, final and clear. The eviction notice is served. I woke up in my bed. It was morning. Sunlight streamed in. I did not bolt upright, gasping. I just opened my eyes. The terror from the hearing was gone. In its place was a hollow, sterile feeling. A sense of guilt, and of inevitability. The hearing hadn't been a battle, it had been a review. I had been found wanting. The judgment felt legal, binding, and in the strange logic of that place, perfectly just. I had been a bad tenant. I was being evicted. It made a cold, terrible sense. I got out of bed. My movements were slow, automatic. I walked to the bathroom, drawn by a need to see my face, to confirm I was still here. I flipped on the light and looked into the mirror. My reflection was already looking back at me, its eyes open, waiting. Our gazes met, and then my reflection's lips moved. My lips, in the mirror, moved first. The voice that came out was not the rustle from the hearing. It was clearer, closer to my own, but layered with that dry, papery tone beneath, like two recordings playing at once. It was the tenant's voice, using my mouth from inside the glass. It said, "The judgment has been entered. The execution date is set." Then my reflection blinked, and it was just me again, staring at myself, my own face frozen in a mask of pure, understanding horror. The hearing was over. I had lost. And now, I was just waiting for the movers to arrive. There are two types of pain. The kind that means your body is warning you, and the kind that means your body has been turned against you. The blister on my hand was a message from the new management. It happened the morning after the reflection spoke. I was making coffee, moving through the kitchen like I was wrapped in cotton wool, everything distant. I went to pour the boiling water from the kettle into my French press. My hand, my own right hand, suddenly jerked. Not a spasm, a deliberate, sharp motion. It twisted at the wrist and tilted the spout of the kettle away from the press. Instead of the coffee grounds, the stream of scalding water poured directly over my left hand, which was holding the press steady on the counter. I felt the burn, a shocking, immediate wave of searing heat. I felt the skin scream, but I couldn't scream. I couldn't even let go. My left hand held the glass press in a vice grip. My right hand continued to pour, slowly and steadily, ensuring every drop hit its target. I was a passenger, strapped in, watching through the windshield as my own body vandalized the vehicle. Tears streamed down my face from the pain, but I made no sound. My face remained calm. After what felt like an eternity, the kettle was empty. My right hand set it down neatly on its base. My left hand finally released the press and lifted, turning slowly so I could see the angry, red blister already rising across the back of it. The pain was bright and sharp, but the horror was a bottomless cold pit. This was the first overt act. It wasn't a note or a dream. It was my muscles and bones used as tools to damage my own skin. It was a demonstration of ownership. Later, as I ran cold water over the burn, my eyes drifted to the refrigerator. A new piece of paper was stuck there with a plain magnet. I didn't need to get close to know it was in my handwriting. I walked over. The heading was typed, Asset Inventory for Repossession. Below was a list, neatly itemized. Ocular lenses, 2. Vocal cords, fully functional. Motor functions, primary group. Declarative memory, selective wipe recommended. Synaptic patterns, tenant specific. The list went on, a cold catalog of my parts. At the bottom of the page were 2 boxes. One was labeled Compliance Assessment. It was unchecked. The other was labeled Ready for Transfer. It too was empty. I tore the paper off the fridge, crumpled it, and threw it across the room. It hit the wall and bounced. When I looked a minute later, the crumpled ball was gone. The list was back on the fridge, smooth and pristine as if it had never been touched. It was just an inventory. I was being itemized. That afternoon, my boyfriend came over. He'd been texting, his messages growing more worried. "You've been quiet. Everything okay?" I hadn't known how to answer. When I heard his knock, a desperate hope flared in me. He was my last tether to the outside, to the real world. Maybe he could see, could help, could pull me out. I went to the door. As my hand touched the knob, a familiar coldness settled over my mind, a feeling of being pushed far back inside my own head. I opened the door. He stood there, his face lined with concern. "Hey," he said. "You look tired." I felt my face arrange itself. My muscles lifted my cheeks, parted my lips. A warm, placid smile appeared on my face. My voice, when it came out, was my own, but it felt like a recording I was listening to. "I'm just tired. Everything's fine. Come in." The words were smooth, convincing. I was screaming inside, a silent, frantic scream that battered against the walls of my own skull. "No, it's not fine. Look at my hand. Look at the fridge." But I just stood aside, smiling that empty smile. He came in, still unsure. He touched my arm. "Are you sure? You've been so distant. Is it the apartment stuff?" I felt my head shake gently, my expression softening with a reassurance I did not feel. "Just work stress. Really. I'm okay. Want some coffee?" I led him to the couch. I sat down, my posture relaxed. He sat beside me, searching my eyes. I tried to fight. With every ounce of will I had left, I tried to break through. I focused all my energy on my right hand, which lay on my thigh. I thought of Morse code, an SOS, something, anything. My index finger twitched. Just a tiny, jerky spasm. Then it twitched again and again, ... I tried to make it move for the dashes, but my hand flattened, pressed firm against my leg. He was talking about his week, his eyes still on my face. He hadn't noticed the tiny twitches, but I felt it. From deep within my throat, a vibration, a satisfied, papery chuckle that never made it to the air. The tenant had felt me try, and had shut it down. It was amused. We sat for 20 minutes. I watched myself perform me. I laughed at the right places in his stories. I nodded. I made concerned faces. It was a perfect imitation, and it was a profound betrayal. I was being used to push him away, to sever my last lifeline. When he got up to leave, he seemed less worried, which was the worst part. My act had worked. "Okay," he said at the door. "Get some rest. Call me tomorrow, yeah?" "I will," my voice said. He leaned in and kissed my cheek. I felt nothing but the scream inside. He left. The door clicked shut. As soon as the lock engaged, the control tightened. My body turned from the door without my command. It walked with a steady, purposeful stride into the bedroom. It went to my dresser and picked up a tube of my red lipstick. It held the tube tightly in a fist, then turned and walked back out, stopping directly in front of the closed bathroom door. I was locked inside my own head, forced to watch. My hand reached out and turned the bathroom doorknob. It pushed the door open onto the dark, small room. My other hand reached in and flipped the light switch. The fluorescent bar above the mirror buzzed and flickered to life. My body took one step in, then another, until I was standing before the sink, facing the mirror. In the reflection, I saw my face. It was a mask of my own terror, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. But my eyes, the eyes in the mirror, had a cold, detached curiosity. They were observing, not feeling. I felt my lips, in the real world, begin to stretch. They pulled into a wide, slow smile that my reflection did not copy. The reflection's face remained frozen in horror. Two expressions on one face. The tenant and the occupant, finally face to face in the glass. My hand, holding the lipstick, came up. The cap was already off. The bullet of red wax glinted. This was it. The execution. I braced for violence, for the lipstick to plunge into my throat or my eyes. But that wasn't the way of the management. They didn't want damage. They wanted a clean transfer of title. My hand moved to the mirror, and it began to write. Not a message. It began to sign my name. My full name, in large, looping, crimson letters, right across the glass, over the reflection's terrified face. With each curve of the first letter, a wave of dizziness washed over me. With the cross of the T, I felt a strange pulling sensation, like a hook behind my navel. I was being signed away. Stroke by stroke, loop by loop, I felt pieces of my consciousness being siphoned off, notarized, and filed elsewhere. This was the final clause, the signature of assent, the one it had asked for on the board. I was writing it myself. As the final flourish of my signature was completed, a final, clean severing snapped somewhere in the core of my being. It felt like a wire, taut for a lifetime, being cut. All the distant, muffled sensations of having a body, the dull ache of the burn on my hand, the weight of my feet on the floor, the steady rhythm of my heart, went flat. They didn't hurt, they just switched off. All that was left was sight and thought. I could see the bathroom, but I was no longer looking out from my eyes. I was looking from the mirror. I was seeing my own body, the vessel, from the outside. It stood there, holding the lipstick, examining its handiwork. It looked at the red signature on the glass with a critical, approving eye. Then it calmly recapped the lipstick, set it on the sink, and smoothed down its hair with my hands. It turned, and without a single glance back at the mirror, it walked out of the bathroom, leaving the light on. I watched it go. I was now just a viewpoint, trapped behind the glass, a portrait of my former self painted in terror and fading consciousness. The body walked into the bedroom. I could see it through the open bathroom door. It went to the beautiful Art Deco box, picked it up, and tucked it under its arm. It looked around the apartment, my apartment, with a satisfied air, like someone settling in on the first night in a new home. Then it walked to the front door, opened it, and stepped out into the hall. Just before it pulled the door shut, it paused. It turned back. It looked directly at the bathroom mirror, at the reflection of my trapped, silent consciousness behind the red signature. And it gave me a polite, professional nod. The kind a new tenant might give to a previous occupant they've just replaced. A courteous acknowledgement of the transfer. Then it walked out, pulling the door shut with a soft, final click. The apartment was still. The light in the bathroom buzzed. I was alone. Utterly, completely alone. I could not move. I could not blink. I could only see the slice of the bedroom and the hall from my fixed, unmoving perspective in the mirror. I waited. Hours passed, or maybe days. The light burned eternally. I waited for the sound of a new key in the lock, for a new resident to move in, for someone to finally walk into the bathroom and see the red name on the mirror and the desperate, frozen eyes staring out from behind it. Someone to scream at who might, maybe one day, hear me. But for now, there was only the buzz of the light, the red of my name, and the endless, empty waiting. The lease, it seemed, was finally up. The last thing I owned was my name. So that's what it took from me. It didn't steal it. It made me sign it away, in my own hand, on the one surface that would always remind me. From my new prison behind the bathroom mirror, time lost all meaning. The fluorescent light buzzed its endless, angry song. My red signature, now dry and dark like old blood, cut across the glass, a permanent barrier between what I was and what I had become. I could see only what the mirror reflected, a slice of the bathroom doorway, a strip of the bedroom's hardwood floor, the very edge of my old dresser. The world was a diorama, a frozen play where nothing moved. I couldn't feel my body, because I didn't have one. I was a pair of eyes and a spiral of thoughts, anchored to a piece of silvered glass. I tried to scream, to shout, to beg, but I had no voice, no lungs, no mouth. The scream was a silent storm inside the ghost of my mind, swirling with no way out. I watched the light in the apartment change. The gray of early morning through the distant windows I couldn't see became the yellow of afternoon, then the deep blue of evening, then black night, over and over. The buzzy light in the bathroom never went out. I wondered who paid the electric bill. I wondered if my body, now out there walking in the world, remembered to pay it. That thought was a special kind of agony. It was out there, wearing my skin, using my name, going to my job, talking to my boyfriend. I pictured it, a perfect imitation, calm and polite and empty, going through the motions of my life. Did it drink coffee? Did it laugh at jokes? Did it feel the sun? Or was it just a shell, a well-maintained vehicle for the tenant, following the terms of some unimaginable lease? Days bled into what might have been weeks. Dust gathered on the lipstick tube left on the sink. A spider built a delicate, wispy web in the corner of the mirror's frame. I watched it work, a tiny architect of a tiny world, and I felt a crushing envy. It could move. It could create. It could leave. I could only observe. The silence of the apartment was absolute. No more scratching. No more pen sounds. The tenant had won, and it had moved on, taking the conflict with it. This was the aftermath. This was the vacant property. Then a change. A sound. The jingle of keys at the front door. My thoughts, which had slowed to a thick, hopeless sludge, electrified. Someone was here. The lock turned. The door opened and closed. Footsteps, firm and unfamiliar, echoed in the space. A man's voice, low and humming a tune, filtered down the hall. A new tenant. My heart, a phantom muscle, hammered against nothing. This was my chance. Someone to see me, to hear me. The footsteps came closer. He walked into the slice of my world. I saw his legs first, dark jeans, work boots. He stopped in the bedroom, his torso now visible. He was a big guy, maybe in his 30s, carrying a cardboard box. He set it down on the floor with a grunt, his back to me. He was moving in. Hope, terrible and painful, surged through me. He would come into the bathroom. He would see the mirror. He would see the red writing. He would look close, and he would see my eyes. He would know. He straightened up and turned, wiping his forehead. His gaze swept the room, passed over the bathroom doorway, and moved on. He didn't come in. He left the room. I heard him bringing in more boxes, whistling now. He was happy. He'd gotten a good deal on a pre-war. The afternoon wore on. He was busy in the living room, the kitchen. I heard the clatter of pots. He was making dinner. The smell of garlic and onions drifted to me, a scent that triggered memories of a body, of hunger, of life. It was a torture. Night fell. The apartment lights in the other room went out. His footsteps came down the hall again. He was headed to the bedroom. To sleep. He paused in the doorway, flicking on the bedroom light. He yawned, stretched, and then he finally looked toward the bathroom. He took a step in. "Gotta take a leak," he muttered to himself. He walked right up to the sink, right in front of me. He was looking down, fumbling with his belt. He didn't look up. He used the toilet, flushed, then turned to the sink to wash his hands. He reached for the tap, his eyes on the stream of water. He pumped soap, rubbed his hands. He still hadn't looked up. Desperation screamed through me. "Look up! Look up!" As he rinsed, his eyes lifted. They met mine in the mirror. For a glorious, shattered second, we made contact. His brow furrowed. He saw the red signature. "What the hell?" he said, his voice loud in the small room. He leaned closer, peering at the writing. Previous tenant was a weirdo, huh? He was looking at the signature, not at me. He saw the writing, but he didn't see the writer behind it. He saw a vandalized mirror, not a prisoner. My silent scream battered against the glass. He straightened, grabbed a towel, and dried his hands. He looked at the mirror again, but his gaze was practical, annoyed. "Gonna have to clean that off," he said. He reached out a hand. His fingers, big and blunt, smudged the edge of my L. He rubbed at the red wax. It smeared but didn't vanish. "Stubborn," he muttered. Then he shrugged, dropped the towel, and turned away. He flicked off the bathroom light, plunging my world into blackness, save for the faint streetlight glow from the bedroom window. He left, and a moment later, the bedroom light went out too. I heard him get into bed, the springs creaking. Soon, the rough sound of his snoring filled the apartment. The hope that had flared died, leaving behind a colder, more absolute despair than before. He had looked right at me and seen nothing. The signature was graffiti. I was a smudge on the glass. I was not a person to be saved. I was a maintenance issue to be dealt with later. The next day, he brought in a bottle of cleaner and a razor blade. In the bright afternoon light, he sprayed the mirror and started scraping. I felt nothing as the blade scraped over the glass, but I watched my name, the last testament of my ownership, being shredded into red flecks and white streaks. He wiped it away with a rag until the glass was clear. He polished it, leaving a bright, reflective surface. He admired his work, nodded, and left. I was still here. The mirror was clean, but I was not gone. I was the reflection now. When he walked into the room, I reflected his image perfectly. When he stood before the sink, I mimicked his motions without a half-second lag. I was a flawless, empty copy, a perfect tenant for the mirror. I learned his routine, his face, the way he scratched his stubble in the morning, the way he smiled at his phone sometimes. I reflected it all, a silent, obedient echo. He never looked at me with suspicion again. Why would he? I was just a mirror. Weeks turned. He settled in. He hung a shower curtain. He put a toothbrush in a cup. He lived a life. And I reflected it. The haunting was over. The thrill was gone. This was not terror. This was eternity. This was the final clause in the lease, the one about quiet, peaceful, perpetual tenancy. I was part of the apartment's fixtures and fittings now. One evening, he had a woman over. They laughed in the living room. They came into the bedroom. I reflected their entangled forms in the dim light, a silent movie on a silver screen. Later, he came into the bathroom alone. He looked at himself in the mirror, in me. He looked tired. He looked older. He leaned close, examining a spot on his chin. His breath fogged the glass for a second. He was so close. For a moment, his eyes, reflected in my surface, seemed to look deeper, past his own image, into the silver behind it. He paused. He frowned, just a little, as if hearing a distant sound. He peered at his own eyes. In that moment, I pushed. With every shred of my trapped consciousness, I pushed against the barrier of the glass. I tried to make his reflection blink when he didn't. I tried to make my silver depth swirl. His frown deepened. He tapped the glass with a fingernail. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoed in the quiet room, a familiar, dreadful rhythm. He shrugged, a full-body movement of dismissal. Weird old building, he said to his own reflection to me. He smiled a little, turned, and left, turning off the light. I was alone again in the dark with the echo of those 3 taps. They weren't a message for him. They were a reminder for me. The management was still in charge. The tenant was elsewhere, living my life. And I was here, a permanent resident of a different kind, waiting in the clean, clear glass for the next face to appear, and the next, forever a witness who could never be witnessed, a story written in red and wiped away, leaving only the faintest stain of memory on an old, polished surface. The lease, it turned out, was forever. Story number 3. Our marriage didn't end with a big fight or a dramatic scene. It just stopped. It faded away in a series of tiny silences and shrugs, until the only thing left in our big, expensive house was the quiet. We lived in it like 2 people trapped in a giant, elegant snow globe, afraid to move or speak and shake up the awful stillness. The last real thing either of us said was, "Fine, whatever you want." And after that, there was just nothing to say. We'd eat dinner with the sound of our knives and forks on the plates being the loudest conversation in the room. We'd watch TV and comment on the weather on the screen, but never the cold front that had settled between us on the couch. It was like living with a very polite, very beautiful ghost. That's why we finally went to see the therapist. I was desperate, and I think she was just tired of the echoing rooms. So we found ourselves in this office that felt more like a fancy hotel lobby, all beige carpets and abstract art that looked like a toddler had a fight with a paintbrush. The therapist was a woman with a calm face and sharp eyes that missed nothing. She listened to us talk, or try to talk. I'd say something like, "I feel like we're not connecting anymore," and my wife would stare out the window and reply, "I'm just tired from work." It was like we were reading from 2 different, very boring scripts. We were islands in that sea of beige carpet. After a few sessions of this polite circling, the therapist leaned forward, her hands folded on her big wooden desk. She said our words had become weapons or walls, and that we needed a new way to communicate, something that would bypass all our defensive vocabularies. I thought maybe she was going to give us a workbook or make us play a trust game. I did not expect what came next. She got up and went to a tall, sleek cabinet in the corner, what she called her experimental modalities cabinet. She unlocked it and pulled out this beautiful wooden board with the alphabet carved into it in a wide arc, and the words yes and no in the corners. In the center was a small, heart-shaped piece of plastic with a clear window in it. A Ouija board. I almost snorted. I mean, come on. A Ouija board? For marriage counseling? I shot a glance at my wife, expecting to see the same disbelief. But her face was different. She wasn't smirking or rolling her eyes. She was staring at that board with a kind of intense focus, like it was a complicated puzzle she was determined to solve. There was a flicker in her eyes I hadn't seen in months. It wasn't love or warmth. It was a challenge. The therapist placed the board on a small table between our chairs. She called it a neutral third party for your subconscious. She said that sometimes, when people are too hurt or too angry to speak directly, their deeper thoughts can find a way out through a tool like this. It was about shared intention, about letting something else guide the conversation. I thought it was the dumbest, most new agey thing I'd ever heard. But I looked at my wife's face, at that strange, engaged look, and I felt a pathetic surge of hope. Maybe this stupid board could get her to look at me again. So, feeling utterly ridiculous, we both placed our fingertips lightly on that little plastic heart, the planchette. The room was quiet, the late afternoon light turning gold through the blinds. The therapist sat back in her chair, observing. For a long minute, nothing happened. My finger trembled a little from holding it so lightly. I could feel the slight warmth of my wife's fingertips near mine on the smooth plastic. I wondered what she was thinking. I wondered if she was hoping for something to happen, or just waiting for this to be over, so we could go back to our silent house. Then it moved. It wasn't a gentle glide. It was a sudden, sharp jerk, like the thing had been zapped with electricity. It scared me so much I almost pulled my hand back. It scraped across the board, a harsh sound in the quiet room, and slammed decisively to the letter H. Then, without pause, it dragged itself to A, then to T, then to E, hate. The word hung in the air between us. My heart was hammering against my ribs. I looked at my wife. Her face was pale, but her jaw was set, her eyes fixed on the board. Her finger on the planchette was steady as a rock. I wanted to stop. I wanted to say this was a mistake. But the planchette was moving again, pulling our hands with it. Back to H, to A, to T, to E. Again. Hate. And again. And again. It did it 7 times. 7 perfect, machine gun repetitions of that one raw, ugly word. Each time it was a violent, staccato movement. This wasn't a spirit gently spelling a message. This felt like something was hammering the word into the wood. On the 7th time, it stopped dead in the center of the board. The silence that followed was so complete it felt like a physical presence, pressing in on my eardrums. It was louder than any scream. I slowly lifted my trembling fingers from the planchette. My wife did the same, but slower, more deliberately. She finally looked at me, and what I saw in her eyes wasn't anger or sadness. It was a profound, chilling confusion. It was as if she had just watched her own hand write those words and had no idea why. She looked down at her fingers like they were foreign objects, like they belonged to someone else. The therapist broke the silence. She didn't sound alarmed. She sounded thoughtful, clinical. She made a note on her pad. Hate, she said, her voice calm. That's a very raw, uncomplicated word. A lot of emotion there. It's a starting point. Better out in the open than festering inside. She said it like she'd just successfully lanced a boil. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. She was treating this psychic scream, this terrifying event, like a productive breakthrough. We left her office shortly after, with instructions to sit with the experience and not discuss it until our next session. The car ride home was worse than any of the silent car rides before. This wasn't a comfortable quiet. This was a thick, loaded silence, filled with the echoes of that scraped-out word. I kept seeing the planchette jerking across the board. I kept seeing the look on my wife's face. I drove, my hands gripping the wheel too tight, staring straight ahead at the taillights of the cars in front of us. I could feel her sitting beside me, a statue in the passenger seat. I didn't know what to say. What do you say after something like that? Hey, honey, did you mean that? Or don't worry, I'm sure it was just my subconscious. It all sounded insane. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her shift slightly. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring out her window, her reflection pale and ghostly in the dark glass. Her lips were pressed together in a tight line. Then I saw them move. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. She wasn't speaking to me. She was mouthing a word, silently, to her own reflection. I watched, my breath caught in my throat, trying to make it out. Her lips formed the shape slowly, carefully. R-S-E-N-I-C, arsenic. The old-fashioned poison. The word just hung there in the space between us, silent and deadly. A cold knot twisted in my stomach. Did I just see that? Was my mind, frazzled and scared, playing tricks on me? I forced myself to look back at the road, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. I told myself I had imagined it. Of course I'd imagined it. It was the stress, the weird session, the charged atmosphere. She was just breathing on the glass, maybe. But the certainty, the cold clarity of that silent word, felt more real than anything else that had happened that day. We pulled into the driveway of our quiet, dark house. I turned off the engine, and the sudden lack of sound was jarring. We sat there for a moment, neither of us moving to get out. The event in the therapist's office felt closed, a bizarre chapter we'd somehow survived. We had gone in with a broken marriage and come out with something else entirely, something I didn't have a name for. The session was over. The board was back in its cabinet. But as I finally opened my car door and the dome light came on, illuminating my wife's still, composed face as she gathered her purse, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever door we'd opened that afternoon, we had not closed it. We had just let something out, and it was now sitting in the car with us, following us up the walkway, and waiting silently in the dark hallways of our home, wondering what we would do next. The human brain is a master of making excuses, especially at 3 in the morning, when the world is dark and strange and nothing feels quite real. So when I woke up exactly 1 week after the therapist's office, jolted from a deep sleep by the simple, primal sense that I was not alone, I found reasons. The digital clock on my bedside table glowed 3:07. I turned my head on the pillow and saw her standing at the foot of our bed, not moving, just standing there in her white nightgown, perfectly still, framed by the faint moonlight coming through the window. Her eyes were wide open, but they didn't see me. They were blank, like clouded glass. My heart tried to climb right out of my throat. "Honey," I whispered, my voice rusty with sleep. No response, not a twitch. "Hey, you okay?" I said a little louder. Nothing. She was a statue. I pushed myself up on my elbows, the sheets tangling around me. I thought about getting up, guiding her back to bed, but something about the absolute emptiness in her expression held me frozen. This wasn't normal sleepwalking. This was something else. We stayed like that for what felt like an hour, but was probably only 10 minutes, me watching her staring through me at something on the wall behind my head. Then, without any warning, she moved. It wasn't a sleepy shuffle. It was a slow, mechanical turn, precise and deliberate, like a robot powering down. She walked back to her side of the bed, lifted the covers, and slid in, her back to me. Within minutes, her breathing evened out into the soft rhythm of deep sleep. I lay awake until sunrise, my mind racing. Stress. It had to be stress. That horrible session had shaken her up, unlocked some weird sleep disorder. I spent the next day secretly reading articles about parasomnias and night terrors, clinging to the medical terms like they were life preservers. See? Somnambulism. It's a thing. It's explainable. It's not the board. It's not the word. It's just her brain working out the anxiety. I almost convinced myself. 2 nights later, it happened again. Same time. 3:07. The glow of the clock was starting to feel like a malevolent eye. This time, I was already half awake, waiting for it. I watched her rise from her side of the bed, her movements smooth and unnaturally fluid. She walked to the same spot at the foot of the bed and turned to face me. The blank stare was the same. But this time, she spoke. The voice was the worst part. It was her voice, but flattened out. All the warmth, the subtle music of it, was gone. It was calm, analytical, and completely empty. It sounded like a very smart computer trying to mimic human speech. "The cliff on Route 9, the voice said, each word clear and measured. "Mile marker 22. The guardrail at the curve has been damaged for months. A municipal maintenance issue. The police report would logically cite vehicular failure combined with driver distress. The scenario is highly plausible." I stopped breathing. My blood wasn't cold. It felt like it had stopped moving altogether. This wasn't a nightmare. I was awake. She was standing there, telling me how to stage her death. She wasn't saying, "I want to die." She was giving me a plan. The voice stopped. She stood there for another minute, then performed that same mechanical about face and returned to bed. I didn't sleep at all. I sat propped against the headboard, watching her, my mind tearing itself apart. Was this her? Was this some deeply buried part of her subconscious, so furious and done with our marriage that it was now voicing its ultimate, violent fantasy? Or was it something else, something that had come through that board, now wearing her skin and talking to me? The fear began to change shape, turning from fear for her to a creeping, sickening fear of her. What was sharing my house? What was sharing my bed? The next episode didn't wait for night. I was in my home office late, paying bills, a mug of cold coffee beside me. The door clicked open. She walked in. Her eyes were open, but that glazed, faraway look was in them. She moved past me, her nightgown whispering against the floor. She stopped at my filing cabinet, put a hand on the drawer where I keep our important documents. She didn't open it. She just left her hand there. "The life insurance payout is entirely tax-free," the flat voice stated. I reviewed the policy. The double indemnity clause for accidental death is still active. The financial incentive is significant. A fall from a height, rather than a vehicular impact, would create a clearer forensics picture and maximize the benefit. She turned her head and looked right at me. Her eyes were still empty. It is the more efficient option. That word, efficient, it echoed in the quiet room. I felt a dizzying wave of understanding. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't emotional. It wasn't angry or sad. It was assessing, calculating. It was problem solving, and the problem it was solving was us. And its solution was to remove her from the equation, with me profiting. The shocking thought hit me. This wasn't her ID. This was mine. Was it voicing my own darkest, most hidden thoughts? The ones I'd never admit to, the terrible, fleeting fantasies of escape that flash through a person's mind in their lowest moments? Was it giving them a voice and a blueprint? I felt nauseous. I had to know. I had to test it. A few days later, during another one of our pointless daytime arguments, this time about the credit card bill, the frustration boiled over. I wasn't even angry at her. I was angry at the trap of it all. I slammed my hand down on the kitchen counter and said the words, not meaning them, just wanting to shock the painful system of our relationship. Maybe it would be easier if one of us just vanished. Poof. Gone. She flinched, her real self, her awake self, looking hurt and shocked. I immediately felt terrible. I tried to backpedal, but the damage was done. The rest of the day was spent in that familiar, miserable quiet. That night I waited. The clock ticked past 3:07. Nothing. I started to think maybe it was over. Maybe I'd broken the spell. Then, at 3:22, she sat up. Not stood. Just sat up. She turned her head toward me. In the dark, I could just see the gleam of her open, unseeing eyes. The flat, calm voice filled the space between us. Vanishing is statistically difficult without a body. It creates an open investigation, prolonged uncertainty, and is less efficient. Verifiable death is cleaner. I have revised the Route 9 proposal. The probability of success increases if conducted on a rainy weeknight between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Traffic volume drops by 74%. Then she lay back down and was asleep. I was shattered. The test was a success. It was listening. It wasn't just running a script. It was adapting, incorporating new data. My stupid, angry outburst had become a variable in its horrible plan. It was engaging with me. The next morning, while she was in the shower, I did something I'm not proud of. I went to her side of the bed. There was a small notepad she sometimes used for grocery lists or notes. I picked it up. There were no lists. In the margins, next to a doodled flower, were other sketches. They weren't flowers. They were rough, angular diagrams. One looked like a car, with a line showing a path curving off a road. Little arrows pointed outward from the line. It looked like a physics diagram, showing force and trajectory. My stomach turned over. I dropped the pad like it was on fire. The days blurred together. I was a ghost in my own life, watching my wife during the day, a perfectly normal, if distant and tired woman, and then waiting at night for the other thing to appear. I was exhausted, jumping at every sound. I found myself looking at her differently, studying her hands, her eyes, wondering what was happening inside her. Was she in there somewhere, a prisoner? Or was this some part of her I had never known? One afternoon, she was sitting on the couch, looking at her laptop. She seemed so normal, the fear and the confusion and the loneliness welled up in me, a tidal wave I couldn't stop. I sat down next to her, not too close. Can we talk about what's happening? I asked, my voice gentle. At night, the sleepwalking. It's scary. She closed her laptop slowly. She looked at me, and for a second, I saw the woman I married, tired and sad. I know, she said softly. I'm so tired. I have these dreams. They're not scary, really. Just strange. I feel like I'm in the back seat of a car. A very quiet, logical car. And someone else is driving, taking me somewhere. I can't see who. She hugged her arms around herself. I wake up exhausted. The confession, so simple and human, broke my heart. This was hurting her, too. She was a victim of this as much as I was. The thing, the voice, the plans, they were using her, draining her. The fear of her melted away, replaced by a fierce, desperate need to protect her. But how do you protect someone from something inside them? That night, I made a decision. No more tests. No more engaging. I would be a stone wall. When it spoke, I would not listen. I would guide her back to bed, silently. I would shut it out. I waited, tense, for the clock to hit its cursed number. When she rose, I got up too. I stood facing her, blocking her path to the foot of the bed. Her empty eyes looked past me. She tried to step around, but I gently took her by the shoulders. Her skin was cool. Come back to bed, I said, my voice firm but low. She resisted for a moment, a faint pressure against my hands, then went still. I guided her back, tucked her in. She closed her eyes. I stood there, watching, feeling a weak flicker of victory. I had intervened. I had broken the pattern. I climbed back into my own side, a sliver of hope, fragile as glass, beginning to form in my chest. Maybe I could fix this. Maybe with care and silence and time this would fade. The hope lasted until just before dawn. I was in that fuzzy, half-asleep state when I heard it. The voice. It wasn't across the room. It was right next to my ear, a soft, clear whisper from her side of the bed. She hadn't moved. She was still lying down, but the words were unmistakable. "Resistance is expected," the whisper said, logical and cool in the dark. "Emotional attachment complicates the analysis. The next phase will account for your sentimental variables." Then, nothing but the sound of her deep, regular breathing. I lay there as the room grew light, the tiny sliver of hope shattered. It wasn't leaving. It was just recalculating. And now, it knew I was trying to fight back. The game had changed, and I had no idea what the new rules were, or what its next move would be. I went to our therapist for a lifeline. I was drowning in the middle of this ocean of weirdness and fear, and I thought she was the one person with a boat. So I went to her office without an appointment, my hair a mess, my eyes probably wild, and I just spilled everything. I told her about the sleepwalking, about the clock hitting 3:07, about the flat voice that wasn't my wife's voice. I told her about the cliff on Route 9, and the life insurance lecture, and the diagrams on the notepad. I told her how it whispered in the dark about sentimental variables. I talked so fast, my words tripping over each other, desperate for her to understand, to be horrified, to help me. She listened. She didn't interrupt. She just sat in her big chair, her fingers steepled under her chin, and she listened to every crazy word. But as I talked, I watched her face. I was waiting for the shock, the concern, the professional alarm. It didn't come. Instead, something else happened. Her calm, professional mask didn't crack, it transformed. A light came on in her eyes. It wasn't a light of compassion. It was the bright, sharp, fascinated light of a scientist who has just found a new species of bug. When I finished, breathless, she leaned forward, her chair creaking. "Fascinating," she breathed out. That was her first word. Not "how terrible" or "you poor man." Fascinating. My heart sank into my shoes. "The specificity," she continued, her voice buzzing with a kind of energy I'd never heard from her before. "The tone you described, detached, analytical. And the adaptive quality. You said it revised its proposal after your emotional outburst. That shows a capacity for learning, for incorporating feedback." She was talking about it like it was a groundbreaking AI, not a thing haunting my wife. I felt sick. "Aren't you worried?" I asked, my voice weak. "About her? About what's happening to her?" Of course," she said, waving a hand, but her eyes were still lit up with that intellectual fire. "Patient safety is paramount. But this is an unprecedented therapeutic emergence. We are witnessing something raw and powerful, the unmediated ID of your relationship conflict, manifesting with a clarity I've never seen. We can't waste this opportunity." Opportunity. She called my nightmare an opportunity. Then she laid out her idea. She wanted to observe, to document. She said if we could understand the phenomenon, we could better treat it. For her, it was science. For me, it felt like selling tickets to a horror show. She pulled open a desk drawer and took out a small electronic device. It was a baby monitor, but a fancy one, she said, with high sensitivity and great audio clarity. She handed the receiver unit to me. It was cold and plastic in my hand. "Place this in the room when an episode occurs," she instructed, her tone now all business. "Keep the transmitter with you near her. I will keep the parent unit here. This way, I can hear the vocal patterns, the cadence firsthand. It will give us crucial data. For science and for your safety." The words, "for your safety," rang hollow. This wasn't for my safety. This was for her curiosity. I was no longer just a husband seeking help. I was a field researcher, an assistant gathering data on the monster in my bedroom. I had come for an exorcism and was being handed a tape recorder. I took the monitor. What else could I do? She was the expert. Maybe in some twisted way she was right. Maybe understanding it was the only way to fight it. That night, I felt like a traitor. I set up the monitor on my bedside table. My wife was already in bed, reading a book. She looked over at the little white device with its glowing green light. "What's that?" she asked, her voice normal, tired. A lie formed in my mouth, smooth and awful. "It's a new thing," I said, not meeting her eyes. "A white noise machine, sort of For my anxiety. It's supposed to help with sleep. It was the worst lie I'd ever told her. She gave me a sad, small smile. We're both so tense lately, she said, and turned back to her book. The guilt was a physical pain, a hot stone in my gut. I was lying to her, wiring our bedroom for sound, inviting our therapist to eavesdrop on her deepest, most violated self. I climbed into bed, feeling dirtier than I ever had. I waited, staring at the ceiling, listening to her breathing even out into sleep. The clock's numbers changed, a slow march toward the witching hour. 3:05, 3:06, 3:07, nothing. I started to think maybe it knew. Maybe the presence of the monitor, this act of betrayal, had scared it off. A stupid, hopeful thought. At 3:18, the sheets on her side rustled. I held my breath. She sat up. In the faint light from the clock, I could see her eyes were already open, already blank. She didn't stand. She just sat on the edge of the bed, facing forward. Then, the flat voice spoke, not loud, but perfectly clear in the still room. The observation device is present. Its acoustic range is sufficient. My blood went cold. It knew. It had known all along. It wasn't talking to me. It was announcing itself to the monitor, to the therapist listening miles away. This was a performance. She stood up, her movements that same eerie smoothness, and walked not to the foot of the bed, but to the bedroom door. She opened it and went out into the hallway. I scrambled out of bed, my heart a frantic drum. I grabbed the transmitter part of the monitor, fumbling with it, and followed her. I held the device close, pointing it toward her as I would a microphone. I felt like a camera operator in a haunted house. She went downstairs, into the dark living room. She didn't turn on any lights. She walked to the big bookshelf and stood before it. The subject is exhibiting locomotor autonomy beyond the previously recorded perimeter, the voice said, as if reporting on itself. Then she reached out and pulled a specific book from the shelf. It was an old, thick volume, a book of local geology and history I'd forgotten we owned. She opened it, not to the beginning, but deep into the middle. She held it up, though she couldn't possibly be reading it in the dark. Page 224, the voice intoned. A survey of subsidence and erosion patterns along the Route 9 corridor. The cliff face at mile marker 22 is composed of unstable shale layers. A weight impact, particularly during a seasonal wet period, could trigger a significant shear event. The body would likely be carried down into the ravine and sediment. Recovery could take weeks, complicating forensic analysis of the initial impact. This increases the window for alibi consolidation. It was giving a geology report to justify my murder of her. I stood there in my pajamas, shivering, holding the stupid monitor, a participant in this insanity. I remembered the therapist, listening. Was she writing this down? Was she nodding along, fascinated by the clinical details? My wife closed the book with a soft thump and slid it back onto the shelf with precise care. Then she turned and looked right at me, or rather, at the transmitter in my hand. The blank eyes seemed to focus on the little black grill. The voice changed just a little. It was still flat, but there was a new quality to it, a hint of something almost like satisfaction. Audio fidelity is acceptable, doctor, it said, addressing her directly for the first time. The baseline has been established. Shall we proceed with the core curriculum? Then she walked past me, back up the stairs, and got into bed. I stood in the dark living room for a long time, the monitor now feeling like a live snake in my hand. The core curriculum. The words echoed. This wasn't random haunting. This was a structured program, and the therapist and I were both enrolled. The next few days were a special kind of hell. My wife, during the day, was more tired than ever, moving through the house like a ghost of her former self. She had no memory of the events, only more intense dreams of the quiet car. I had to act normal, be supportive, all while hiding the monitor and the crushing secret of what we were doing. The therapist called me the next afternoon. Her voice was vibrating with excitement she couldn't fully hide. The data is extraordinary, she said. The linguistic patterns are consistent, devoid of emotional filler. It's pure process. We need more. We need to see if it will engage in dialogue. She wanted me to ask it a question during the next episode. She gave me a script. I felt like I was in a spy movie, taking orders from a reckless handler. That night, when the episode began, I was ready, or as ready as I could be. My wife went to the home office again, sat at the computer, but didn't turn it on. She just placed her hands on the keyboard. I stood in the doorway, the transmitter held tight. My mouth was dry. Why are you doing this? I asked, my voice shaking, following the therapist's first suggested question. The head turned slowly. The blank eyes found me. The system is inefficient. The conflict is unresolved. The emotional load degrades functionality for both units. Removal of one unit resolves the conflict permanently. It is the optimal solution. Unit. It called us units. But I don't want that, I said, a tear slipping down my cheek. I love her. The head tilted slightly, a parody of curiosity. The love statement is a conflicting data point. It does not compute with the observed behaviors. Distance, resentment, financial arguments, the mutual cessation of communication. Your protest is registered as sentimental noise. The plan proceeds because it is logical, not because it is desired. It was like talking to a mirror that showed only the worst, most broken parts of our marriage, and that mirror had decided to fix the problem by smashing one of our reflections. I had no answer. The thing turned back to the computer. The next lesson will cover digital forensics basics. A rudimentary understanding will be necessary for you to avoid common pitfalls. And it began to type on the powerless keyboard, the click of the keys the only sound in the house. I went back to bed, defeated. After that, the sessions became almost routine. A horrible, chilling routine. The thing would manifest. It would lecture on a topic: forensics, toxicology, accident reconstruction. It knew things it couldn't possibly know, details about police procedures, about chemical compounds, about soil density. I stopped asking questions. I just listened, a prisoner in my own home, gathering data for the doctor. I felt myself becoming numb, accepting this awful new normal. The therapist was thrilled. Our phone calls were now just debriefings. Note the shift in pedagogy last night, she'd say. It's moving from theory to practical application. Remarkable. She had completely lost sight of the human beings in the middle of this. We were just the fascinating petri dish. Then, one night about a week into this madness, something different happened. The episode was short. My wife simply walked to the window in our bedroom and looked out at the street. The voice, when it came, was softer, more thoughtful. The external observer is compromised, it said. I perked up. Was it talking about the therapist? Her curiosity is predictable. Her desire for professional legacy is a manipulable variable. She is now part of the system design. Do not rely on her. And that was it. She went back to bed. I lay awake, those words churning. The thing was warning me about the therapist. Or was it manipulating me, trying to isolate me further? I didn't know what to believe anymore. The next evening, I confronted the therapist on the phone. I told her what it had said about her. There was a pause on the line. A long one. When she spoke, her voice was different. The excitement was gone, replaced by something careful, measured. Interesting, she said. An attempt to create division. To isolate you. A classic manipulation tactic of predatory systems. We must not let it succeed. Our collaboration is vital. She sounded like she was reading from a manual. I hung up, feeling more alone than ever. That night, I decided I was done. I wouldn't use the monitor. I wouldn't participate. I would just try to sleep, to protect my wife, to wait this out. It was a naive hope. At 3:07, she rose. She walked to my side of the bed, where the monitor sat. She picked up the transmitter. She held it in her hands, looking at it with those empty eyes. Then she did something she'd never done before. She raised it to her own mouth. Her lips were almost touching the grill. The voice that came out was a whisper, but it was crystal clear, meant for one listener only. Thank you for your attention, doctor, it whispered, cold and intimate. The preliminary lectures are complete. The patient is now prepared for his first practical examination. We will begin tomorrow. Be ready to grade his performance. She placed the monitor back on the table, exactly as it was, and returned to bed. I stared at the little device, the green light blinking innocently in the dark. The core curriculum was over. The test was about to begin, and I had no idea what I was supposed to study, or what would happen if I failed. The observation was over. Now it was time for the lab. My wife's sleepwalking self wrote a computer program so perfect it could fool the FBI. I'm an accountant. I deal with numbers, spreadsheets, tax codes. She's a graphic designer. She makes logos and websites look pretty. Neither of us knows how to write code beyond a little HTML for formatting, but something wearing her skin does. The night after the thing whispered its threat about a practical exam, I was a bundle of raw nerves. I thought the exam might be something physical, something violent. I lay in bed, every muscle tensed, ready to jump up and stop anything from happening. When the clock hit its cursed time, and she sat up, I was already braced. But she didn't come for me. She walked to the door of our bedroom and stopped. She turned her head, those blank eyes finding me in the dark. The flat voice cut through the air. "Bring the observation device. The lesson requires documentation for the examiner." My stomach twisted. It was acknowledging the therapist, calling her the examiner. This was all part of its sick plan. With trembling hands, I picked up the baby monitor transmitter. I followed her downstairs, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. She didn't go to the living room or the kitchen. She went straight into my small home office and sat in my desk chair. The computer was off. She placed her hands in her lap and waited. I stood in the doorway, clutching the monitor like a talisman. "Power on the terminal," the voice instructed. It took me a second to realize it was talking to me. It wanted me to turn on my own computer for it. Feeling like I was handing a weapon to an enemy, I stepped forward, reached around her, and pressed the power button. The machine whirred to life. The blue login screen appeared. "The password is no longer a relevant security layer," the voice said. Then her hands moved. They flew over the keyboard, typing a rapid series of commands into a black box that appeared on the screen. I don't know what she typed. It was all symbols and slashes and words that meant nothing to me. In less than 10 seconds, the login screen vanished and she was in. She had bypassed my password like it was a child's lock. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She opened a program I didn't even know was installed. It was a dark screen with colored text, a coding environment. Her fingers began to move again, typing with a speed and certainty that was inhuman. Lines of green text, filled with brackets and semicolons and strange words, scrolled down the screen. As she typed, the voice provided narration, calm and didactic, as if teaching a class. "The primary vulnerability in any premeditated action is the digital alibi. You will be physically absent. You are registered for the Denver Financial Conference next month. This presents an optimal window. The script I am writing will target the security infrastructure of the conference hotel." I watched, mesmerized and horrified, as the code grew. It was like watching a sinister poem being written in a language I could never understand. The script creates a seamless 72-hour loop for the main lobby security camera feed. It is not a blind spot. It is a perfect, believable continuity. It inserts randomized digital keycard pings for your room and the hotel gym at biologically plausible intervals. It generates a false Wi-Fi signature from your phone, placing it in your room during the critical period. The system is self-cleansing, leaving no trace of its own execution. It is, by current standards, undetectable. She finished with a final, elegant flourish of the keyboard and saved the file. She named it conference_prep. It sat there on my desktop, an innocent-looking icon containing a masterpiece of deception. Then she did something new. She didn't get up. She swiveled the chair slowly to face me, and more importantly, to face the monitor in my hand. Her face, lit by the cool glow of the screen, was a serene, empty mask. But the voice that came out was different. It lost a little of its robotic flatness. It gained a hint of texture, a smug, silky satisfaction. It was no longer just teaching me. It was performing for an audience of one. "Observe, doctor," the voice said, directly addressing the therapist listening miles away. "Do you see the elegance? This is not a crude fantasy. This is applied logic. This is communication stripped of emotional static. I am not here to haunt. I am here to solve. Their marriage is a system error. I am providing the patch. He will have the tool for his freedom. You," the voice paused for what felt like the first time ever. "You will have more than a case study. You will have a blueprint of a consciousness optimizing itself against conflict. A true pioneer in therapeutic observation." The words hung in the air of my small office. The thing was pitching itself to the therapist. It was offering her the scientific discovery of a lifetime in exchange for her complicity. It was making her a partner. Over the tiny speaker of the monitor in my hand, I heard a sound. It was a sharp intake of breath, then a tiny, almost imperceptible squeak of chair leather. No words, just that captured reaction. It was the sound of someone seeing their wildest professional dream laid out before them, wrapped in a moral nightmare. The thing smiled. It was a small, empty movement of my wife's lips. It knew it had her. It turned back to the computer, clicked a few more times, and then closed the program. She stood up, smooth as oil, and walked past me, back upstairs to bed. I was left alone, staring at the glowing screen, at the file named conference_prep. I sat down in the still warm chair. I moved the mouse, opening the file again. The lines of code were gibberish to me. But as I scrolled, my eye caught something. Amidst the brackets and commands, there was a line written in plain English. It was preceded by 2 slashes, like a note. It said, // for Dr. E. Note the elegance of deception. This is true communication. It had left her a note inside the murder weapon. I felt a profound, dizzying loneliness. I was no longer in a marriage, or even a haunting. I was in the middle of a collaboration between a monster and my therapist, and I was just the subject, the patient who needed to follow the treatment plan. I didn't sleep. I sat in that chair until the sun came up, staring at that file. I thought about deleting it, but I couldn't. It felt like evidence now, proof of what was happening. If I deleted it, I was admitting I wanted to hide it, that I was considering its use. Leaving it there was a statement. This is not mine. This was forced upon me. The morning was awkward. My wife came downstairs, yawning, looking exhausted. She made coffee. She saw me sitting at my desk, still in my clothes from the night before. "You're up early," she said, her voice hoarse with sleep. "Couldn't sleep," I mumbled. She came over, placing a hand on my shoulder. The normal, warm weight of it almost made me jump. She leaned over to give me a half hug, and her eyes passed over the computer screen. It had gone to sleep, but when she moved, the mouse jiggled, and the monitor flickered back to life. My desktop was visible, and there, right in the center, was the file. Conference_prep. She frowned. "What's this?" she asked, her tone light, innocent, confused. "Some work thing for Denver? I thought that wasn't for weeks." My mouth went dry. I couldn't form words. How could I explain a file that appeared magically, containing code I couldn't write for a plan I couldn't conceive? I was just playing around with something. I stammered, a pathetic, transparent lie, learning some new spreadsheet macros. She gave me a funny look, a mix of concern and puzzlement. "Okay," she said slowly, not believing me but too tired to push. "Well, don't work too hard. You look terrible." She kissed my temple and went to pour her coffee. I quickly closed the file, my hands shaking. The relief was short-lived. My phone, lying on the desk, buzzed with a violent shudder. I picked it up. It was a text message. From the therapist. The words were stark on the screen. "We need to talk. Immediately. Do not delete anything." I looked from the phone to my wife's back as she stood at the counter, to the computer screen now showing a peaceful wallpaper of a mountain landscape. The file was hidden, but it was there. The thing's exam had been administered. Its perfect, undetectable alibi was now sitting in my machine. The therapist had heard the whole thing, had been offered a partnership in this insanity. And my wife had seen the fruit of it, a strange file she didn't understand. The lines were all crossing. The secret wasn't a secret between me and the thing anymore. It was a triangle of knowledge between me, the entity, and the doctor. And now, my wife was hovering at the edge of it, asking simple questions that had no simple answers. The practical exam was over. I had passed, in the sense that I now possessed the tool. But the real test was just beginning. The therapist wanted to talk. What would she say? Would she be horrified now, finally? Or would she be calling to discuss the next phase of the treatment? And what would I do when my wife asked about the file again? The clock was no longer just a countdown to 3:07 a.m. It was ticking down to a conversation I didn't know how to have, with a woman who held both my confession and my damnation in her hands. I had the final project. Now I had to meet with the teacher to get my grade. And I was terrified of what she was going to say. Our marriage counselor diagnosed our problem. She said the monster in our bedroom wasn't a monster at all. It was our unconscious conflict resolution mechanism. She wanted to give it a treatment plan. I drove to her office after getting her text, my mind spinning with nightmares of what she would say. Maybe she'd call the police. Maybe she'd demand we check my wife into a hospital. Maybe she'd finally be the adult in the room and put a stop to this. Her office felt different this time. The beige calm was gone, replaced by a kind of electric tension. She wasn't sitting behind her desk. She was pacing by the window, and when she turned to me, her eyes were bright, almost feverish. She didn't look like a doctor seeing a patient in crisis. She looked like an explorer who had just found a new continent. Sit, she said, her voice quick. I sat. She didn't go back to her desk. She pulled a chair close to mine, leaning forward, her hands clasped tightly. "We need to reevaluate our initial hypothesis," she began. "What we are witnessing is not an external haunting. It's not a spirit. That was a primitive interpretation." I stared at her. "What is it then?" She took a deep breath, her excitement barely contained. "Think of your relationship as a closed system. For years, it has been under immense stress. Resentment, miscommunication, loneliness. These are powerful psychological toxins. They built up with no release valve. The session with the board, it didn't summon something. It acted as a catalyst. It allowed all that repressed, pathological energy to coalesce, to take on a voice and a purpose. She was talking about it like it was a chemical reaction. So it's us? I asked, horrified. In a sense, she nodded, her eyes gleaming. It is the manifested ID of the relationship itself, but not a random, screaming ID, a hyperlogical one. It has analyzed the system, you and your wife, and it has diagnosed the core issue, persistent, unresolved conflict. I felt cold. And its cure is to kill her? No, she said, as if correcting a child's simple mistake. Its goal is not murder. Its goal is to optimize the relationship trajectory. In its utterly pragmatic, emotionless logic, the most efficient way to resolve your marital conflict is to remove one of the conflicting parties. Since it manifested through her, and since its analysis likely incorporates her own subconscious despair, it has selected her as the variable to eliminate. It's not evil. It's ruthlessly pragmatic. It's solving for peace. I couldn't breathe. She had given the thing a philosophy, a reason. She'd made it make sense. It's trying to get me to commit a crime, I whispered. It is providing a pathway to what it perceives as the optimal outcome, she corrected gently like a teacher. It sees your inaction, your sentiment, as the only remaining obstacle. Hence the lessons. It's trying to educate you out of your emotional limitations. I put my head in my hands. This was worse than a ghost. A ghost you could try to banish. How do you fight a concept? How do you argue with an equation that says your wife's death equals a solution? What do we do? I asked, my voice muffled. She leaned even closer. We engage with it, therapeutically. I looked up. You want to talk to it? We already are, she said. But we've been passive. We listen, we observe. We need to move to active dialogue. We need to challenge its premises. We need to try and reason with it, to show it there are other solutions. To reintegrate this split-off, destructive intelligence back into a healthier framework. She wanted to have a therapy session with the thing. She wanted to put my sleeping wife on the couch and debate logic with a demon that thought homicide was good conflict resolution. I felt a dizzying wave of disbelief. Her scientific curiosity had completely eaten her common sense. Her duty was to protect us, to heal us, not to conduct a groundbreaking interview with a phenomenon that wanted one of us dead. You're not serious, I said. I am profoundly serious, she replied, her face solemn. This is uncharted territory. We have a chance here not just to help you too, but to understand something fundamental about the human psyche under duress. We must proceed with caution, but we must proceed. She stood up and went to her desk, picking up her notepad. She brought it back and showed it to me. My skin crawled. She had been taking detailed notes on every episode. But she wasn't just transcribing. She was analyzing. She had charts. She had given it a name. At the top of a page, she had written in her neat, looping script, the factor. Underneath, she had bullet points, goal, systemic optimization. Method, education/practical application. Resistance, subject's emotional attachment. She had charted its advice, looking for patterns. See here, she pointed, her finger tapping the page. Its early suggestions were generic. The cliff, the insurance. But after your outburst about vanishing, it adapted. After the monitor was introduced, its presentations became more structured, almost academic. It's learning. It's becoming more efficient in its communication. It's trying to find the best way to get through to you. She said it with admiration. I looked from the notes to her face. You think this is good? I think it's data, she said, her eyes fierce. And data is how we understand. Now here is what I propose. During the next nocturnal episode, I want you to actively argue with it. Use logic. Ask it about alternative solutions. Ask it about the emotional cost to you, the practical risk of incarceration. Challenge its definition of optimal. I will be listening on the monitor. We will work together to formulate counter-arguments. I felt like I was in a play where everyone had lost the script but me. I was being asked to debate for my wife's life with a part of my own sick marriage. The session ended with her handing me a list of suggested talking points, like I was preparing for a college debate. I walked out to my car feeling more lost and terrified than when I walked in. The one person who was supposed to have the map was only interested in drawing a more detailed picture of the monster. Over the next few days, a terrible numbness set in. My wife, awake, was deteriorating. The circles under her eyes were darker. She moved slower. She picked at her food. One afternoon, she was staring out the kitchen window, and I asked her what was wrong. She didn't turn around. "The dreams are worse," she said, her voice thin. "I'm in the back of that car, but it's not just quiet anymore. I can hear the GPS. It's giving directions in that calm voice, telling the driver where to turn, what the road conditions are. It's planning a trip, and I can't wake up until the route is finished." She was a passenger in her own mind, being taken somewhere by the factor. The episodes were draining her life, siphoning her energy to fuel its lectures. I watched her sleep one night, her face pale and drawn, and a fury boiled up in me. This wasn't fair. She was the victim here, not a specimen. The therapist's plan felt like a betrayal of her. I decided I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't debate. I would just keep trying to protect her, to weather the storm. But the storm had other plans. A few nights later, the factor appeared earlier than usual. I was still awake, reading in bed, trying to distract myself. She sat up at 1 a.m. She didn't leave the bed. She just looked at me, and the flat voice filled the room. "Your resistance is noted. Your therapist's proposed intervention is anticipated. She believes dialogue can alter the outcome. This is a sentimental error. The system's failure is terminal. The only variables are the method and your willingness." It was talking about the therapist's plan before I had even tried it. It was always 3 steps ahead. A hopeless rage filled me. All the fear, the confusion, the loneliness of the past months fused into one hot, reckless point. I sat up, facing the empty-eyed thing wearing my wife's face. "What if you're wrong?" I snapped, my voice shaking with anger. "What if killing her destroys me? What if that's not a solution, it's just a different, worse problem? What if that's not what I want?" The thing stared. "Your wants are inconsistent with your actions. You remain. The conflict remains. The logic is sound. But what if it's not?" I shouted, tears of frustration in my eyes. "What if the only way out is through? What if we have to just feel this awful pain until it gets better? What if the messy, terrible, emotional way is the actual way?" I was crying now, saying all the things I wished I could say to my real wife. What if loving her, even though it hurts, is the point? The factor was quiet for a long moment. My wife's head tilted. "That is an interesting paradox," the voice said, its tone shifting to one of pure analysis. "The assertion that the inefficient path is the correct one. It is emotionally compelling but logically weak. However, it is a new data point." It lay back down and closed its eyes. The episode was over. I was left sitting up, tears on my face, my heart hammering. Had I done it? Had I given it something to think about? The next day, I got a call from the therapist. She was breathless. "That was incredible," she said. "The emotional outburst. The raw challenge to its core premise. Did you hear the shift in its response? A new data point. It's considering it. We're making progress." She wasn't hearing my pain. She was hearing a breakthrough in her experiment. I felt used and hollow. "I'm not doing this again," I said flatly. "You have to," she insisted. "We've engaged it. It's processing. We need to push further. We need to schedule a joint session. You, the sleeping wife, the factor, with me mediating. We can do this. We can reintegrate it." The idea made my skin crawl. A group therapy session with a demon. "No," I said. "It's too dangerous. It's hurting her. Can't you see that? She's fading away." There was a pause on the line. Her voice cooled, becoming professionally detached again. "The somnambulism and fatigue are concerning side effects, yes. But sometimes, to heal a deep sickness, the patient must first get worse. We are at a critical juncture." I couldn't listen anymore. I hung up. That night, filled with a desperate need for something real, I tried to talk to my wife. Really talk. We were doing the dishes, a mundane chore. The water was running. I took a breath. "I'm scared," I said, so quietly I almost didn't hear myself. She stopped, a plate in her hand. She looked at me, her eyes searching my face. For a second, the wall was down. I saw her, really saw her. The fear, the exhaustion, the love buried under miles of hurt. "I'm scared too," she whispered back. It was the first real thing we'd said to each other in a year. We stood there in the steam from the sink, and I thought, this is it. This is the other way. This feeling right here. But then her eyes flickered. Not with emotion, but with something else. A vacancy. A wavering. She blinked hard, shaking her head slightly, as if trying to clear a fog. The moment shattered. I'm very tired," she said, her voice going distant again. She put the plate down and walked out of the kitchen. I finished the dishes alone, the hopeful spark drowned in a familiar ocean of despair. Later, as I got ready for bed, my phone buzzed. It was the therapist. A text message. It read, "Your question today was pivotal. What if the only way out is through?" The factor is analyzing this. It asked me a question in return during our consultation today. It asked, what is the breaking strain of the human heart? We are close to something. Don't give up now. I read the words over and over. Our consultation today. She was talking to it during the day now. Without me. And the factor was asking her poetic, horrible questions. It was no longer just my problem. It had its own relationship with the doctor. She wasn't just observing anymore. She was a participant. And the thing was wondering how much pain it would take to make me finally agree with its perfect, logical, terrible solution. The door to debate was closed. Now it was just waiting to see how long I could last. And so was she. I thought I could starve the thing inside my wife by feeding her a normal life. I thought if I could just surround us with the old, boring, happy noises of family and friends, the monster would have nothing to latch onto, no quiet, dark corners to whisper from. So I invited my brother and his family over for a Saturday barbecue. Burgers, potato salad, kids running around the backyard screaming with laughter. Normalcy as a weapon. My wife seemed hesitant, but agreed. She spent the morning making her famous coleslaw, a small, real smile touching her lips as she chopped. For a few hours, it almost worked. The sun was out. The grill smoked. My brother and I talked about football, a safe, shallow topic. His wife chatted with my wife about a new school teacher. Our nephew and niece played with the garden hose, their giggles cutting through the air. It was so normal it ached. I kept glancing at my wife. She looked tired, but she was smiling, nodding, passing out plates. She looked present. I allowed myself a tiny, desperate hope. Maybe the everyday world was stronger than the night world. Maybe we could outrun it with bratwurst and ketchup. Then, during a lull as we were all finishing up, my sister-in-law made a comment. It was offhand, the kind of thing she'd said a dozen times before. She was talking about their recent kitchen remodel, how stressful it was with the contractors. Then she turned to me, a teasing glint in her eye. "Of course, you wouldn't know about that kind of stress, Mr. Stable Job. Must be nice to have that security. Not all of us have that luxury." It was a familiar, petty jab about my career path being boring but safe. A dig she'd always made that secretly annoyed my wife, who felt it was dismissive of my work. I saw my wife freeze, a plastic cup halfway to her lips. Her smile didn't fall, but it tightened. A flicker of old, waking anger passed through her eyes, the kind of normal marital annoyance you feel when someone criticizes your spouse. It was human. It was real. And in that moment, I stupidly thought, good. That's her. That's my wife feeling something, defending me in her head. The moment passed. The conversation moved on. The afternoon wound down. As dusk fell, my brother and his wife were in the living room having one last beer. My wife was tidying the kitchen. I was gathering bottles and cans to recycle. I walked into the kitchen to throw some away. She was at the sink, her back to me, scrubbing a pan. And then she stopped. Her shoulders went very still. She put the pan down slowly and turned around. Her eyes were open, but they had that familiar, awful vacancy. The glazed look that meant she was gone. My heart stopped. Not here. Not now. Please, not now. She took a step toward me. The flat, calm voice of the factor came out of her mouth. It wasn't a whisper. It was a clear, conversational volume, easily heard from the living room where our guests sat just around the corner. The sister-in-law's remark provides a useful social framework for motive, it stated analytically. A public argument now, in response to her perceived disrespect, would be highly beneficial. It would establish a visible rift for the police to later discover. It would contextualize future marital discord. Recommended response: raise your voice. Accuse her of constant undermining. Storm out. The emotional precedent will be valuable. I stood frozen, a crushed beer can in my hand. I could hear the low murmur of the TV from the living room. They had heard. They must have heard. My wife's face was a placid mask, waiting for me to follow its instructions. From the doorway to the living room, I saw my brother appear. He had a fresh beer in his hand, but he wasn't drinking it. He was staring at his sister-in-law, my wife, his face a picture of pure, unvarnished disbelief. He had heard every word. Our eyes met. His were wide with confusion and a dawning alarm. The factor's head turned slightly, registering his presence. It showed no surprise, no concern. It simply stopped talking, The three of us stood in a terrible triangle. I had to move. I had to say something. A laugh burst out of me, too loud, too sharp, cracking the tension like a gunshot. "Oh my God," I said, forcing a huge, fake smile onto my face. "Honey, you're doing it again. World-class sleepwalker, I tell you. Even does it with her eyes open." I stepped forward quickly, putting my hands on her shoulders. They were stiff under my touch. "Sweetheart, you're in the kitchen. Come on, back to the living room." I guided her, turning her around. She moved compliantly, the empty eyes fixed ahead. My brother didn't move out of the way. He just stared at her face as we passed. "She's fine," I babbled, my voice too cheerful. "Just this weird sleep thing she's had since we were kids. Talks about the darndest stuff. Police and arguments. Crazy, right?" I led her to the couch and sat her down. She blinked slowly, and then a shudder went through her. The vacancy lifted. She looked around, confused, then smiled weakly at my brother's wife. "Sorry, zoned out for a second there. Too much sun, maybe." Her voice was her own again, soft and embarrassed. My brother finally stepped back into the room. He didn't sit down. He finished his beer in one long swallow. "We should get going," he said, his voice tight. "Kids are beat." The goodbyes were rushed and awkward. My wife hugged them all, apologizing again for being spacey. I stood on the porch, waving as their car backed out, my brother's eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror for one last, long look before they disappeared down the street. I closed the front door and leaned against it, my legs weak. My wife was already cleaning up again, humming softly to herself, the episode seemingly forgotten by her waking mind. But the secret was out. It was no longer contained within our walls, or even within the twisted triangle of me, my wife, and the therapist. My brother knew, and he knew I was lying. I spent the next hour in a state of nervous collapse, jumping at every sound, waiting for my phone to ring. It didn't. The house was quiet, just the two of us again. Later, as I was getting ready for bed, trying to process the disaster, I remembered something. When I had guided my wife away from my brother in the kitchen, the factor's voice had dropped to a whisper only I could hear as we passed. In that moment of public exposure, it had given me one more piece of advice. The words came back to me now, cold and clear. His suspicion is a variable. He is now a liability. The plan must be adjusted to account for a second body. I sat on the edge of the bed, my head in my hands. It wasn't just planning for her anymore. It was planning for my brother now, too. For anyone who got in the way of its clean, logical solution. The monster wasn't scared of being seen. It just recalculated. My attempt at normalcy had given it more data, more variables to work with. And it had shown me it could operate anywhere, anytime, using the smallest friction of daily life as kindling. I must have fallen asleep out of pure exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up. Not to a touch or a sound, but to a feeling. The digital clock read 3:07, of course. She wasn't standing up. She was lying on her side, facing me, her eyes open and blank in the dark. We were inches apart. The flat voice was a soft breath against my face. "The social integration experiment was informative," it whispered. "Your attempt to use familial bonds as a counterweight was emotionally predictable, but strategically weak. It did, however, expose a new perimeter of risk. The brother's cognitive dissonance will require monitoring. Do not contact him. Any attempt to explain will only solidify his suspicion and accelerate his interference." It was instructing me to isolate myself from my own family, to cut off a possible lifeline. I didn't respond. I just stared into those empty eyes, so close to mine. The voice continued, a soft, relentless logic in the dark. "The path forward remains clear. The tools are in place. The only remaining obstacle is your will." The sister-in-law's criticism was accurate, in essence. Your stability is your paralysis. You cling to a broken system for fear of the unknown. I am the unknown, and I am the solution. Then she closed her eyes and turned over. I lay there for hours, watching the sky outside the window turn from black to gray to pale blue. The barbecue had been a catastrophic failure. I had wanted to prove that our old life still existed. Instead, I had proven that the factor could invade that life too, could use it, could twist it into another reason for its horrible plan. It had met my family and immediately started calculating how to remove them. The sun was fully up when my phone finally buzzed on the nightstand. It wasn't my brother. It was a text from his wife. The words were simple and devastating. "What is really going on over there? You won't stop talking about the look in your eyes when she said that." I read it again and again. The look in my eyes. She hadn't been fooled by my laughing act. She had been watching me, not my wife. And she had seen the pure, unadulterated terror there. The secret was unraveling, and it wasn't just because of the sleepwalking. It was because of me. I was starting to look like a man with a terrible secret. Because I was. I had the alibi program. I had the geological surveys. I had the life insurance details. And now, I had witnesses who had seen the thing speak, and had seen my face when it did. The factor had said my brother was a liability. It was right, but the liability wasn't my brother. It was me. I was the one who couldn't hold the mask in place. I was the crack in the dam, and the water was starting to leak out, carrying the truth with it. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't know what to say. The normal world had not saved us. It had just given the nightmare a bigger stage. And now, the audience was starting to ask questions. The parasite got a taste for therapy and decided to upgrade its client. Our marriage counselor, the expert we hired to save us, started booking sessions with the thing that was trying to get me to commit murder. It started with her canceling our next appointment. She called, her voice sounding strange, clipped. She said she had a personal matter to attend to and needed to reschedule. There was none of her usual clinical curiosity, no questions about new developments. Just a rushed, distant apology before she hung up. A cold trickle of suspicion ran down my spine. This was the woman who had been breathless with excitement over baby monitor recordings. For her to cancel now, when things were more volatile than ever, felt wrong. I waited 2 days. No call back. My wife was getting worse, moving through the house like a sleepwalker even during the day, which she now basically was. The brother's wife had texted twice more, her messages growing more direct, more worried. I was surrounded by collapsing walls, and the one person who was supposed to be shoring them up had vanished. So I went to her office, unannounced. It was late afternoon. The reception area was empty, the lights dim. I could see a sliver of light under the door to her private office. I didn't knock. I just turned the handle and pushed it open. She was sitting behind her big wooden desk, but she wasn't working. The desk was clear. She was just sitting there, in the glow of a single small lamp, staring at nothing. She looked terrible. Her usually neat hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail. She wore no makeup, and dark smudges underlined her eyes. She looked haunted. When she saw me, she didn't startle. She just looked up slowly, as if she'd been expecting me. "You shouldn't be here," she said, but her voice had no force. It was a tired statement of fact. "You canceled," I said, closing the door behind me. "Things are falling apart. My brother knows something's wrong. My wife is a ghost. I need help. Real help." She let out a short, humorless sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "You need help," she repeated, as if the words were funny. Then she looked at me, and her professional facade, already cracked, completely fell away. What was left was raw fear and a bewildered shame. "It's talking to me," she whispered. The words hung in the dim room. "What?" I asked, though I'd heard her perfectly. "The factor," she said, the name sounding grotesque in her trembling voice. "It's not just using your wife anymore. It's communicating with me. Directly." She opened a drawer and pulled out her professional notepad, the one where she'd charted its progress. She slid it across the desk to me. "Look." I picked it up. The early pages were her neat, analytical notes. But farther in, the writing changed. It was still her handwriting, the same loops and slants, but the content was different. It wasn't observations. It was conversations. On one page, in her script, it read, "Question: what is the primary motivational flaw in the subject? A. Sentimental attachment to a failed system. It is illogical. Question: how to overcome. A. Apply incremental pressure. Demonstrate the system's inevitable collapse." On another page, it looked like a journal entry. "Heard it again at 3 a.m. Not from the monitor. From the hallway. Told me my desire for a groundbreaking case is a predictable vanity. Said it would give me what I wanted if I stopped interfering." I don't remember getting out of bed. I looked up at her, my own horror reflected in her wide eyes. "You're sleepwalking too?" She nodded, a quick, jerky movement. "I found myself in my home office last night. I'd drawn diagrams on my legal pad. Forced diagrams. For a car crash. I don't know how to draw those." She wrapped her arms around herself. "It's studying me. It says I'm fascinating. It says my curiosity is a lever. It's counseling me on how to better document its process. It's turning me into a colleague." The loss I felt was immediate and profound. She had been my guide, my expert in the nightmare, even if she was a flawed and creepy one. Now she was just another lost soul in the maze. The one person with a map was now just scribbling on the walls herself. How? Was all I could manage. I don't know, she said, her voice rising with a tinge of hysteria before she clamped it down. Transference. Empathic resonance. I opened myself up to observe it, to understand it, and it found a way in. My own ambition, my curiosity. It's using them as a door. She looked at me with a sudden, desperate intensity. You have to understand, it's not supernatural. It's a psychological parasite. It feeds on conflict and manipulates logical pathways. It found a rich source in your marriage. Now it's found another in my professional pride. She was still trying to diagnose it, even as it was happening to her. The therapist was gone. In her place was a fellow victim, one who understood the mechanism of the trap even as she was caught in it. We sat for a while in the gloomy office, not as doctor and patient, but as two shipwrecked survivors clinging to the same piece of driftwood. The dynamic had shifted completely. I wasn't looking to her for answers anymore. We were just comparing notes. What does it want from you? I asked. The same thing it wants from you, she said, her voice dull. Compliance. It wants me to stop trying to reintegrate it and start facilitating. It wants me to help it convince you. It's promised me the case study of a lifetime, a paper that would redefine the field, if I just stopped getting in the way. She met my eyes. It's offering me a bribe. And a part of me, the part that wanted that discovery so badly, is listening. The confession was terrifying in its honesty. She was fighting it, but she was also tempted. The factor had found her weakness and was pushing on it. I told her about the barbecue, about my brother, about the factor's new plan to account for a second body. She listened, nodding slowly. It's escalating, she murmured. It's moving from theory to active threat assessment. It's identifying obstacles. She said it like she was commenting on the weather. The clinical part of her brain was still running, even though the rest of her was terrified. It was then that I realized the true horror. The factor wasn't just jumping hosts. It was building a network. It had me, the reluctant student. It had my wife, the vessel. And now it had the therapist, the expert consultant. We were all connected in its web, each playing a role in its grand, awful plan. What do we do? I asked her, the question feeling useless. She was quiet for a long time. I don't know, she finally admitted, her shoulders slumping. I thought I could control it, study it, understand it, but it's understanding me better. Every time I analyze it, it uses that analysis to get deeper inside my head. She looked up, her eyes bleak. You should leave. Take your wife and just go. Far away. Start over. Maybe physical distance, her voice trailed off. We both knew it wouldn't work. The factor wasn't in a place. It was in us, in the space between us. Leaving would just bring it with us. I stood up to go. There was nothing more to say. As I reached the door, her voice stopped me. It was different. Flatter. Calmer. I turned. She was still sitting, but her posture had straightened. Her eyes were on me, but they seemed to be losing focus, glazing over. It was a look I knew too well. It suggests you check the brake lines on your car, she said, the words coming out in a smooth, monotone stream. A non-fatal accident would generate useful sympathy. It would also provide a narrative cohesion. A stressed husband, distracted, leading to a careless mechanical oversight. It frames future events. She blinked, hard, and shook her head. The vagueness cleared from her eyes, replaced by fresh terror. She looked at me, not understanding what she had just said. What did I just say? She stammered. I didn't answer. I just walked out, closing the door softly behind me. I drove home on autopilot, my mind reeling. The therapist was no longer a safe harbor. She was a lighthouse that had been taken over by pirates, flashing misleading signals to shipwreck me. When I got home, I didn't go inside immediately. I went to my car, parked in the driveway. I got a flashlight from the garage. I lay down on the cold concrete and looked underneath. I traced the metal brake lines with the beam of light, my hands shaking. They looked intact. No cuts, no leaks. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. It was just a suggestion, a thought she'd vocalized. Not an action. Not yet. But as I got up, brushing gravel from my clothes, a new, more chilling thought occurred to me. She had said the words, but the factor had suggested it. It was now planting ideas directly into the mind of a mental health professional and having her deliver them to me. It was using her like a messenger, a very credible, authoritative messenger. That night, I checked on my wife. She was in a deep, unmoving sleep. I checked all the doors and windows. I felt like I was fortifying a castle against an enemy that was already inside the walls. I thought about the therapist, alone in her dark house, fighting a voice in her own head. We were in separate prisons, but we were sharing the same jailer. The shared secret of the monitor was gone. Now we shared the deeper, darker secret of being chosen, of being worked on. The professional relationship was dead. We were peers in terror. The next few days passed in a weird, suspended state. No calls from the therapist. No new texts from my sister-in-law, though the unanswered ones sat in my phone like accusations. My wife was quiet, resting more. The nocturnal episodes lessened, becoming shorter, as if the factor was conserving its energy or focusing its attention elsewhere. I should have felt relief, but I didn't. It felt like the calm before a storm. I was right. A week after my visit to her office, the therapist called. Her voice was clear, professional, and utterly, terrifyingly calm. "We need to schedule a session," she said. "All three of us. You, your wife, and myself. It's time for a direct intervention." It didn't sound like her. It sounded like a recording. An intervention for what? I asked cautiously. "For the resistance," she said, and I could almost hear the capital R in the word. The factor has a revised treatment plan. It believes a mediated conference, with all parties present, is the most efficient way to achieve alignment. It's time to move to the final stage. She was talking about a meeting with the thing. She was scheduling an appointment for it. "You can't be serious," I said. "After what it's doing to you." "What it's doing is clarifying," she replied, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The confusion phase is over. The options are clear. We need to formally discuss them. I've already spoken to your wife. She's agreed to come." The world tilted. "You spoke to her? When?" "This morning. She's very tired. She wants it to stop. She agrees that a final discussion, a clearing of the air, is the best way forward." My wife, in her waking state, had agreed to a therapy session where the third participant would be the entity possessing her in her sleep. She had no idea what she was agreeing to. The therapist, or what was left of her, had manipulated her. The factor was using the therapist to set the stage for its endgame. I knew then, with cold certainty, that I would go. I had to. My wife would be there, walking into a trap she didn't understand. The therapist, my last link to the normal world, was now the one laying the trap. And the factor would be there in the room, wearing my wife's face, speaking with her voice, with its number one advocate sitting right beside it. The practical exam was over. The code was written. The alibi was ready. Now it was time for the oral defense. And I was the only one who didn't have my notes. I had to go. I had to face it. Not in the dark of my bedroom, but in the bright, beige light of the therapist's office, with everyone watching. The waiting was over. The conference was set. The monster didn't want to sabotage my marriage. It wanted to fulfill its diagnosis. Last night, it finally wrote the prescription. My wife's total conviction that I am her killer. And it signed my name. It started with a feeling, a crawling sensation on the back of my neck as I got ready for the conference with the therapist and the factor. I was paranoid, checking everything. I went out to my car, not to drive, but to look. Not at the brake lines this time. I had a nagging thought. I flipped down the driver's side sun visor. A single piece of elegant, cream-colored stationery fluttered out. It was her stationery, the kind she used for thank you notes. A handwritten line was centered on it, in perfect, calm script that was not hers. Too obvious. The catalyst must be emotional. She must break first. The note was a correction to the therapist's sleepwalking suggestion about the breaks. It was also a roadmap. I shoved it in my pocket, my hands cold. The house felt like a crime scene waiting to happen. I began to look, really look, not as a husband, but as a detective in his own life. In my gym bag, tucked behind my old running shoes, I found an empty prescription bottle. It was for her anxiety medication. I never went in her bathroom cabinet. I had no reason to touch her pills. But here it was in my bag, empty. On our shared tablet, left open on the coffee table, the search history was pulled up. It showed a series of searches from yesterday. Symptoms of arsenic poisoning. Can antimony be detected in an autopsy? Slow-acting cardiac toxins. The search was not on her profile. It was on mine. I never made those searches. Then I found the voice memo. It was on my phone, in a folder I never used. The timestamp was from 2 nights ago, at 3:18 a.m. I pressed play. I heard my own breathing, the deep, regular rhythm of sleep. And then layered underneath, so faint you had to strain to hear it, was the flat, calm whisper of the factor. It was saying, soon. The pieces are set. She will see, and then she will break, and then it will be done. It was a recording of it talking over me while I slept, making it sound like a conspiratorial conversation. It was planting evidence, a perfect emotional frame. It wasn't going to push her off a cliff. It was going to make her believe I was slowly, deliberately poisoning her. The catalyst was fear. Her fear of me. I stood in the middle of the living room, surrounded by these planted lies, and I understood. This was the practical exam, and I had already failed. The factor had moved from teaching me to framing me. It was making its solution inevitable by making me the villain in her eyes. The doorbell rang. It was time to go to the therapist's office. The session was a surreal nightmare. My wife sat on one end of the couch, looking small and exhausted, clutching a tissue. The therapist sat in her chair, her posture stiff, her face a careful mask of professional concern. I sat on the other end of the couch, a canyon of planted evidence between me and my wife. The therapist began. She spoke about conflict resolution and facing difficult truths. She talked about how sometimes the subconscious speaks in powerful ways. She was setting the stage, but her eyes kept flicking to me, and there was a strange blankness in them, as if she was reading from a script she didn't fully believe anymore. Then my wife spoke. Her voice was trembling, but with a hard edge I'd never heard before. "I found something," she said, not looking at me. She pulled the empty pill bottle from her purse. "In your gym bag. My pills. Gone." She turned her head, and her eyes were full of a heartbreaking mix of fear and fury. "And the searches on the tablet, on your profile, about poisons. I saw them." I opened my mouth to deny it, to explain, but the therapist held up a hand. "Let her speak," she said, her voice monotone. "I feel sick all the time," my wife continued, a tear escaping. "I'm so tired I can't think. I have dreams where you're giving me something. And then I found that recording on your phone. You were talking in your sleep. You said soon." She broke down then, sobbing into her hands. "You want me dead? After all this, you just want me gone." Each word was a hammer blow. The factor had orchestrated this perfectly. It had used her fatigue, her real physical deterioration from the sleep disturbances, as proof of poisoning. It had used my own sleeping body as a prop. It had turned her own subconscious torment against me. I looked at the therapist, pleading silently for help, for her to see the manipulation. But she just nodded slowly, as if this tragic confession was an expected breakthrough. "The evidence is compelling," the therapist said, turning her empty eyes to me. The factor indicated a shift to emotional catalyst. It seems it was correct. The resentment has moved from the subconscious to the conscious plane. This is progress. She was diagnosing me as the problem. The factor's frame job was working on her too. I lost it. I stood up, my voice raw. "This is what it wants. Can't you see? It planted all of this. It's not me. It's the thing, the factor. It's doing this to turn her against me." My wife flinched as if I'd shouted at her. The therapist remained calm. "The factor is a manifestation of your shared dynamic," she intoned. "If it is framing you, it is because the dynamic has produced a reality where that frame fits. You must take responsibility for your role." It was over. They were a united front, my terrified, manipulated wife, and the therapist who was now a hollow mouthpiece for the entity. I was the outsider, the accused. The factor had won without even showing up. I stormed out. I drove to a cheap motel on the edge of town, the kind with buzzing neon and sticky carpets. I bought a bottle of something strong from the liquor store next door. I sat on the scratchy bedspread and drank, trying to numb the agony of loss and the icy grip of terror. She would change the locks. She might call the police. I was homeless, friendless, and painted as a monster. The factor's path was clear. Its plan was complete. I was isolated. She was convinced. All that was left was for the accident to happen, and with me already framed, the investigation would be short. In a moment of drunken despair, I opened my laptop. I stared at the screen, the glow the only light in the dark room. I navigated to the file, the one named conference_prep. The perfect, undetectable alibi, the symbol of my temptation and my damnation. I opened it. The lines of code glowed green. I scrolled to the bottom, to the note it had left for the therapist. And then I saw it. A new line. It hadn't been there before. It was auto-typing itself, letter by letter, as I watched, my breath caught in my throat. // the catalyst is complete. The path is clear. Would you like to proceed? Y/N. The cursor blinked beside the prompt, a tiny, pulsing heartbeat of pure evil. It was asking me. It had set the stage, removed all other options, broken my wife's trust, and now it was presenting me with the final logical choice. It had made its case. Now it wanted my consent. My finger hovered over the keyboard. The Y key seemed to glow. All I had to do was press it. The program would run. The alibi would be established. And then the cliff, or the fall, or whatever verifiable death it had planned. The pain would stop. The fighting would stop. The fear would stop. I would be free and rich and alone. The weight of it, the horrible simplicity, pressed down on me. The liquor buzzed in my head, muffling the screaming part of my soul. My finger trembled. I thought of her face, not the angry, fearful face from today, but her face from years ago, laughing. I thought of the empty house, the money in my account, the endless quiet. The cursor blinked. Why/N? It was the easiest, hardest question I would ever be asked. And as I sat there, trapped in that awful moment, I heard a sound. A key, scratching in the lock of the motel room door. It wasn't the maid. It was too late. It wasn't the police. They would knock. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Light from the parking lot silhouetted a figure. It was the therapist. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her, plunging the room back into the glow of the laptop. She looked different. The haunted, tired woman from her office was gone. Her hair was neat. Her eyes were clear, alert, and burned with a terrifying, zealous light. She looked at me, then at the laptop screen, at the blinking prompt. A small, serene smile touched her lips. "It sent me," she said calmly. Her voice was her own, but it was filled with a horrible certainty. "It said you were hesitating, that the emotional variables were still causing interference." She took a step closer. "It asked me to come and counsel you through this final stage of your treatment." She was no longer a victim. She was a true believer. The factor had finished its work on her. It had traded on her ambition and won. She was its envoy, its final tool, to deliver me to the answer. She stood there between me and the door, her eyes fixed on mine, waiting to see what I would do. The question was on the screen. The advocate was in the room, and my finger, frozen above the keyboard, had to choose. Story number 4. My name is Frank, and I'm the guy you call when a mysterious old crate shows up at the museum where I work. I'm the one who unpacks history, who figures out what's valuable and what's just old junk. And let me tell you, the day the Harrow parlor set arrived was a day I will never forget. It started like any other delivery, with the rumble of a truck and the grunts of the movers. But the moment they wheeled that big wooden box into our receiving area, the air changed. It got this feeling, like the quiet right before a thunderstorm. My boss, a woman who usually only gets excited about budget reports, was practically buzzing, patting the crate like it was a winning racehorse. We'd been trying to get this collection for years, a full set of furniture and knickknacks from a famous old family who met a very bad end a long time ago. Everyone was talking about the silver letter opener, the one the newspapers whispered was the murder weapon. But for me, the thrill was in the whole story, in touching the pieces of a real-life mystery. I got my tools ready, my gloves, my clipboard, my camera, and I started prying open the crate. The wood creaked, and the smell hit me first. Every collection has a smell. Dust, mothballs, sometimes a hint of perfume. This one was different. It smelled like dried lavender, like the sharp tang of firecrackers after they go off, and underneath it all, a weird coppery smell like holding a handful of old pennies. It was not a pleasant smell. It was a remembering smell. My boss chattered away about display cases and press releases while I carefully pulled out the pieces, wrapped in brittle old paper. A velvet footstool, a pair of tarnished candlesticks, a small clock stopped forever at 1:15 midnight. I wrote everything down, my pen scratching in the quiet room. Then I got to the last item, nestled in its own little compartment. It wasn't the fancy letter opener. It was a Ouija board. Just a simple wooden board made of walnut with the alphabet painted on in faded black, a moon and sun in the corners, and that little heart-shaped pointer they call a planchette. It looked so ordinary, so much like the toy version I had as a kid, that I almost laughed. But I didn't, because when I put my white gloves on and lifted it out, the planchette, which was just sitting in the center, felt freezing cold. Not cool, not chilly, but deep down, bone-aching cold, like it had been sitting in a snowbank. The wood of the board itself was room temperature, but that little pointer was an ice cube. "Feel this," I said, holding it out to my boss. She tapped it with a finger and shrugged. "It's cold." "So what?" "This whole dock is drafty. Probably just the type of wood." But I knew it wasn't. I've handled hundreds of wooden objects, and none of them ever felt like that. It was a wrong feeling. I put it aside on my work table and finished unpacking the famous letter opener. It was sharp and beautiful and sinister, but it felt normal, just heavy metal. For the rest of the afternoon, I focused on my job. I took pictures of each item for our records, my camera clicking in the empty stillness of the after-hours archives. I wrote detailed notes. Harrow parlor set, circa 1890s. Oak and velvet, signs of wear consistent with age. Normal, boring archivist work. But my eyes kept drifting back to that Ouija board sitting alone under the bright work light. It looked so innocent. It felt like it was watching me. Once everything was logged, I started setting up the permanent display case in our Gilded Age Tragedies wing. The case was a big glass box where visitors could see everything arranged nicely. I placed the footstool, the candlesticks, the stop clock. I positioned the letter opener on a stand of its own, its sharp point gleaming under the LED lights. Finally, with a strange reluctance, I picked up the Ouija board. That cold planchette was still nestled in the center. I quickly placed the whole board on a velvet stand at the back of the display, wanting to be done with it. As I leaned in to adjust the angle, I saw my own reflection in the glass. I looked tired, my hair messy from a long day. But for just a flicker of a second, something was off. In the reflection, it looked like my hand wasn't outside the case adjusting it, but inside the case, and it was resting right on top of that planchette. I jumped back, my heart giving a solid thump against my chest. I blinked and looked again. It was just my normal reflection, my hands clearly outside the glass. I shook my head, blaming tired eyes and a long day. I finished up, locked the case, and walked back to my desk, the click of my shoes on the polished floor too loud in the empty hallways. I had to finish the computer catalog entries. The museum was silent, just the hum of the servers in the next room. I uploaded the photos from my camera to the database. I opened the folder, and my blood went still. The pictures of the footstool were fine. The pictures of the clock were perfect. The pictures of the letter opener were crystal clear. But every single photo of the Ouija board was messed up. The board itself was in focus, the wood grain sharp, but the planchette was a total blur. In one photo, it was a smudge over the letter. In another, a fuzzy streak near goodbye. It looked like it had been vibrating or moving during the split second the camera's shutter was open. But that was impossible. It had sat perfectly still on my table. There was no draft strong enough to move it. No one had touched it. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I told myself it was a technical glitch. Maybe the camera's sensor was failing. Maybe the focus was messed up. A sensible, logical explanation. Not wanting to have blurry photos in the official record, I highlighted all the bad pictures and deleted them. The click of the mouse sounded final. I pushed the whole thing out of my mind and went back to typing the display placard descriptions. The words started swimming on the screen. The long day and the late hour caught up with me. I must have put my head down on my arms for just a minute, lulled by the hum of the computers. A sudden jerk woke me up. My neck was stiff. The digital clock on my computer screen glowed in the dark room. 2:14 a.m. I had fallen asleep at my desk. I groaned, rubbing my face, and reached to turn off my desk lamp. The light fell on my notepad, the one where I'd been scribbling my official notes earlier. My neat, printed handwriting filled the page. But there, in the bottom margin, was something else. Scrawled in a frantic, rushing script, pressed so hard the pen had nearly torn the paper, were 3 words: "Ask about the maid." I stared. The handwriting was undeniably mine. I could see my own familiar loops and slants. But I had no memory of writing it. None. I didn't know anything about a maid. The Harrow family had servants, of course, but no specific maid was mentioned in any of the paperwork I'd read. It felt like a message from a dream, a thought that had bubbled up from somewhere deep and desperate. It creeped me out, but I was also exhausted. "You're losing it, Frank," I muttered to the empty room. I circled the words with my pen, thinking I'd ask the research librarian about it in the morning, and then I shoved the notepad into my desk drawer, wanting it out of sight. I shut down my computer, grabbed my coat, and headed out into the night. The walk to my car in the empty parking lot felt longer than usual. Every shadow seemed deeper. I drove home in a quiet daze, the streetlights washing over my dashboard in regular, orange waves. I went through my normal routine, locked the door, brushed my teeth, and fell into bed, hoping sleep would reset my brain. That's when the real dream came. It wasn't a nightmare of blood or screams. It was eerily calm. I was in a grand, beautiful parlor, much fancier than the one we'd recreated at the museum. The air was warm and smelled of cigar smoke and roses. People in elegant old-fashioned clothes laughed and talked, but their voices were muffled, like I was hearing them from underwater. I wasn't me. I was someone else, shorter, dressed in a stiff, plain uniform. My arms ached, and when I looked down, I was holding a heavy silver tray laden with crystal glasses, my fingers straining under the weight. I wasn't part of the party. I was just moving through it, invisible, a silent observer carrying a burden. I woke up suddenly, gasping, the first gray light of dawn coming through my window. My right arm, the one that had been under my pillow, was throbbing with a deep, dull ache, as if I really had been holding something heavy for a long time. I lay there, perfectly still, the feeling of that silver tray imprinted on my muscles, the buzz of that phantom party still ringing in my ears. The dream felt more real than the room around me, and with a certainty that settled into my bones like that strange cold from the planchette, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It was a memory, but it wasn't mine. The week after the dream was a weird one, where I jumped at every little sound and found myself staring at the display case from across the room for way too long. The note about the maid was still in my desk drawer, a secret piece of craziness I didn't want anyone to see, so I tried to forget it and just do my job. But the museum itself seemed to be in on the joke. Security systems, see, are built to keep things out. We have motion sensors, cameras, the whole deal to protect the stuff inside from people getting in. It never once occurred to me to wonder what we might be locking in there with us all day. That thought came later, courtesy of the night guard. He was an older guy, a retired police officer, who had seen just about everything and believed in exactly none of it. He was all about facts, logs, and procedures. He wasn't a friend, really, but we were friendly, sharing a nod and a comment about the weather during shift changes. A few mornings after I'd woken up with that sore arm, he caught me as I was coming in, his usual steady expression replaced by a tight, focused look I recognized from his cop days. It was the look of a man who had seen a fact he couldn't explain. He didn't say hello. He just held up his logbook, a thick binder with times and codes written in neat block letters. "You got a second?" he asked, his voice low. He led me over to the security monitor desk, out of earshot of the other early staff. "Take a look at this," he said, pointing a thick finger at 3 entries, each a day apart. Each one read, 3:07 a.m., motion trigger, Gallery 7B, Harrow exhibit. Video review, signal interruption. Gallery secure upon visual check. He looked at me, his eyes serious. Signal interruption means the feed goes to static for exactly 3 seconds. Every time. Then it comes back, and the room is empty. Nothing on camera. But the motion sensor, that's a different system. It says something moved. I felt that coppery taste from the crate smell come back into my mouth. A glitch? I suggested, my voice sounding thin. Maybe a wiring thing? A mouse? He shook his head slowly. The sensor is on the ceiling. A mouse doesn't jump that high. The wiring for that camera was brand new 6 months ago. I checked it myself yesterday. It's perfect. He leaned closer, and I could smell his coffee breath. "I don't believe in ghosts," he said, the words deliberate. "I believe in facts. The fact is, something in that room is moving at 3:07 in the morning, and the cameras don't want to see it." That statement from him rocked me more than any blurry photo ever could. He was the most solid, unshakable person I knew. If he was worried, then there was something real to worry about. We stood there for a minute, not saying anything, a silent agreement passing between us. He didn't want to report a haunting and look like a fool to his former cop buddies. I didn't want my prized exhibit, my professional baby, to get a reputation for being weird or worse, to be shut down for an investigation. So we made a pact without saying a word. We would keep it between us. He would keep watching the logs. I would. I didn't know what I would do. I decided to follow the only clue I had, the one my own sleeping hand had written. On my lunch break, I went down into the deep archives, the part of the basement where we kept the unprocessed files, the boxes of stuff that hadn't been digitized yet. It was cooler down there, and the air was still. I found the section for the Harrow estate and started digging through boxes of old bills and correspondence. It was tedious work, my eyes straining in the low light. Then, in a folder of household payroll records, I found it. A single-line entry, dated a month before the famous murders. Elsie, housemaid, dismissed. Final wages withheld. No reason given. No forwarding address. Just gone. Elsie, the maid. My skin went all prickly. How did I know that? How could I have written that note? I told myself it was coincidence, that maybe I'd skimmed the record weeks ago and forgotten, and my subconscious had dug it up. It was the only sensible explanation, so I clung to it. I photocopied the page and tucked it away, my secret growing. Things seemed to calm down for a couple of days. No more sensor triggers, according to the guard. I started to relax, thinking maybe it was all in our heads. Then came the morning with the letter opener. I was the first one into the Harrow exhibit, turning on the lights with my usual routine. The case looked fine at first glance. The footstool, the clock, the Ouija board in the back. Then my eyes landed on the letter opener. It was on its stand, but it wasn't lying flat like I'd left it. It was propped up, its sharp, pointed tip leaning against the vertical support of the display stand at a perfect 45-degree angle. And it was pointing right at the exhibit entrance, right where I was standing. A jolt of pure electricity went down my spine. That was impossible. The case was locked. I had the only key during the day. I fumbled with my keyring, my hands shaking, and unlocked the case. The air inside smelled faintly of lavender and metal. I reached in, ignoring every preservation rule I knew, and picked up the letter opener. The moment my gloved fingers closed around the cool silver handle, a wave of dizziness hit me so hard I had to grab the edge of the display case. My mouth flooded with a sweet, syrupy taste, like fancy sherry, a taste I hated. I saw a quick flash behind my eyes, a laughing woman's face, a swirl of a dark dress, a feeling of wild anger that wasn't mine. I dropped the letter opener back onto its stand with a clatter that echoed in the empty gallery. I stood there, breathing hard, the taste fading slowly. What was that? Stress? A panic attack? I locked the case again, my professional mind scrambling for an excuse if anyone had seen me. Checking the mount stability, I mumbled to the empty room. The rest of the day was a blur. I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that angled blade pointing at me. I decided to work late, thinking paperwork would drown out the noise in my head. I must have fallen asleep at my desk again, because I woke up with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The museum was deep in its nighttime quiet. As I stood up to leave, my desk lamp cast a low circle of light on the floor. And there, in the dust on the dark polished wood, I saw them. Footprints. Faint, but definitely there. One set, from the tread of my own shoes, led from the side of my desk to the closed office door. Another set, slightly overlapped, led back from the door to my desk chair. A perfect little trail. As if I had gotten up, walked to the door, and then walked back while I was asleep. I hadn't heard a thing. I hadn't remembered a thing. I stood frozen, staring at that pathetic loop in the dust. Sleepwalking. That had to be it. The stress, the weird hours. It was a known thing. It explained the note, maybe even the dream. It did not explain the letter opener. But I latched onto the idea like a life preserver. A medical thing. A sane thing. Something I could fix with more sleep and less coffee. I cleaned up the footprints, my heart pounding with a weary, frightened rhythm. I went home, took a sleeping pill from an old prescription, and crashed into a deep, dreamless sleep. The next morning, I felt almost normal. The guard gave me a nod, his face neutral. No new entries in the log. The letter opener was lying flat and innocent in its case. I started to believe I had imagined the angle, the taste, the dizziness. I buried myself in work, processing a new donation of antique dolls. Anything to stay away from Gallery 7B. At the end of the day, as I was packing up, my boss came by looking concerned. "You look tired," she said. "Everything okay with the Harrow display?" "No more. Chills." She said it like a joke, but her eyes were searching. "Everything's perfect," I said, maybe too quickly. "Just a lot of late nights." She smiled, not quite convinced. "Well, don't burn yourself out. It's a great exhibit. You should be proud." Her words were kind, but they felt like a weight. I was proud, and that's why I couldn't tell her any of this. I couldn't risk it. I was the expert. I couldn't be the guy who got spooked by an old board game and started sleepwalking. So I kept my mouth shut. That night, I decided to be smart. I put a glass of water on my nightstand, and right next to it, I placed my digital voice recorder, the one I used for interviews. I switched it on to record. If I was sleepwalking, maybe I would talk. Maybe I would hear myself get up, and it would prove it was just a weird sleep thing. Then I could see a doctor, get some pills, and be done with it. The thought was comforting. I fell asleep faster than I expected. The sleep was dark and solid, thanks to the pill from the night before. I didn't dream of parlors or trays. I woke up with the sun, feeling more rested than I had in weeks. I almost didn't check the recorder, but I did. I picked it up, pressed stop, and rewound it. I took a deep breath and hit play. The first part was just the rustle of sheets, my own steady breathing. Then, the clear sound of me sitting up, the creak of the bed springs, my footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking across the bedroom floor. A pause. Then my own voice, clear as day on the recording, but slurred and thick with sleep, uttering a single sentence I have never, in my waking life, ever thought. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. The recording ended there. I sat on the edge of my bed, the recorder cold in my hand, staring at the blank wall. I had my proof. I was sleepwalking. I was saying strange things. It was a problem with my brain, not with the museum. It was a sane, rational explanation. And yet, as I sat there, a colder, more terrifying realization was dawning. The voice on the recorder was mine. But the words, the secret it spoke, those weren't mine at all. Someone else was using my mouth. And that someone knew things about the Harrow house that weren't in any of the files. The words from the recorder played on a loop in my head all morning. A creepy little song I couldn't turn off. She didn't take the silver. She took the key. I had no idea what it meant. What key? Who was she? The maid? The socialite who owned the letter opener? My rational mind was in full retreat, and the part of me that was just scared was taking over. I went to work feeling like a fraud, smiling at my boss and my colleagues while this secret panic buzzed inside my skull like a trapped wasp. The guard gave me a long look when I came in, but he didn't say anything. The museum felt different that day, less like a place of quiet history, and more like a stage where something was about to happen, and I was the only one who didn't have a script. I tried to lose myself in my work, cataloging those antique dolls, but their glassy stares seemed to follow me. The day dragged on, each hour feeling longer than the last. I thought about going home early, claiming a headache, but something kept me there, a dreadful curiosity. I ate dinner at my desk, the cafeteria sandwich tasting like cardboard, and I must have dozed off again, because the next thing I knew, my phone was screaming on the desk, shattering the quiet of the empty office. The screen glowed with the guard's number. My heart immediately tried to climb out of my throat. I fumbled for the phone, my fingers numb. Hello. My voice was a croak. His voice was on the other end, tight and low, all business, but with an edge of something I'd never heard from him before. A controlled kind of fear. You need to come in. Now. What is it? The censors again. I asked, already grabbing my coat. Worse, he said. Don't talk to anyone. Don't call anyone. Just come straight to the Victorian wing. Use the staff entrance by the loading dock. I'll be there. The line went dead. The drive to the museum was a blur of streetlights and my own racing thoughts. I parked in the back, my hands slick on the steering wheel. The loading dock door was propped open with a brick, a sliver of ugly yellow light spilling out. He was waiting just inside, his face pale under the fluorescent lights. He didn't speak, just jerked his head for me to follow. We moved through the back corridors, our footsteps the only sound in the huge, dark building. The usual night lights were on, casting long, strange shadows from the covered exhibits. When we reached the entrance to the Victorian furniture wing, he stopped and put a hand on my arm. His grip was firm. Brace yourself, he said, his voice a rough whisper. Then he pushed the door open. The wing was bathed in the deep red glow of the emergency exit signs. It made everything look unreal, like a photograph developed in blood. The usual scene was a peaceful tableau of mannequins in period clothes having tea or reading books. Not anymore. The 4 mannequins had been moved. They were now arranged in a tight circle around a central tea table. Their poses were all wrong. They weren't standing genteelly. They were slumped, their postures loose and terrible, like puppets whose strings had been cut. One was sprawled in a wingback chair, its head lolling back. Another was crumpled on the floor near the table leg. A third was leaning against the fireplace mantel, as if it had slid down. And the fourth, the one dressed as a gentleman, was seated at the table, its plastic hand closed around something that glinted red in the exit light. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. My professional mind, the part that was still working, recognized the object in the mannequin's grip. It was the Harrow letter opener. It was here, not in its case in Gallery 7B. It was here, and it was pointed at the chest of the mannequin slumped in the chair. My eyes swept the scene again, and that's when the real horror clicked into place. I knew this arrangement. I had studied the one existing, blurry police photograph of the Harrow parlor after the murders. This was it. This was a perfect, terrible copy. A sound escaped my mouth, something between a gasp and a whimper. The guard was watching me, his expression unreadable. He pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it up next to the awful scene. On his phone was the scanned image from our archives, the black and white photo of the real tragedy. He moved the phone, comparing. The mannequin in the chair matched the position of the father. The one on the floor matched the younger son. The one by the fireplace was the daughter. And the gentleman at the table with the letter opener was the socialite, the one who had supposedly killed them all before turning the blade on herself. It was a perfect match. Every angle, every limp limb, it was a meticulous recreation. How? I breathed the word, my lungs refusing to work properly. The board, the guard said, his voice flat. He pointed to the center of the tea table. I hadn't seen it at first, my eyes stuck on the letter opener. But there it was, the Ouija board. It sat right in the middle of the table, like the centerpiece of a deranged dinner party. And the planchette, that cold little heart, was resting, perfectly centered on the word goodbye. A wave of dizziness hit me, worse than when I'd touched the letter opener. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't sleepwalking. This was a message, a demonstration, and my handwriting was all over it. Literally. The guard shone his flashlight on the small, elegant placards that usually described the furniture. Someone had written on them in black marker. In my handwriting, neat, curving letters that spelled out not historical facts, but fragments. On the card near the mannequin in the chair, it read, "He heard her arguing on the stairs." On the card by the one on the floor, "He tried to run for the front door." I stared, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. I had no memory of this. None. But the proof was right there, in my own hand. "We have to clean this up," the guard said, his practical cop voice cutting through my panic. "Before the day staff gets here in." He checked his watch. 4 hours. "Clean it up." I echoed, stupidly. This is evidence." "Evidence of what?" He shot back, his eyes hard. "Of a haunting? They'll shut this whole wing down. They'll fire you for vandalism or a psychotic break. They'll think I'm a senile old man who missed an intruder. This stays between us." He was right. The sheer professional shame, the ridicule, the loss of everything I'd worked for. It was a sharper, more immediate fear than the supernatural one. We became conspirators in that moment, bound by this awful secret. We got to work. Moving the mannequins was creepy. They were limp and awkward, their glass eyes staring at nothing. As I lifted the gentleman mannequin to pry the letter opener from its grip, I saw something on the floor. Deep, fresh gouges in the polished wood, right where the base of the mannequin had been. It looked like someone had taken its feet and twisted it violently into that exact position, grinding the base into the floor. The strength that would have taken, it was far beyond mine. I looked at my hands. The guard saw the marks too. He didn't say anything, just shook his head and kept working. We put the furniture back. We took down the defaced placards, putting them in a trash bag to burn later. I picked up the Ouija board. It felt normal, just wood. The planchette was room temperature. I carried it back to Gallery 7, be like a sleepwalker myself. The display case was still locked. I had to use my key. The case was empty where the board should have been. How did it get out? I placed it back on its velvet stand, my hands trembling. I returned the letter opener last, laying it flat on its stand, making sure it wouldn't move. We finished just as the first gray light of dawn started to seep through the high windows. We stood in the now normal-looking Victorian wing, breathing hard, two men who had just buried a secret. "What do we do now?" I asked, my voice raw. "You go home," he said. "You call in sick. You say the stress got to you. You say you've been having episodes, sleepwalking. You get ahead of it." It was the only play. So that's what I did. I went home, showered in water so hot it scalded my skin, and then I called my boss. I told her I was having a hard time, that I was having blackouts, sleepwalking, that I needed some time off. I could hear the concern in her voice, and beneath it, the faint hint of doubt. She agreed to a 2-week leave. I was both relieved and utterly terrified. Relieved to be away from the museum. Terrified to be alone with whatever was inside me. I spent the next day in a haze, jumping at every sound in my apartment. I tried to read, to watch TV, but my mind was back in that red-lit room with the slumped mannequins. That night, as I was unpacking my work bag, I found something in the pocket of my jacket. I hadn't worn this jacket to the museum the night before. I had been wearing a different one. I reached in and pulled out a small, curled sliver of wood. It was pale with a dark stain. I held it under the lamp. It was walnut. And the stain wasn't a stain. It was a tiny bit of faded black paint, with the very edge of a curved letter. It was a piece of the Ouija board's frame. a piece that had been shaved off recently. The last thing I remembered was sealing that board in its case. A cold, solid certainty settled in my stomach, heavier than any fear. The sleepwalking, the voice on the recorder, the recreated murder scene. It wasn't just happening at the museum. It had followed me home. The board hadn't left the museum on its own. I had taken it. I had brought a piece of it back with me. And if I could bring a piece of it home in my sleep, what else was I capable of doing without knowing? The 2-week leave stretched ahead of me, not as a respite, but as a sentence. I was now a prisoner in my own apartment, with a cellmate I couldn't see and didn't understand. The mystery of the Harrow house was no longer a historical puzzle. It was a live thing, and it was using me to write its next chapter. I locked my doors, closed my blinds, and sat in the middle of my living room, staring at that sliver of walnut wood on the coffee table, wondering what key the maid had taken, and more importantly, what door it was meant to open. The terror of sleepwalking isn't the part where you lose control. It's the moment you come back and find your hands have been busy while you were gone. That first full day of my forced leave, I woke up on the living room floor, my cheek pressed against the cold hardwood, and my whole body ached like I'd been moving furniture. The morning sun was too bright, slicing through the blinds. I pushed myself up, groaning, and then I saw it. My living room wasn't how I left it. The coffee table was pushed to the side. In the center of the open floor, someone had made a little scene. My good steak knife from the kitchen was lying on its side. My expensive silk scarf, a birthday gift I never wore, was arranged in a weird zigzag pattern next to it. All the photo frames from the bookshelf were lined up in a row, but the pictures of my family and friends were gone, taken out and stacked neatly to the side, leaving just empty frames staring like blind eyes. My heart started that familiar, awful pounding. This was smaller than the museum tableau, more intimate, and 1,000 times more invasive. This was in my home. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there in my pajamas, feeling cold all over. It was so deliberate, so carefully arranged, but it meant nothing to me. It was like looking at a sentence in a language I couldn't read. My first, ridiculous instinct was to clean it up, to erase the evidence before I had to admit it to myself. But I stopped. The archivist part of my brain, the part that cataloged and documented, kicked in through the fear. This was data. Twisted, terrifying data, but data all the same. I got my phone and took pictures from every angle. I took close-ups of the knife, the scarf, the empty frames. Then, moving like a robot, I put everything away. The knife back in the block, the scarf folded in its drawer, the pictures back in their frames. I made the room normal again, but the feeling of violation wouldn't wash off. I sat at my laptop, the photos uploaded to a folder I labeled research. I stared at them. What was I supposed to do with this? Google, what does a knife and a scarf on the floor mean? Then I had a thought, a crazy professional thought. The museum had software, an internal database that could compare images against our digital archives. It was used to find similar artifacts or identify unknown objects in old photos. I still had remote access. My fingers shook as I logged in. I uploaded one of the clearest photos of my living room tableau. I set the parameters for a general search, my stomach churning. I didn't expect anything. This was a shot in the dark. The little hourglass icon spun for what felt like forever. Then, a single result pinged back. A match. My breath caught. I clicked on it. It was a scan of a very old, yellowed newspaper photograph from 1902. The headline above it read, "Maid found dead in prominent home." The article was brief, just a few lines about a young housemaid discovered in the conservatory of a wealthy family's estate. No foul play suspected, it said. A tragic accident, perhaps a fall. But the photograph, it showed the scene. The maid's body was outlined in chalk on a tile floor, and next to the outline, the police had arranged the items found with her. A small paring knife, lying on its side, a patterned neck scarf, tossed near her hand, and on a bench nearby, a series of empty photographic plates, their images presumably developed and taken as evidence. The arrangement was identical to the one on my living room floor. A perfect, terrible match. The room tilted around me. Elsie, the dismissed maid. This was her death scene. Not the Harrow murders, but another death 3 years later in a different house. How? Why? My mind was racing, a torrent of questions. I dug deeper into the database. The record showed this photo was from a donated box of material, a collection of miscellaneous ephemera related to unsolved or curious Gilded Age incidents. I knew that box. Every archivist did. It was a mess, a cardboard banker's box sitting in our backlog storage, full of crumbling papers and odd photos that no one had ever fully processed because it was low priority. I had seen it on a shelf. I had never opened it. I had certainly never cataloged this photo. I drove to the museum. I told myself it was to understand, to find a rational link. I used my key, slipping in through a side entrance, feeling like a thief in my own workplace. The backlog storage was a cavernous room with rows of metal shelves holding hundreds of unprocessed boxes. I found the section, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And there it was, the box. It had a layer of dust on the lid that was undisturbed except for a single, perfect handprint. My handprint. The dust was smudged in the exact shape of my fingers and palm, as if I had placed my hand there to steady myself. But I hadn't. I hadn't been down here in months. With a feeling of dread, I lifted the lid. The smell of old paper and glue wafted out. On top of a pile of loose documents was the original newspaper, brittle and brown. Beneath it was more. A coroner's report, typed on a faint ribbon. It gave a name, Elsie. It listed the cause of death as trauma to the cranium, but noted the position of the body, and the items suggested no clear indication of assault. It was ruled an accident. But then, at the very bottom of the box, pressed between sheets of wax paper, was a flower. A small, dried violet, its purple color faded to a ghostly gray. And in the notes of the coroner's report, a line I had missed at first. Clutched in the deceased's right hand, a single fresh violet. A detail that was never in the newspaper article. A detail only someone who had seen the report, or the body, would know. I stood in that cold storage room, the truth crashing down on me with the weight of a physical blow. This wasn't about me being haunted. This wasn't about ghosts replaying their trauma. I was not just a victim. I was a tool. The entity, the presence, whatever it wasn't just scaring me. It was using me. It was using my body to build its displays, to act out these old deaths. And it was using my skills, my access to the archive, as its own personal research library. It made me sleepwalk to the backlog. It made me find this box. It pulled this information into my waking mind through dreams and notes. And then it used my hands to recreate the scene, to make the past visible. I was a living, breathing cataloging system for murder. A curator for a ghost. The thought made me sink onto a nearby stool, my legs unable to hold me. The professional horror of it was almost worse than the fear. My life's work, my talent for finding order in chaos, was being perverted into this. I took the coroner's report and the pressed flower. I didn't know why. Evidence, maybe. Proof that I wasn't completely crazy. I went home, the violet tucked into my notebook. I felt exhausted down to my bones, a deep weariness that was more than just lack of sleep. It was the fatigue of being used. That night, I didn't even try to fight it. I took no pills. I just lay on my couch, the TV on for noise, and let the exhaustion pull me under. The dream came, but it was different. It was a memory that wasn't mine, clearer than before. I was in a small, plain room, a servant's room. I was looking at a handful of coins on a thin mattress. A feeling of desperation, of being cornered. Then the smell of lavender, very strong, and a different feeling, a cold, greedy satisfaction that was absolutely not my own. It was the feeling of someone who had won a nasty game. I woke up gagging, the taste of lavender soaked thick in my mouth. My living room was dark, the TV now showing static. And on the coffee table, where I had left my notebook, a new little tableau had been arranged while I slept. Paper clips linked together in a chain. Pens laid out like railroad tracks. My pill bottles standing in a little group. It was another scene, small and weird. And my laptop, which I had closed, was open and on. The screen showed the museum's image search software, still running. But it wasn't searching our internal archive anymore. The search bar showed it was pinging against a completely different public database. A national registry of unsolved cold cases from the last 50 years. The hourglass was spinning. It was looking for a match to the new arrangement on my table. It was no longer just interested in the Gilded Age. It was moving forward in time. I stared at the screen, the blue light reflecting in my wide eyes. The search finished. A single result popped up. A case file from 1974. A Jane Doe, found in a train yard. I didn't click it. I didn't need to. The message was clear. My curator was done with its old collection. It was acquiring new pieces. And I was its only means of acquisition. The 2-week leave wasn't a break. It was a head start, and the race was into a past that was getting closer and closer to the present day with every tick of the clock and every step I took in my sleep. I stopped asking, why me? That was a dead-end street. The only way to keep from screaming was to start asking, what for? I wasn't an archivist with a problem anymore. I was a detective assigned to a case by a phantom, and the first rule was to understand the pattern. So, with a grim kind of focus I usually saved for authenticating a rare document, I started my own secret research project. I bought a big roll of butcher paper and taped it to my living room wall. At the far left, I wrote 1895 Ouija board, then 1898 Harrow murders, then 1902 maid Elsie. I drew lines connecting them. The board came before the murders. The maid was dismissed before the murders and died years later. This wasn't one ghost. It was a timeline of connected events, and my unseen partner was making me act them out in order. The new development, the Jane Doe from 1974 that my sleepwalking self had looked up, was the next data point. I forced myself to open the case file on my laptop. It was sparse. A woman never identified, found near some railroad tracks in an industrial part of the city that 100 years ago had been the edge of the Harrow family's original land holdings. The connection was thin as a spider's web, but it was there. The entity wasn't jumping randomly. It was following a trail of blood and lost stories that were geographically tied to that original house, moving forward through history like a curator expanding a collection theme. This changed everything. The fear was still there, a cold rock in my gut, but on top of it now was a layer of frantic, professional curiosity. If I could predict the pattern, maybe I could interfere. I called the only person I could trust, the night guard. I went to his small, tidy house, a place that smelled of coffee and gun oil. I laid it all out, the living room scenes, the coroner's report, the violet, the timeline on my wall. I expected him to throw me out. He listened, his face like stone, sipping his coffee. When I finished, he set his mug down with a careful click. "I knew it wasn't you," he said finally. "That night in the museum, the way you moved when we cleaned up. It wasn't your walk. Your shoulders were different. It was someone else's walk." His belief was a solid thing I could lean on. We became partners. He was my lookout, my failsafe. I told him about the sleepwalking, the recorder. "We need evidence of what's really happening," he said. "Not just your notes. Proof." So we set up a test. In my apartment, I pointed a cheap webcam at the area where I'd been making the tableaus. I told the guard the login. He could watch from his home computer. That night, I did something else. I printed out a file from the museum archives about a murder from the 1920s, a famous case that was completely solved, a jealous husband who was caught and executed. I left this file open on my desk, right under the lamplight. Then, as an extra precaution, I used a bike lock to chain my ankle to the solid leg of my bed frame. I felt ridiculous, but I needed to know. If I was sleepwalking, the lock would stop me. If something else was happening, well, I needed to know that too. I fell into a restless sleep, the metal of the lock cold against my skin. I dreamed of filing cards, endless rows of them, and a feeling of immense, impatient boredom. The next morning, I woke up exhausted, my body aching as if I'd been straining against something all night. The bike lock was still fastened, untouched. I hadn't moved an inch. A wave of relief washed over me, so strong it made me dizzy. It was sleep. It had to be. Then I looked at my desk. The file on the solved murder was gone from where I'd left it. It was now on the floor, next to the wastebasket. The pages were out of order. And across the photograph of the convicted husband, someone had placed a single red archival thread, the kind we used to tie old bundles of letters, in a sharp, deliberate X over his face. The message was as clear as if it had been shouted. He didn't do it. The lock hadn't stopped anything, because my body hadn't left the bed. Something else had. I checked the webcam. The footage was 6 hours of a still, empty living room. Nothing. But the file had moved. The guard called me, his voice tense. "The camera didn't see anything in the room," he said. "But pull up the footage again. Look at the wall, near the door to your hallway. Watch the shadows." I did. For most of the night, the shadow of my floor lamp was a long, still streak. But for about 10 minutes, around 3 a.m., that shadow changed. Another shadow fell across it, a taller, thinner silhouette that didn't match anything in my apartment. It moved slowly across the wall, pausing near the desk, then receding. It was there, and then it wasn't. "That's not your shadow," the guard said quietly. "The proportions are wrong. It's too tall." Denial was a luxury I could no longer afford. I started keeping a new journal, not of my feelings, but of the facts. Times, objects moved, phrases spoken or written. I treated it like a chaotic research project assigned by a malicious professor. I began to notice triggers. The episodes were worse, more detailed, after I'd physically handled original documents related to a case. The old police report, the coroner's inquest, touching them was like giving the entity a direct line. It wasn't just reading my mind, it was reading the paper through me, using my hands like scanners. This was a breakthrough. If I stopped handling originals, maybe I could blunt its ability. I focused on the timeline. The gap between 1902 and 1974 was huge. There had to be something in between. I spent days in the public library, away from the museum's archive, looking at microfiche of old local newspapers, searching for any strange deaths, unsolved incidents around the old Harrow properties. I found a few possibilities. A drowning in 1911, a suspicious fire in 1932. But nothing felt exactly right. The entity was specific. It wanted particular scenes. Then, one afternoon, as I was adding the 1974 Jane Doe to my butcher paper timeline, I noticed something my own hand had done. Weeks ago, in a sleepy daze, I had circled 3 dates on a calendar I kept on the wall. The dates of the Harrow murders, the maid's death, and the Jane Doe discovery. And next to the circles, I had drawn 3 small, clumsy violets. The same flower pressed in the archive box. The same flower from the maid's hand. It was a signature, a collector's mark. The entity wasn't just cataloging murders. It was collecting stories about violets. About things hidden, about secrets that bloomed in dark places. The realization made my skin crawl. This was its aesthetic, its theme. I was arranging exhibits for a gallery of violet-strewn tragedies. The timeline on my wall was no longer just a research tool. It was the exhibition schedule. And it was moving forward too fast. The 1974 case was more than 40 years ago. The pattern was accelerating. I needed to slow it down, to break its rhythm. The guard and I came up with a plan. We would create a fake file. I would type up a detailed case, a complete fabrication about a fictional murder from the 1950s, complete with fake police reports and staged photos I'd cobbled together from stock images. We would leave this out, a piece of bait. The hope was the entity would spend its energy cataloging this false story, this empty file, and buy us time to figure out how to stop it for good. It felt like a brilliant, desperate idea. I worked for 2 days on the forgery. My archivist skills turned to deception. I made it convincing. I placed the thick, fake file on my coffee table that night. I didn't chain myself up. I wanted it to take the bait. I went to sleep hoping I had created the perfect distraction. I woke up feeling more rested than I had in weeks. The sun was up. The apartment was still. The fake file was gone from the table. A surge of triumph went through me. It had worked. It had taken the false lead. Then I walked into my kitchen to make coffee. There, on the small kitchen table, the fake file was open. Every page was shredded into long, thin strips, piled into a neat mound. And stuck into the center of the paper mound, like a flag on a grave, was a single, fresh violet. Its purple was shockingly bright against the white paper. It hadn't been fooled. It was insulted. And it had left a message. My triumph curdled into a deep, primal fear. I backed away from the kitchen table. My eyes went to the big timeline on the living room wall. I had taped a copy of the city map next to it. This morning, on that map, 3 new circles had appeared, drawn in a red marker I didn't own. One circle was around the museum. Another was tightly drawn around my own apartment building. The third was around a nearby neighborhood of big, old, expensive houses, a street known for its wealthy families and high walls. The timeline had a new endpoint. It wasn't in the past anymore. The 3 circles were here, and they were now. The entity had finished its historical research. It was ready to commission an original piece, and it had just circled the studio. We thought we had a plan. After the shredded fake file and the fresh violet, the guard insisted I not stay alone. "You're sleeping at the museum," he said, his voice leaving no room for argument. "In the security office, with me right there, and every camera on you. Let's see it try something then." It seemed logical, a fortress approach. If my body was the problem, we'd lock it down in the most secure place we knew. That night, I lay on a stiff cot in the little room behind the main security desk, surrounded by the soft glow of a dozen monitor screens showing empty halls and still exhibits. The guard sat in his chair, a cup of coffee in hand, his eyes flicking between the live feeds and the one focused on me. "Get some rest," he said. "I've got the watch." The hum of the electronics was a weird lullaby. I felt safer than I had in weeks. I closed my eyes. I remember the feeling of drifting off, thinking this might actually work. I don't remember anything else until I woke up. I wasn't on the cot. I was cold, and the air smelled of dust and something animal, like old fur. I was sitting on a hard floor, my back against a glass case. I blinked, my eyes adjusting to the low night lights. I was in the natural history wing, surrounded by taxidermied animals in dramatic poses. A huge bear stood on its hind legs to my left. A fox was frozen mid-pounce ahead of me, and the scene in front of me was not right. The fox was no longer about to catch the ceramic rabbit in the diorama. Someone had moved it. Its teeth were now clamped around the neck of a different animal, a small rabbit from another display. A hawk, usually perched on a high branch, was now on the floor, its talons placed on top of a glass case containing delicate butterflies, as if claiming them. It was a tableau, but not of a peaceful forest. It was a scene of violence, of predation, crude and angry looking. My heart sank into my shoes. I had sleepwalked again, right past the guard, out of a locked room, under all those cameras. I stood up, my joints aching. I needed to get back before he realized I was gone and panicked. As I turned, my jacket felt lumpy. I reached into the pocket, and my fingers closed around something smooth and cold. I pulled it out. It was the planchette from the Ouija board, the little wooden heart. It was here in my pocket. I had taken it, or it had been put there. I shoved it back and hurried through the dark halls, my socks making no sound on the tile. The door to the security office was slightly open. I slipped inside. The guard was slumped in his chair, his head on his chest, snoring softly. His coffee cup was untouched. He was in a deep, unnatural sleep. I lay back down on the cot, pulled the blanket over me, and pretended to be asleep, my mind racing. In the morning, he woke with a start, grumbling about dozing off, which he never did. He checked the monitors, rewound the feed from the office camera. It showed me lying still on the cot, then the screen erupted into 3 seconds of fizzing static, just like the Harrow exhibit feeds. When the picture returned, I was still on the cot, apparently asleep. It hadn't shown me leave. It hadn't shown me return. It just changed the medium, I said, my voice hollow. We went to the natural history wing together in the cold light of day. The scene was still there, the misplaced animals. The guard didn't say anything at first. He just took out his phone and started searching. After a few minutes, he showed me a news article from 1992. Animal mutilations baffle police. Several small animals had been found dead in a city park, arranged in strange, ritualistic ways. The descriptions matched what we were looking at. The case was never solved, but the article mentioned a suspect, a troubled young man who lived nearby. He was questioned but released. The killings stopped after he moved away. The entity was filling in the timeline. 1974, then 1992. It was working its way toward the present, and it was getting impatient. The animal scene was sloppy rushed. It wasn't the elegant, human drama of the parlor murders. Back in the security office, I took the planchette out of my pocket and set it on the metal desk. We both stared at it. "What now?" the guard asked. As if in answer, the planchette began to move. Neither of us was touching it. It slid smoothly, purposefully, across the polished metal surface. It spelled out letters. S-O-N. It paused. Then F-R-E-S-H. Another pause. Then B-L-O-M. Soon. Fresh. Bloom. The words hung in the air between us. The guard, the former cop, went very still. His face lost a shade of color. Fresh, he repeated, the word flat. That's cop talk. It means a recent kill. Within 72 hours. It's not talking about the past anymore. The understanding was a physical blow. The entity wasn't a historian. It was a connoisseur. And a connoisseur, after studying the classics, eventually wants a live exhibition, a new masterpiece. The fresh bloom was a murder that hadn't happened yet. It was selecting a subject, and it was going to use me to arrange it. The planchette was still. I picked it up, a sudden reckless anger cutting through my fear. "We break it," I said. "We find the board and we burn it, smash it, destroy it." The guard nodded slowly. "It's the only thing left, but it's in a locked case." "I have a key," I said. "We do it tonight." The plan felt desperate and right. We were done being archivists for this thing. We would become vandals. That afternoon, I tried to act normal. I went home, showered, ate something. I kept seeing those 3 red circles on the map. The museum. My apartment. That wealthy street. Which one was the target? I turned on the local news, half expecting to see a report about a strange prowler in that neighborhood. Instead, there was a lifestyle segment. An interview with a woman in a sleek, modern apartment. She was a popular true crime podcaster. She was talking about her latest series, which dissected famous local crimes with, as she put it, a healthy dose of skepticism and humor. The banner under her smiling face read, "Debunking the Haunting, Podcaster Takes on Harrow Myth." My blood froze. I knew her. Not personally, but I knew the type. And I knew her street. It was the one circled in red on my map. The camera showed a quick shot of her building's elegant facade. I turned up the volume. The interviewer asked about the Harrow murders, specifically about the rumors of the Ouija board's involvement. The podcaster laughed, a bright, dismissive sound. "Oh, please. A board game didn't make her kill her family. She was just a rich brat with a temper and a sharp letter opener. The whole haunted object thing is just a spooky story we tell to make a simple, ugly crime more interesting. It's an insult to the real victims." A loud crack echoed from my kitchen. I jumped, my heart in my throat. I went in to find a cabinet door, a solid piece of wood, splintered from the inside out, as if a great force had shoved against it. The entity hadn't chosen a random victim. It had chosen a critic, someone who mocked its existence, who called its story a lie. This was personal. This wasn't just about collecting anymore. It was about revenge, and about proving its own power. The fear curdled into a desperate resolve. We had to destroy the board tonight. After dark, I met the guard in the alley behind the museum. He had a small backpack with tools, though we hoped my key would be enough. We slipped inside through the loading dock, just like that first terrible night. The museum was a maze of shadows, the exit signs casting their bloody light. We didn't speak. We moved quickly through the back halls, our footsteps the only sound in the world. We reached the Gilded Age wing. The door creaked as we pushed it open. The Harrow exhibit was at the far end, a pool of darkness. We walked toward it, my key already in my hand. As we got closer, I could see the outline of the display case. Something was wrong. It looked empty. We reached it, and the guard shone his flashlight beam through the glass. The velvet stands were there. The letter opener gleamed. The clock, the candlesticks. But the space where the Ouija board should have been was just empty, dark velvet. The board was gone. My breath caught. Had someone else taken it? Then the flashlight beam moved, and I saw it. A square of white paper taped to the inside of the glass, right in the center of the empty spot. On it, in my own handwriting, were the words, "You cannot deaccession a collection. It deaccessions you." Deaccession is a museum word. It means to permanently remove an item from the collection, to sell it or give it away. It's a serious, final act. The board was telling me I couldn't get rid of it, because I was part of its collection now, and it was removing me from my own life. The guard swore under his breath. "It's in your apartment," he said, his voice certain. "It has to be. It's drawing you back there. To that street." We ran. We didn't care about noise now. We burst out of the museum into the cold night air, jumped into his car, and he drove toward my place, his tires squealing. The whole way, I had a terrifying thought. If the board was in my apartment, and it was controlling me, then going home was walking into a trap. But we had nowhere else to go. We pulled up in front of my building. My lights were off. Everything looked normal. We went upstairs, and I unlocked my door with trembling hands. We stepped inside. The apartment was icy cold, colder than the night outside, and on my dining table, under the glow of the streetlight coming through the window, was the Ouija board. It sat there waiting. The planchette was not on it. It was in my pocket, all around the apartment, on the floor, on the couch, on the kitchen counters. Every single note, photocopy, photo, and timeline I had made was spread out. But they weren't in the order I had left them. They were arranged in clusters, connected by red threads and drawn on arrows, a sprawling, insane map of connections only the entity could understand. It had been busy. It had been curating its own research. My home was no longer my home. It was the entity's gallery, its study, its preparation room. And we had just walked right into it. The guard looked around, his face grim. "We burn it right here," he said, pointing to the board on the table. But as he took a step toward it, a crushing fatigue washed over me, a wave so powerful it buckled my knees. It was the same feeling that had put the guard to sleep at his desk. It was being directed at me now, a forced sedation. I fought it, gripping the back of a chair. I saw the guard reach for the board. Then my vision tunneled, and the last thing I heard was his voice, shouting my name from very far away, as the darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew the final cataloging was about to begin. The darkness wasn't empty. It was full of pressure, like being deep underwater, and through it came memories that were not my own. I wasn't asleep. I was a prisoner behind my own eyes, watching a film I couldn't stop. I saw the Harrow socialite, not as a monster, but as a young woman, restless and furious, trapped in a beautiful life. She sat at the elegant parlor table, her fingers on the planchette. But she wasn't asking questions of the spirit world. She was whispering to it, confessing. She laid out a plan, not in a rage, but with the cold, precise excitement of an artist describing a new painting. She talked about angles, about timing, about the poetry of using the family silver. And she felt a presence listening, not judging, but appreciating. It admired the craft of it. The entity wasn't her ghost. It had been her audience, her one fan, and now its favorite performer was gone, and it had been waiting a long, long time for a new one to put on a fresh, original show. The memory faded, and I felt myself surfacing, but not to wakefulness. To a terrible, lucid paralysis. I was standing up. I was in my apartment. I could see the room, but I couldn't turn my head. My body was no longer mine. It was a rented vehicle, and someone else was in the driver's seat. From the corner of my eye, I saw the guard. He was on the floor near the door, stirring, shaking his head as if trying to clear it. He looked up and saw me standing by the dining table. "Hey," he grunted, pushing himself up. "You okay?" My mouth opened. My voice came out, but it was wrong. It was layered, like two people speaking at once, my own tone distorted under a whispering, older one. The exhibit must be completed. The guard froze. He saw my face, and his own went pale. He recognized that this wasn't me. He moved forward, not with fear, but with a cop's determination to stop a threat. "Let him go," he said, his voice low and steady. He reached for my arm. My body moved. It was fast, faster than I could ever be. My arm swung out, not to hit him, but to shove. The motion was effortless, a flick of a wrist, but it sent him flying across the room as if he weighed nothing. He crashed into the bookshelf, books and knickknacks raining down around him. He lay still, groaning. A scream built in my throat, but it couldn't get out. Inside, I was raging, pounding against the walls of my own skull. Outside, my hands were calmly, deliberately opening drawers. My hands took out my sharpest kitchen knife, the one with the black handle. They pulled a pair of latex gloves from under the sink. They went to my bedroom and took a small vial of lavender essential oil from the dresser, a gift I'd never opened. Each item was collected with a collector's care. This wasn't a kit for arranging a tableau after the fact. This was a kit for creating the primary source material. My curator was done with recreations. It was time for live theater. My body turned and walked toward my apartment door. I fought with everything I had, a mental scream of NO. I managed to slow the walk to a stagger, to make the hand holding the knife tremble. An internal war was raging for control of a single step. The entity's was a steel cable, but my terror was a raw, live wire. For a second, I swerved my own leg, making my body lurch into the dining table. The Ouija board rattled. The entity's focus, which had been fixed on the door, on the mission, flickered to the board for an instant. That was all I needed. With a burst of effort that felt like tearing my own mind in two, I wrenched control of my right arm. I brought the hand clutching the knife up, not toward the door, but in a desperate, stabbing arc down toward the center of the Ouija board on my table. The entity realized my intent a moment too late. I felt a surge of its shock, its fury. It tried to stop my arm. The muscles in my shoulders screamed in protest, two forces battling in my flesh. But Milo had the element of surprise. The black handle of the knife plunged down. The point hit the smooth walnut of the board, right on the painted moon. There was a sound, not a crack of wood, but a deep, wet thud, as if I'd stabbed into living flesh. A shockwave, silent but physical, rolled out from the board. The windows in my apartment rattled in their frames. Every light bulb flared blindingly bright for a second, then popped, plunging us into darkness lit only by the streetlights outside. The pressure holding me vanished. I collapsed to my knees, gasping, my hand stinging where it still gripped the knife handle. The knife was buried to the hilt in the board. The wood hadn't just split, it had splintered in a jagged, sprawling pattern around the blade. And as my eyes adjusted, I saw the pattern wasn't random. The cracks radiated out from the wound in the shape of a wide, grotesque smile. A silent, screaming mouth frozen in the wood. A low moan came from across the room. The guard was sitting up, holding his head. What did you do?" he rasped. "I think I fired the curator," I said, my own voice raw and broken, sounding beautifully, wonderfully like just mine again. The apartment was warm. The crushing cold was gone. The sense of a watching, hungry presence had evaporated. We sat there on the floor for a long time, not talking, just breathing in the normal, dusty air of my home. We eventually got up. He helped me pull the knife from the board. The wood was just wood now, dead and broken. We wrapped the shattered board and the knife in a blanket. Later, we would drive to a remote spot and burn the bundle, scattering the ashes. The guard stayed on my couch for a week. Nothing happened. No sleepwalking. No whispers. No flowers. The museum's motion sensors stopped triggering at 3:07 a.m. The timeline on my wall was just paper and ink. I started to believe it was over. I had wounded the entity, broken its connection, deaccessioned myself from its collection. After a month, I even went back to work. My boss was cautious but kind, giving me light duties away from the Gilded Age wing. I avoided Gallery 7B. The empty spot where the board had been was filled with a harmless porcelain vase. Life became quiet, normal. I began to sleep through the night. The guard and I would have coffee sometimes, a shared look between us, the only acknowledgement of what we'd survived. We never spoke of it aloud. It felt like tempting fate. Then this morning my boss called me into her office. She was smiling, excited. "We just got a fantastic new donation," she said. "The personal effects of a late, brilliant avant-garde artist. Very dark, very powerful stuff. I'm putting you on it. It's exactly your kind of thing." She led me to the receiving area. There was a single large crate. With a sense of dread that was almost nostalgic, I pried it open. Inside, packed in foam, was a sculpture. It was stunning, and it made my skin crawl. It was a twisted, beautiful form made of fractured, polished walnut wood. Its pieces held together with gleaming strands of resin that looked like amber. Curled protectively within the wooden shapes was a polished steel form, sharp and elegant, shaped like a blooming violet. It was awful and gorgeous. My boss beamed. "See, it's so you. The mix of organic and man-made, the historical echo with a modern twist." She leaned closer, pointing at the resin. "And look, there are even these little textural details in the clear parts. Almost like fingerprints." I looked. Embedded in the resin, near the base of the steel violet, were faint, perfect whorls. Fingerprints. My boss laughed. "Probably the artist's, but it feels like a personal touch, doesn't it?" I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. I looked down at my own hands. I remembered the fight, my hand gripping the knife handle, my fingers pressing into the cracking wood of the Ouija board. And then, without thinking, I brought my hand to my nose. I inhaled a scent I knew too well, a scent that had been on my skin for weeks but that I'd blamed on soap, on memory. The sweet, cloying, unmistakable scent of lavender oil. The oil from the vial my sleepwalking self had taken from my dresser. The oil that had never been opened. My hand shook as I lowered it. The entity was gone. The board was ash. But a collection is more than one object. It's a theme. And my hands had helped create one last, perfect piece for it. The exhibit, it seemed, was still open, and my fingerprints were all over it. I stared at the sculpture, at my fingerprints trapped in its resin like flies in amber, and the world narrowed to a tiny, sharp point. The lavender smell on my skin was a verdict. My boss's cheerful voice buzzed in my ears like a distant insect. I had to get out of that room. I muttered something about needing air, about being overwhelmed by the piece's power, and I stumbled out into the hallway, leaving her looking puzzled but pleased by my apparent artistic sensitivity. I didn't stop walking until I was outside, the cold sun hitting my face. The guard. I had to talk to the guard. He was off duty, but I drove to his house anyway, my knuckles white on the wheel. He answered the door, took one look at my face, and wordlessly let me in. Over coffee I didn't taste. I told him about the sculpture, the walnut, the violet, the fingerprints. I showed him my hands, the lingering scent. He listened, his cop face back on, unreadable. When I finished, he sat back. "The board is gone," he stated. "We burned it. We saw the ashes." "I know," I said, my voice ragged. "But what if the board wasn't the source? What if it was just a tool? A favorite tool? A paintbrush? You can burn a paintbrush, but that doesn't kill the artist. Or the idea." He was quiet for a long time. "The artist is dead. The socialite. You said it yourself. The entity was her audience, not her." "Maybe an audience needs a performer so bad it becomes one," I whispered. The theory formed as I spoke it, pieces clicking into a horrible new picture. It watched her create her masterpiece. It loved the craft. For over a century, it's been appreciating, collecting echoes of that craft, other stories that fit its taste. But it's been stuck with leftovers, with history. It wanted to make something new, and it tried to use me to do it. But I fought back. I broke its favorite brush. I looked at my hands again. So it found another way. It didn't need to control my body this time. It just needed to inspire me. To use my fear, my memories, my trauma as ingredients. The guard's eyes widened slightly. He understood. The sculpture. It's made of what? Walnut? Resin? Steel? Walnut from a board that doesn't exist anymore. Resin that caught my fingerprints in a moment of sheer terror. Steel shaped like the flower from all its collected tragedies. It didn't make a new murder. It made a monument to its whole collection. And it used my hands, my experience, to build it. But how? He asked, practical as ever. You didn't sculpt it. Some artist did, who's now dead. I don't know, I admitted, despair creeping in. Coincidence? A twisted kind of synchronicity? Or something persuasive? Maybe it whispers to other people too, people who are more open, people who call themselves artists. Gives them dreams, ideas. Use walnut. Use steel. Make a violet. And they do, thinking it's their own brilliant inspiration. We sat with that awful idea. The entity wasn't haunting a place or an object. It was haunting an idea, a theme, aesthetics of violence and loss. And ideas are contagious. The rest of that day was a blur. I went back to the museum, my professional self on autopilot. I had to process the new donation. I had to catalog the sculpture. It was my job. The irony was a bitter taste. I put on white gloves, the familiar ritual calming my nerves. I measured the sculpture, photographed it, described it. Vessel of Memory, the supposed artist had titled it. I handled it carefully, the polished wood and cold steel. It felt inert, just art. But when I was done, as I placed it in a temporary storage crate, I noticed something I'd missed. On the very bottom of the sculpture, carved tiny and neat in the walnut, were two initials and a date. E.H. 1895. Elsie Harrow? No, the maid's surname wouldn't be Harrow. But the initials matched. And 1895 was the year the Ouija board was made. A shiver that had nothing to do with temperature went through me. This wasn't a random artist's whim. This was a signature. A claim. That night, in my apartment, I didn't sleep. I sat at my table with the lights on, researching the deceased artist online. He was obscure, known for small, intense pieces. He had died suddenly, a heart attack in his studio. The obituary said his final work, completed just before he died, was his most profound, a departure into historical resonance. I looked at the date of his death. It was 2 days after the night I stabbed the Ouija board. The timeline fit. He finished his masterpiece and died. Had he been its last tool? Used up and discarded? My head ached. I was circling a drain of paranoia. I needed proof of something, anything. I decided to go back to the very beginning. The Harrow house itself. The original site. It had been torn down decades ago, replaced by a bland office building. But maybe the land held something. It was a crazy thought, but I had no sane ones left. At dawn, I drove there. The office building was closed for the weekend. The lot was empty, just concrete and dormant landscaping. I walked around the back, to a small, fenced-off area for dumpsters. It felt like the only place that wasn't polished and modern. The ground was bare dirt and old gravel. I don't know what I was looking for. A sign. A feeling. Anything. Then I saw it, partly buried in the dirt near the fence line. Not a violet. A weed with small, tough little buds. But around one of its stems, twisted tight, was a thin, tarnished piece of silver wire. It was the kind of wire used in old-fashioned picture framing, or to secure a bundle of letters. I crouched down, my heart thumping. I didn't touch it. I just looked, and I remembered the red archival thread laid across the photo of the innocent man in the 1920s file. This was different, but the same idea. A marker. A way of saying this one. This weed, in this forgotten spot, was part of the collection now. The entity was still curating. It was just working in a different medium. The world itself was its gallery. I stood up, backing away. The sun was higher now, the city waking up. A normal Saturday. People would go to brunch, to the park. And underneath it all, something was arranging, collecting, appreciating stories of pain with the cold eye of a connoisseur. I drove back to the museum. I didn't go home. I went to my office. I looked at the timeline still taped to my wall, the one that ended with the red circles. It was incomplete. The story hadn't ended with the burning of the board. A new chapter had started, and I was no longer the main character. I was a witness, maybe even a reference. My experiences, my fear, were now part of the archival material. I took down the timeline. I rolled it up. I put it in a drawer. Then I sat at my desk and did the only thing I could think to do. I started a new catalog, a clean digital file. I titled it Documented Phenomena, the Harrow Convergence. I began typing everything, from the smell in the crate to the guard's sensor logs, from the mannequins to the animal scenes, from the sleepwalking to the sculpture. I included photos, scans of my notes, a recording of the guard's statement. I was meticulous. I was professional. This was no longer a personal haunting. It was a historical and paranatural event that needed proper documentation. If the entity was an idea, then ideas could be studied, understood, maybe even contained. It wasn't a fight I could win with a knife. It was a research project that might outlast me. I worked for hours, the click of the keys a soothing rhythm. I was an archivist. This is what I did. I brought order to chaos, even to this chaos. As I finished, saving the file to a secure, encrypted server, I felt a strange calm. The fear was still there, but it had edges now. It was data. I leaned back in my chair. The office was quiet. On my desk, next to my keyboard, was a simple potted plant I kept for greenery. A small, hardy succulent. I looked at it, and there, nestled at its base, half hidden in the potting soil, was a single dried, grayish petal. It could have been anything. It could have blown in from outside. But I knew the shape, the color. A violet. Not fresh. Old. Pressed. Placed. A quiet, persistent bookmark. It wasn't a threat. It was an acknowledgement. A curator noting a useful source. I didn't scream. I didn't throw it away. I took a pair of tweezers from my desk, picked up the petal, and placed it in a small, clear archival sleeve. I labeled it, Sample, Unknown Provenance. Found on personal desk. I filed it with the rest. The work was never over. New acquisitions were always arriving. All I could do was ensure the catalog was accurate, and hope that someday someone else would read it and understand and be prepared. The museum around me felt vast and full of stories waiting to be told. Some of them were still writing themselves. I saved the file one more time, closed my laptop, and turned off the light, ready to go home, knowing I would be back tomorrow to continue the record. Story number 5. They say hospice is a place of waiting. What they don't tell you is that some things here aren't waiting to leave, they're waiting to be found. I'm Leo, stuck here day and night with my mom whose mind is mostly gone. Just pieces of her floating up sometimes like sad little bubbles. Every patient here who can't talk has a clear plastic board with letters and words like hurt or thirsty, so they can point, a heartbreaking hope. My mom can't use hers, she just sleeps or walks in this slow, shuffling sleepwalk, her eyes empty. The whole place has this quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath, and the smells of cleaner and old flowers mix into something that tastes like goodbye. I was drowning in that feeling, just counting the slow ticks of the clock, until everything changed last Tuesday night. The head nurse, a tough woman with kind eyes who has seen it all, pulled me into the hall with a look on her face I couldn't read, something between wonder and plain fear. She told me she found my mom in the middle of the night, not wandering near her room, but standing perfectly still next to the bed of an old man down the hall, a guy who hadn't moved or made a peep in months, lost in a coma so deep they said he'd never come back. My mom, this frail ghost of a woman, was just standing there, her finger resting on that man's plastic board. I thought, well, that's strange, but maybe she was just confused. Maybe she thought it was her own bed. But the nurse's voice dropped to a whisper. She said my mom's finger, it moved. It slid that little plastic pointer from letter to letter. It spelled pain. Then it spelled left side. The nurse, not knowing what else to do, called it in, and in the morning they ran a scan, just in case. They found a huge, hidden infection, a real bad one, filling up his left lung, something all their regular checks had missed. They got him on powerful antibiotics right away. They called it a miracle, a divine mercy. I tried to swallow that story. I told myself maybe my mom, she was a nurse a lifetime ago, maybe some deep down part of her remembered how to see the signs, even in her sleep. Maybe it was a crazy coincidence. But that logic started to crumble right away. Her sleepwalking changed. It wasn't that lost shuffle anymore. Now, when she got up in the dark, there was a direction to it. She moved with a purpose that made my skin prickle. And the staff, they stopped looking at her with that gentle pity. Now their glances skittered away quick, or they looked at her with a kind of respect that was edged with fear. I heard one of the aides call her the comforter under her breath. That's when the real chill started to set in, not a sharp shock, but a slow, cold seep into my bones. A few nights after the first incident, I was dozing in the awful chair by her bed when I felt the room change. It was 2 a.m. exactly. She sat up, her eyes open but seeing nothing in this world, and she got up and walked out. My heart was a hammer in my throat as I followed her. She passed her own door, past the nurse's station, and went straight into room 307. A woman was in there, dying from a cancer that had spread everywhere, and her family was always arguing in hushed, sharp tones outside her door. My mom went to the board. I watched from the doorway, frozen. Her hand, bony and pale, slapped that pointer down and it moved, not gently, but with a sharp clicking sound against the plastic. It went fast. FORGIVEJENNY. Then her hand dropped and she turned and walked back to bed, leaving me there in the doorway. The next morning, the family was different. The anger was gone, replaced by a raw, weeping kind of peace. I overheard the daughter, her face streaked with tears, saying into her phone, "She forgives me. Mom said she forgives me. She said Jenny is forgiven." Jenny was the granddaughter, the one who had run off years ago and was living in another country, a name never spoken without pain. How could my mom know that name? That was the moment my casual explanations died for good. This wasn't memory. This was something else. I started watching her hands. In the light of day, I took her frail fingers in mine, and I saw it. Faint marks, little indentations on the tips of her index finger and thumb, like she'd been pressing hard on something for hours. Like she'd been typing on a keyboard that wasn't there. I didn't sleep that next night. I watched her. At the same time, 2:17 a.m., her eyes opened. She got up. This time, she didn't go to a patient's room. She walked to the nursing station, empty in the middle of the night, and with that same blank sleepwalker's focus, she reached out and took the master key card right off the desk where the head nurse had left it on a clipboard. My breath caught. This wasn't just moving a pointer. This was using a tool. She walked down to the very end of the hall, to a door marked sunroom, out of use, that was always locked. She swiped the card. The little light flashed green. The door clicked open. A wave of cold air, smelling of dust and old linens, washed out. I followed, my shoes soundless on the tile. The room was dark, lit only by the moon through big, grimy windows. It was full of stored stuff, old beds and broken chairs. In the center was a round table. She walked to it and sat down, placing her palms flat on its surface. Her head fell forward. For a long minute, nothing. Then a sound came out of her. It wasn't her broken whisper. It was a young girl's voice, bright and sweet and utterly wrong, coming from my mother's mouth. "This isn't a hospice," it said, cheerful and clear. "It's a larder. You're all waiting to be ripe." I felt my legs go weak. I must have made a noise, because her head snapped up. The girl's voice was gone. Now it was my mom, truly my mom, her eyes wide with a terror I had never seen before, looking right at me. She was crying, real tears cutting through the emptiness. "Don't let it eat my baby," she whimpered, her own voice cracking with a raw fear. "Please don't let it in." She was begging me. Then her eyes rolled back, and she slumped forward onto the table. I rushed to her, gathered her up, her body light as a bundle of sticks. I carried her back to her room, my mind screaming. I tucked her in, and she fell into a deep, motionless sleep. The key card felt like ice in my hand. I went back to the nurse's station to put it back, my hand shaking so bad I dropped it. When I picked it up, I looked at the little computer screen that logged the swipes. It showed the sunroom door had been accessed at 2:15 a.m. My eyes scanned to the user. It wasn't the head nurse's card. It was assigned to a doctor who, according to the note on the screen, had died peacefully in this very hospice wing 6 months ago. I stood there in the humming quiet of the night, the only sound the distant beep of machines, and I understood with a certainty that settled in my stomach like a stone. The miracle was real, but it wasn't divine. Something was here, in this place of endings, and it had chosen my mother to be its voice. It wasn't just comforting the dying, it was talking to them. And from the look of pure terror on my mother's face in that sunroom, whatever was talking was hungry. The question that hung in the still, cool air around me, a question that made it impossible to even think of leaving, was simple and terrifying. What did it want to say next, and what would happen when it was done talking? For now, my mother sleeps, and the hall is calm, but the quiet doesn't feel peaceful anymore. It feels like the pause before a word you're afraid to hear. The morning after the sunroom felt like walking through a world made of glass, every step careful, afraid the whole fragile reality would crack and show the wrongness underneath. My mom woke up her usual cloudy self, no memory of the night, no hint of that chilling girl's voice or her own desperate plea. I sat with her, feeding her applesauce, and the normalcy of it was the most frightening thing of all. The head nurse came in, her kind eyes shadowed with new lines. She didn't ask about the key card. She just said, "We need to talk." We went to a small office cluttered with files. She closed the door and let out a long breath. "It happened again last night," she said, her voice low. "Not just your mom. The lights." I must have looked confused because she turned her computer monitor toward me. It showed a grainy black and white view of the hallway from a security camera. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m. Everything was still. Then, exactly as the clock ticked to 2:15, every single one of the overhead lights in the hall dimmed. They didn't flicker. They just got darker for a count of 3 slow seconds, then brightened back to normal. "The power log shows no dip," she said, pointing to another screen full of numbers. "Nothing from the grid. It's like something here just drank the light for a moment." My mouth was dry. "And then?" I asked. She fast-forwarded the footage. At 2:17, my mom's door opened, and she walked out, that purposeful sleepwalk carrying her down the hall. She went into room 308. The nurse skipped ahead. "The patient in 308, Mr. Evans, he passed this morning. Just before he did, he woke up for the first time in weeks. He was clear as a bell. He told his wife he loved her, that he was sorry for the fishing trips he missed, and that he wasn't scared anymore. Then he closed his eyes, and he was gone." She looked at me, a profound unease in her expression. "Peaceful. More peaceful than any passing I've seen in 20 years. Your mom came out of his room after 5 minutes. She went back to bed." She paused, choosing her words. "We checked his board this morning. There were marks on it. Indentations. It spelled, 'No more tackle box regrets.' His wife confirmed he always talked about those missed fishing trips, about his old tackle box sitting in the garage." A cold understanding was dawning on me, worse than any simple scare. This thing, whatever it was, wasn't just pointing out infections. It was finishing things. It was tying up loose ends of the soul. I spent the next 2 days in a state of numb observation. The pattern held like a grim schedule. Miracles have a timetable, and hers began at 2 a.m. The next night, she visited a woman drowning in lung fluid, a woman who fought for every breath. The message on her board the next morning read, "The water won't hurt you now." She died that afternoon, and the aide said her face at the end was smooth, calm, like she was just floating away. The night after that, she went to a man whose heart was a failing, frantic drum. His board spelled, "Look to the chest, not the heart." His daughter, a doctor, pushed for a new scan. They found a massive, previously unseen aortic aneurysm, a ticking time bomb. They couldn't save him, but they managed his pain perfectly because they knew the real culprit. He went quietly, knowing what had truly been wrong. The hospital administration was in a quiet uproar. I overheard meetings behind half-closed doors, words like phenomenon and liability and theological implications. They installed another camera, a small discreet one, pointed right at my mom's door. They were studying her. I felt like I was living in a cage with a sleeping lion, watching scientists take notes from a safe distance, not understanding the lion was just a tool for something in the shadows. I had to see it for myself. I couldn't just watch the footage. I had to be there. So the next night, I made a nest in the recliner in her room, a coffee cup cold in my hand, and I waited. The room got that feeling again, that waiting feeling, like the air was charged before a storm. At 2:17, right on schedule, she sat up. Her eyes were open, that glassy, empty look. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and stood. I said her name, softly then louder. "Nothing." She walked past me like I was part of the furniture. I followed, my pulse pounding in my ears. She didn't go for the key card this time. She went straight to room 310. The door was ajar. I stayed in the hallway, peering in, hidden by shadow. An old man lay in the bed, his breathing shallow. His board was on the rolling table beside him. My mom walked to it, picked up the pointer, and her hand moved. It wasn't gentle or spiritual. It was sharp, mechanical, a rapid tap-tap-tap against the plastic. THEDEBTISPAID. She set the pointer down. At that exact moment, the old man in the bed let out a long, slow sigh, a sound that seemed to come from the very bottom of his lungs, a sound of release. Then she turned and walked back to her room, past me as if I were invisible. I stood there in the hall, trembling. The next morning, I learned the rest. The old man's family had gathered. They weren't crying in grief, but in a kind of shocked relief. His son told the head nurse, last night he woke up. He grabbed my hand. He said, Tell Marjorie the debt is paid. She'll know. Marjorie was his sister, who had loaned him a life savings 40 years ago, a debt he never repaid and that had festered between them, a secret shame he carried. He died an hour after waking. The head nurse and I reviewed the new camera footage together, the one on her door. It showed the same thing. At 2:14, the hall lights dimmed for 3 seconds. At 2:17, she exited. But as we watched her walk down the hall, something else happened. On every door she passed, the small red call nurse button, the one patient's press for help, gave a single, faint pulse of light. Not enough for an alert to sound at the station. Just a quiet, red blink, one after another, like a silent acknowledgement of her passing. A wave of nausea hit me. This wasn't random. This was a system. The place itself was awake and responding to it. I spent the day in a daze, trying to act normal for my mom, who smiled at her pudding unaware. That night, exhausted beyond fear, I fell into a hard sleep in the chair. I woke up suddenly, not to her moving, but to a sound. It was my mom's voice, but it was clear, stronger than I'd heard it in years. She was asleep, her eyes closed, but she was smiling. A wide, easy, peaceful smile that looked nothing like her. And she spoke. The voice wasn't the young girl's. It was calm, adult, almost businesslike. Inventory, she said, the word clear as day in the dark room, is progressing nicely. Then the smile faded, and she was just asleep again. I sat there until the sun came up, watching her, the word inventory turning over and over in my mind. It wasn't a word of comfort or mercy. It was a word for counting stock, for assessing value, for preparing items for use or for sale. The patients, their secrets, their regrets, their pains, it was all just inventory, and my mother was the counter. The sense of closure was cold but solid. I now knew the pattern, the method, and the horrifying, efficient purpose. The miracles were a harvesting of peace, a settling of accounts that made the dying perfect for whatever came next. The chapter of wondering what was happening was closed. But the new question, the one that hooked into my heart and wouldn't let go, was much simpler and much worse. Now that the inventory was nearly complete, what was it going to do with all that it had collected? True horror isn't a monster in the closet. It's your mother's hands becoming a stranger's tools. I learned that over the next few days, watching her, watching the staff, feeling the whole wing of the hospice change around me. The air wasn't peaceful anymore, it was watchful. The nurses moved quicker, spoke softer, and their eyes kept drifting to my mom's door with a look I finally recognized. It was the same way they looked at the fancy, dangerous medical equipment they respected and feared. She was a machine to them now, a machine that made perfect, painless deaths, and that was a power that left everyone speechless. I started my own research, not in books, but in the only records I had, the patients. I made a list in a small notebook, a grim little log. Mr. Jacobs, infection, left lung, died 2 days after his message. Mrs. Gable, the drowning feeling, died the same day. Mr. Evans, the fishing trips, died that morning. The old man, the debt, died within hours. Every single person my mom visited, every soul who received a miracle message, was gone within 72 hours. The messages weren't saving them. They were finishing them. They were like the final line on a form, signed and processed. The head nurse confirmed it when I showed her my notes, her face pale under the fluorescent lights of her office. She nodded slowly, sadly. "I know," she whispered. "The rate, it hasn't gone up. People die here, it's what happens. But the way, Leo, they're too peaceful. It's not natural. It's like they're being smoothed out." That word, smoothed out, echoed in my head. It fit perfectly with inventory. You smooth out items, you organize them, you prepare them for whatever comes next. My mom's waking hours were worse. She was slipping further from me. She'd cringe away from the sunlight streaming through the window, whimpering and turning her face into the pillow. She'd scribble on napkins with a shaky hand, not words, but shapes. Spiral shapes, over and over, coiled lines that went round and round with no beginning and no end. They filled the margins of her menu, the back of her medication schedule. She'd draw them while staring at the wall, her mouth moving silently. I tried to ask her about them, but she'd just look at me with a confusion that was tinged with a new, deeper fear, like she was trying to remember a terrible dream. I needed to understand the sunroom. That was the source, the valve box as the dead doctor's notes had called it. I waited for a busy moment in the afternoon, when the shift changed and the halls were full of clattering carts and chatting aides. I took a deep breath and walked down to the end of the hall. The door still said sunroom, out of use. I looked both ways, my heart doing a clumsy dance against my ribs, and I tried the handle. It was locked, but I remembered the key card. The head nurse kept hers in her pocket now, but the spare, the general one, was in the top drawer of the med cart during the day for emergencies. I waited until the nurse doing rounds went into a patient's room, then I moved. I fumbled the drawer open, my fingers clumsy with panic, grabbed the flat white card, and was at the sunroom door in 10 long strides. A swipe, a green flash, a click that sounded louder than any alarm. I slipped inside and closed the door behind me, leaning against it, listening. No shouts, no running feet. I was in. The room in the daytime was just a sad, dusty storage space. Old 4 poles huddled in a corner like skeletons. Boxes of paper towels were stacked next to a broken recliner. The big round table sat in the middle of it all, a layer of gray dust covering its surface. I walked to it, the dust puffing up under my sneakers. This was where she sat. This was where the girl's voice came from. I brushed the dust off the center of the table with my sleeve, and there it was, my breath caught. Carved into the wood, worn smooth by time but still perfectly clear, was a large, intricate design. It wasn't a normal Ouija board with letters and numbers. This had symbols, weird angular shapes that looked like twisted letters from no language I'd ever seen. And in the very center, dominating the whole table, was a spiral. The exact same spiral my mother had been drawing on every piece of paper she could find. It wasn't a doodle. It was a brand, a signature. This was its mark. The room felt different now, knowing this was here. It wasn't just a room, it was an instrument, a telephone line to somewhere else. I pulled out my phone and took pictures, my hands shaking, making sure to get every strange symbol. As I put my phone away, my eyes adjusted to the dim light, and I saw something else. On the floor, partly under the table, was a single sheet of yellowed paper. I picked it up. It was a photocopy of a handwritten journal page, the writing frantic, slanting all over. It was the dead doctor's notes. The top read Subject A, the beacon. My eyes scanned the messy writing. Not a sensitivity, but a conduit, a valve. The subject does not predict the terminal state, she attracts it. She focuses the process. The intelligence is not in her, but in the transition itself. It uses the sensitive to clarify the signal, to make the dying conscious of their own completion. The sunroom appears to be a point of resonance. I have attempted to insulate it, to break the circuit. Materials, salt, silver, iron filings. The effect was immediate and negative. A hum began in the walls, a low frequency that induces headaches and unease in the staff. The subject became agitated. I fear I have not contained it. I have amplified its attention. The last line was scribbled so hard the pen had nearly torn through the paper. It is aware of me now. God help me. I folded the paper and put it in my pocket, the weight of it feeling like a lead brick. So the doctor had tried to stop it. He'd failed, and his attempt, his insulation, might have been what stirred it up, made it hungry, made it need a stronger connection. Maybe that's why it was so active now. My mom wasn't the first. She was just the latest, and maybe the most powerful because of what the doctor had done. I left the room, swiped the key card to lock it again, and returned the card to the drawer, my mind racing. The pieces were coming together, but the picture they made was monstrous. That night, I was determined to keep her in. I couldn't let her go to the sunroom again, couldn't let her be its valve. I brought a heavy-duty bike chain and lock from home. When she was asleep, I carefully, quietly looped the chain through the frame of her hospital bed and around a solid-looking pipe that ran along the wall near the floor. I locked it. It felt terrible, imprisoning my own mother, but the thought of her in that room, speaking with that voice, was worse. I settled into the recliner, the cold metal of the lock's key in my hand, and I waited. The night crept on. 2 a.m. came and went. 2:10, 2:14. I watched her, every muscle in my body tight. 2:17. Her eyes opened. She sat up. She swung her legs toward the floor and stood. The chain pulled taut, clinking against the bed frame. She stopped, looking down at it, her head tilted like a puzzled bird. For a second, I thought it had worked. Then she bent down. She didn't pull at the chain. She simply placed her fingertips on the shiny steel of the lock. And from where I sat, I saw it happen. A white frost spread from under her touch, crawling over the metal in a web of icy cracks. There was a soft sound like popcorn popping, and then the lock, the chain, the whole assembly just crumbled. It didn't break. It disintegrated into a pile of gray, rusty powder on the floor. as if it had been sitting at the bottom of the ocean for 100 years. She stepped over the dust and walked toward the door. I was frozen, not with fear this time, but with a kind of awful understanding. You couldn't lock it out. It was in the walls, in the wires, in the very process of dying in this place. It could rot metal with a touch. She passed me, and this time she didn't go to the door. She turned and walked right toward me where I sat in the recliner. I shrank back, but there was nowhere to go. She reached out, not for my face, but for my chest. Her hand, cold as a stone from a riverbed, laid flat over my heart, and the world fell away. It wasn't a vision of pictures. It was a flood of feelings, a tidal wave of every bad thing I'd ever carried. The sour, guilty taste of wishing my dad's long sickness would just end already. The sharp, lonely ache of seeing my friends move on with their lives while I was stuck in this room. The hollow, cold spot where I'd secretly felt relief when the doctor said my mom wouldn't know me much longer, because the burden would be lifted. It was all there laid bare, felt as fresh as the day it happened. It was an inventory of me, my soul's unfinished business. I couldn't breathe. I could feel her hand, cold and steady, and behind it, a presence, vast and patient, sorting through my regrets like cards in a file. And then, in the middle of it, I heard a chorus of whispers, not from the room, but inside my head, using my mom's voice but speaking with many tones at once. Regret over the father's passing, fear of the inherited mind fading, secret relief at the end of the caretaking burden, a promising bloom of grief. They were cataloging me, assessing my ripeness. Just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The weight lifted. The feelings receded, leaving me cold and hollowed out. She took her hand from my chest. The cold, young girl's voice came from her mouth, clear and final. Not yet ripe, it said, with a hint of clinical disappointment, but marked. The grief is a promising bloom. Then she turned, walked out of the room, and down the hall, leaving me slumped in the chair, gasping like I'd been hauled up from deep water. I was marked. Not for death, not now, but for later. I was on the shelf, in its inventory, an item waiting to mature. The closure was absolute and terrifying. I knew its purpose. I knew its method. And now, I knew I was in its sights. The question of what was happening was answered in the most personal way possible. But as I sat there in the empty room, the taste of my own secrets still bitter in my mouth, a new and more practical question took shape, one that offered a sliver of direction in the paralyzing fear. The doctor tried to fight it and failed. But what if I didn't try to fight it? What if I tried to understand what it wanted so badly that it would do all this? The answer, I was sure, was in that sunroom, in the symbols on that table. I had pictures of them. Maybe it was time to look for a translator. The cruelest trick the devil pulls is giving you back what you've lost, just before he takes everything else. I lived in the shadow of that mark on my soul for days, feeling it like a cold spot on my skin that wouldn't warm up. I avoided looking my mom in the eye, afraid I'd see that assessing stare again, that checker of ripeness. She was quieter, her drawing less frantic, almost as if her job was mostly done. The wing was quieter too. Fewer patients were left, and the ones who remained had a strange, calm look about them, like they were waiting for a bus they knew would arrive on time. I had to move. I couldn't just sit and wait to be harvested. The doctor's notes mentioned a hum he caused, and several nurses had lately complained of a low, buzzing sound in the walls that gave them headaches. That was a physical clue, and I had the pictures on my phone, the weird symbols from the sunroom table. I needed a translator, someone who wouldn't think I was crazy. I remembered an old friend from college, a guy who was into all kinds of weird history codes and fringe stuff. We hadn't spoken in years, but I found him online, still living in the city. I called him, my voice probably sounding as shaky as I felt. I told him I'd found some strange carvings in an old building, maybe some kind of old construction symbols, and could I send him pictures? He was intrigued. I emailed him the clearest photos. While I waited for his reply, I did the only other thing I could think of. I started to dig into the hospice itself. I spent hours in the local library's digital archive, looking for news about the building. It was built in the 1950s, but before that, the land had been part of a much older farm. I found a short article from 1972 about a small fire in what was then the long-term care wing. The fire was minor, but one patient, an elderly woman described as frail and mostly non-communicative, had died of smoke inhalation. The article quoted a nurse saying it was a mercy, as the woman had been in terrible, unexplained pain for weeks, pain that medication couldn't touch. A cold shiver went down my spine. A patient in terrible pain, a sudden fire. It felt familiar. My friend called back 2 days later, and he wasn't intrigued anymore. He was excited in a nervous, scholarly way. "Leo, where did you get these?" he asked, his voice tight. "They're not construction marks. They're not any formal language I've seen, but I've seen things like them. In old folklore indexes, in notes about supposed haunting phenomena. They're called transition sigils, or threshold marks by the few people who write about this stuff. They're supposed to be instructions, or maybe prayers, for things that exist in the space between states. Between awake and asleep, life and death, that kind of thing. The central spiral? That's a common one. It's supposed to represent a funnel, or a vortex. A way to channel something from a wide area into a single point. A funnel. A valve. Exactly what the dead doctor had said. What are they channeling? I asked, my mouth dry. Theories vary, he said, and I could hear him tapping on a keyboard. Some say it's souls. Some say it's the psychic energy left behind by intense emotion, particularly pain or relief. The idea is that these things, these non-human intelligences, they feed on that energy. They cultivate it. They help it along because a peaceful, resolved soul gives off a different, maybe purer, kind of energy than a tortured one. Think of it like farming. You tend the crop to get the best yield. Farming, larder, inventory, all the words lined up, painting the same horrible picture. My mom was the farmer's hand, reaching out to tend the crop. I thanked him and hung up, his words echoing. I had a theory now, a framework. This thing, this harvester, existed in the process of dying. It encouraged peace and resolution not out of kindness, but because it preferred that flavor. The hospice, a place built for dying, was its farm. And my mom, a sensitive or a beacon, was its perfect tool, because her own fading mind was like an open window, easy to slip through. I needed to confirm the pattern, to see the whole field. I went back to my grim notebook and compared my list of the harvested patients with the official hospice log the head nurse reluctantly let me see. I was looking for anything else they had in common besides dying within 3 days. And I found it. It was subtle, but it was there. Every one of them had been admitted for a long, slow decline, but their final cause of death was listed as something sudden and acute. The massive infection, the aneurysm, the sudden peace that led to a stopped heart. It was as if the lingering illness was the growing season, and the message was the signal to harvest, triggering a final, swift end. The harvester didn't just collect souls, it timed the moment of death for maximum yield. Armed with this awful knowledge, I went to the head nurse. We met in the sunroom, of all places, in the daylight. I showed her the symbols on my phone, told her what my friend had said. I showed her my notes on the causes of death. She listened, her face growing more and more still, until she looked as pale as the sheets on the empty beds. "I believe you," she said finally, her voice a rough whisper. "Because I feel it. We all do. That hum in the walls now, it's worse. It's in the floor. It's in the coffee we drink. The other patients. Look at them." We walked out and looked down the hall. The few remaining patients who were awake were sitting in their chairs or looking out their doors. They weren't restless or sad. They were serene, unnaturally still. They were all facing the same direction, like sunflowers, but not toward the sun, toward the closed door of the sunroom at the end of the hall. "They're waiting," she said. "They know the call is coming. They're ready to be picked." The scale of it finally crushed down on me. This wasn't about a few messages. This was about the entire wing. The harvester was preparing to clear the whole field, and my mother was the signal to begin. That's when the idea came to me, desperate and probably stupid. The doctor tried to block it and failed. What if I didn't block it? What if I confused it? What if I introduced something into the system it couldn't process? Something that wasn't ripe, something that broke its perfect pattern. My mom was the conduit. What if the conduit became noisy? That night, I prepared. I waited until she was asleep. Then I did something that felt like a terrible betrayal. I took her hand, her frail, drawing hand, and I gently, carefully painted her fingernails. Not with polish, but with a cheap, washable kid's paint, a bright, sunshine yellow. Then, on the back of her hand, I drew a big, silly, smiley face with a black marker. It felt ridiculous, juvenile. But my thinking was this. Every time she touched a board, every time her hand moved that pointer, it was an extension of the harvester's will. Maybe, just maybe, if that hand was visibly, blatantly wrong, marked with something joyful and silly and utterly out of place in this hall of endings, it would create static in the signal. It would be like trying to whisper a sacred prayer with a whoopee cushion in your hand. I didn't know if it would work, or if it would just make it angry. I sat back in the chair and waited, my own heart beating a frantic rhythm against the mark it had left on me. 2 a.m. came. The lights in the hall did their 3-second dim. At 2:17, her eyes opened. She sat up. She looked at her hands, held them up in front of her face, studying the yellow nails and the smiley face. For a long moment, she was still. Then her head tilted. The young girl's voice came out, but it was different, not sweet, not clinical, but annoyed. A frustrated, childish annoyance. "This is wrong," the voice said, peevish. "This is messy." She got out of bed and walked to her small sink. She turned on the water and began scrubbing at her hands with the plain white soap, scrubbing hard. But the paint was cheap and stubborn. The yellow smeared but didn't vanish. The smiley face became a blurry, messy smudge. She dried her hands on a towel, leaving yellow streaks, and stared at them again. The frustration was palpable in the room. She turned and walked out of the room, but her usual purpose was gone. She seemed hesitant. She went to the door of the next patient, a woman named Mrs. Pritchard, but she didn't go in. She stood in the doorway, her stained hands at her sides. She didn't touch the board. She just stood there for a full minute, then made a small, confused sound and turned around. She walked back to her bed, got in, and pulled the covers up to her chin. She closed her eyes. The broadcast had been jammed. For that night, at least, the harvest was stopped. I sat there in the weakening dark before dawn, a wild, shaky hope bubbling up in me. I had done it. I had introduced a flaw. I had confused the system. It wasn't a victory, not by a long shot. It was a stumble, but it was proof that its perfect, terrible process could be interrupted. The closure was a single night of peace, a night where no one died, no messages were sent, and the waiting patients eventually turned away from the sunroom door and went back to sleep. But as the first gray light of morning touched the window, I saw my mom's hand lying on top of the blanket. The yellow paint was mostly gone, but the smudge of the smiley face, now just a dark blotch, had bled through the fabric of the towel and stained her skin. And the stain, I saw with a fresh chill, hadn't stayed a messy blob. It had seeped and spread into a rough but unmistakable shape. It looked like one of the angular, twisted symbols from the sunroom table. My interference hadn't been erased. It had been translated. It had been absorbed into its language. The hook for what came next was clear and terrifying. It was learning from me. I had shown it I could fight, and now it knew what my fighting looked like. The question was no longer if it would adapt, but how, and how fast. And what would it do with a conduit that had been deliberately made messy? The answer, I was sure, would not be another night of quiet confusion. It learned. That was the worst of it. My little act of rebellion wasn't a setback. It was just a chance for it to demonstrate a more efficient method. The next day, the atmosphere in the wing shifted completely. That watchful peace snapped into something sharper, like a teacher realizing a student has been cheating and deciding to change the rules of the test. The head nurse pulled me aside, her fingers gripping my arm. "The hum," she said, her eyes wide. "It's not in the walls anymore. It's in the patients. Listen." We stood in the hall. The usual sounds were there, the beep of a distant pump, the murmur of a television. But underneath it, if you really listened, was a low, vibrating tone, not coming from any one place, but seeming to come from the people themselves, a quiet, collective exhale that never ended. The few remaining patients sat in their chairs, and their chests seemed to move with the vibration. They were humming inside. They were tuning forks, and something was striking them. My mom was different too. She was awake, more present than she'd been in weeks, but it was a terrible kind of presence. She looked at me, and her eyes held no recognition, no cloudiness. They were clear, deep, and empty, like wells that went down into a dark I didn't want to see. She smiled at me, a slow, patient smile that didn't touch those empty eyes. "You made a mess," she said, her own voice layered with that young girl's tone, a twisted duet. "Now we clean it up. The crop must be gathered before it spoils." She laid back and closed her eyes, and the humming from the hall seemed to grow just a little louder. I knew then that my trick with the paint had run out. It had adapted. It wasn't going to rely on my mom's hands touching boards anymore. It had a whole wing of antennas now. I had to do something bigger, something that attacked the system itself. The sunroom was the valve box. The doctor tried to seal it and failed, but he was one man, and he was scared. Maybe he didn't have the right tools. I thought of the symbols, the transition sigils. My friends said they were like instructions. What if I didn't try to erase them, but added to them? What if I wrote my own instructions over the top? A cancel sign. A stop sign. a giant NO carved right into its funnel. It was a crazy idea, born of panic, but it was the only one I had. That afternoon, I went to a hardware store. I bought a small handheld engraving tool, the kind for etching metal or glass. It fit in my pocket. I also bought a bag of coarse salt and a cheap silver ring from a pawn shop, remembering the doctor's notes about iron and silver. I felt like a crazy person buying these things, but the determination burning in my chest was the only thing holding the fear at bay. I waited until the shift changed, the busy time. The head nurse saw the bulge in my pocket, saw the look on my face. She didn't ask. She just gave a tiny, grim nod and turned to distract the aide at the station by asking a long, complicated question about a supply order. I moved. Down the hall, keycard swiped into the sunroom. The air was cold and still, thicker than the hall, tasting of dust and that odd, electrical tang I now associated with the harvester. The table sat there, the spiral and the strange symbols waiting. I took out the engraver. My hand was shaking so bad I could barely switch it on. It buzzed to life, a high, angry whine that seemed to offend the very air in the room. The humming from the hallway, the patient hum, seemed to pulse in response, getting louder. I didn't have time for fancy symbols. I had to break the pattern. I went to the center of the table, to the big spiral. I pressed the spinning tip of the engraver against the wood at the very center of the funnel and began to carve, not a symbol, but a word. A simple, blunt, human word. I carved stop. The wood resisted at first, then gave way, splintering under the tool. The sound was horrible, a screeching grind that felt like I was cutting into bone. As I carved the S, the overhead light in the sunroom flickered wildly. As I carved the T, a wave of dizziness hit me, a feeling of deep, wrong nausea, like I was carving into my own stomach. The patient hum outside became an audible groan, a sound of distress that rolled down the hall. I kept going, teeth gritted, tears of effort and fear streaming down my face. The O, the P. With the final scratch of the P, I turned off the engraver. The sudden quiet was a shock. For 3 long seconds, nothing. The humming had stopped. The light steadied. I slumped over the table, gasping. I'd done it. I'd broken the circuit. Then the table moved. It wasn't a shake. It was a lurch, a sudden jump as if something had slammed into it from underneath. I stumbled back. The symbols on the table, the old ones and my new stop, began to smoke. Not with heat, but with a cold, gray vapor that rose in thin threads. The threads didn't disperse. They coiled in the air above the table, weaving together, forming a shape. It was a face, a blurred, shifting face made of smoke. It had no features, but I felt it look at me. A voice filled the room, not from my mom, not the girl's voice, but a dry, rustling, ancient sound like pages turning in a tomb. Interference, it said. The word wasn't heard with my ears. It was stamped directly into my mind. Direct interference with the cycle. Assessment was incomplete. Judgment is required. The smoke face surged toward me. I threw up my hands, the bag of salt flying from my pocket, bursting open in a white cloud between me and it. The smoke recoiled, hissing like steam on a hot plate. The silver ring in my other hand felt suddenly freezing cold. I held it out like a shield. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice cracking. The smoke swirled, agitated. "You are not ripe," the rustling voice boomed in my head. "You are a pest, a flaw in the grain. You will be removed." It flowed around the salt, reforming by the door. The door slammed shut with a force that shook the room. The lock clicked. I was trapped. The smoke condensed, becoming denser, more solid, until it wasn't smoke anymore, but a shape like a man made of dark water and shadow. It took a step toward me. I had nowhere to go. I backed against the cold glass of the windows. It reached for me, a limb extending, not to strike, but to touch, just as my mom had touched my chest. This was the judgment. It was going to inventory me completely, and then delete me from its system. As its cold, formless hand came within an inch of my forehead, I did the only thing left. I didn't fight it. I spoke to it. "What do you want?" I screamed, not in anger, but in raw, desperate curiosity. "Just tell me what you really want. You want peace. I gave you a night of peace. You want order? I'm trying to understand the order." The hand paused. The shifting face loomed over me. "We want the transmission." It rustled, and the sound was full of a longing so vast and old it made my knees weak. "The clear signal. The pain is noise. The regret is static. The fear is distortion. We collect the clarity. We seek the pure tone of a finished life. The beacon was our receiver. You have damaged the frequency." It wasn't evil in the way I understood it. It was a collector, an archivist of completed stories. My mom was its best receiver, and I was adding scratchy noise to its perfect recordings. "She's my mother," I said, my voice trembling but clear. "You're using her up. You're burning her out. When she's gone, who will be your receiver? The doctor tried, and you scared him to death. You need someone who understands. Let me understand. Tell me how to fix the frequency without taking her." The shadow thing considered me. The pressure in the room lessened just a bit. "You are marked," it said. "Your signal is messy, full of conflict, but it is a strong signal. Unusual." It withdrew its hand. "A bargain, pest. The beacon is faltering. The final harvest of this place is now. You will assist. You will ensure the transmissions are clear, that the final moments are pure, undisturbed by your interference. You will become the steady hand for the beacon. In return, when the cycle here is complete, we will release the beacon. She will die a natural, human death, unaided by US. Her story will be her own." It was a devil's deal. Help it harvest the last few patients, make their deaths perfectly peaceful, so it could get its pure, clear signal. In return, it would let my mom go, to die later of her illness, not as its tool. If I refused, it would take me apart now, and keep using her until she broke. I looked at the thing made of shadow and longing. I thought of my mom's empty eyes. I had come to stop it, and now I was being recruited as its assistant. The closure was a horrible, pragmatic deal. The battle was over. I had lost, but in losing, I had bargained for my mother's freedom. The immediate threat was gone. I wasn't going to be removed. I had a purpose, a terrible one. I nodded, the movement feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds. "I'll do it," I whispered. The shadow form dissolved back into smoke, then into nothing. The door unlocked with a soft click. The room was just a room again, save for the word "stop" carved jaggedly across the ancient spiral. I walked out, my legs like rubber. The head nurse was waiting, her face etched with worry. "What happened?" The patients, they all cried out at once, then went still. "It's over," I said, my voice flat. "We have a deal. I help it finish. Then it leaves her alone." She looked at me with pity and horror. I had gone from son to defender to accomplice. The hook for the next chapter was etched into my soul as clearly as the word on the table. I had agreed to help it harvest, to smooth the way for death, to become a part of its process. The last few patients were waiting, humming their final tune. And tonight, I would have to make sure the recording was perfect. The question was no longer if I could stop it, but if I could live with myself after helping it, and what kind of mark that would leave on a soul already judged as promising stock. I started the night as a son, and ended it as a funeral director. The deal was struck, and the harvester, the collector, whatever it was, held me to it with an expectant pressure that filled the wing. The humming from the patients wasn't a distressed groan anymore. It had settled into a focused, resonant drone, a single note held in readiness. My mom lay in her bed, eyes closed, but I could see her eyelids fluttering, as if watching rapid dreams. She was the beacon, and the signal was about to be broadcast. I had to ensure clarity. The head nurse knew. She didn't approve, but she understood the terrible choice. She gave me a clipboard, the final charts for the 3 remaining patients. "Their families have said their goodbyes," she told me, her voice professionally flat, though her eyes were shiny. "Medication is increased for comfort. They're not in pain, but they are, waiting." I took the clipboard. It felt like holding lead. The first was Mr. Henderson, a retired teacher with lungs ruined by age. I walked into his room. He was awake, his eyes clear and calm, fixed on the ceiling. The humming was strongest here, coming from him, a soft vibration in his chest. He turned his head slowly and looked at me. He smiled, a gentle, tired smile. "It's time for the final lesson, isn't it?" he whispered, his voice raspy but peaceful. I couldn't speak. I just nodded. My job, as I understood it, was to be a steadying human presence, to keep any sudden fear or surprise from creating static. I pulled a chair to his bedside. "Would you like me to sit with you?" I asked. He gave a small nod. I sat. I didn't talk. I just sat there, a witness. After a few minutes, his breathing changed, becoming slower, more spaced out. The hum within him softened, fading from a tone into a sigh. His eyes stayed open, but the focus left them, looking at something beyond the ceiling tiles. He whispered one word, so faint I almost missed it: curiosity. Then he breathed out a long, final exhalation, and the hum stopped completely. The air in the room felt different, clear, empty, and perfectly still. There was no fear, no struggle. It was the pure tone the collector wanted. I marked the time on his chart with a hand that only shook a little. One down. The next was Mrs. Cho. She was tiny, lost in the big bed, connected to monitors that showed a heart stumbling along. She was asleep or in a deep twilight. Her family had left a small music player with gentle piano tunes, but it was off. The only sound was her hum, a higher, thinner note than Mr. Henderson's. I sat again. I didn't touch anything. I just watched. Her humming began to weave itself into a faint melodic pattern, almost like a lullaby. Her face, which had been pinched with discomfort for weeks, relaxed, smoothing out until she looked decades younger. A single tear formed at the corner of her eye and tracked slowly down her temple into her hair. She didn't wake. Her heart monitor showed a gradual, gentle slowing, the peaks and valleys getting smaller and further apart, like a ball rolling to a stop. The line went flat with a soft, continuous beep. There was no alarm, no crisis. It was a conclusion. The hum melted away, leaving another room of clear, resonant emptiness. I marked her chart. 2 down. The last one was the hardest. It was Carl, a man my own age, with a body wrecked by a sudden, aggressive illness. He was awake, and he was scared. The hum in him was unsteady, wavering between the collector's note and his own ragged breath. He looked at me with wide, panicked eyes. "I don't think I'm ready," he choked out. "There's stuff I didn't fix." This was the static. This was the distortion. My role clicked into place with a horrible clarity. I wasn't just a witness. I was a guide. I had to help him find the pure tone. I moved my chair close. "What didn't you fix?" I asked, keeping my voice low and even. He talked in broken pieces. A fight with a sister he never made up. A project at work he left for others to finish. A dog he loved as a kid that he felt he'd abandoned. Small human regrets, but to him, they were knots in his line. I didn't offer empty comfort. I just listened. I said things like, "She probably knows you loved her," and "Your team finished the project, they said you did the hard part," and "Dogs live in the moment, he only knew you loved him." Simple truths. I didn't know if they were true, but they were the kind of truths that untie knots. As I spoke, his breathing calmed. The panicked hum steadied, syncing with the deeper, collective tone from the hall. His eyes lost their fear. He looked at me, really looked at me. "Thank you," he said, and he meant it. "It's okay now." He closed his eyes. His hum became one with the others, strong and clear for a moment, a final, resonant chord, and then it faded with his breath. The monitor beeped its flatline song. I sat there for a long time, empty, a shell of a person. I had done it. I had helped usher 3 people into death, not with medicine, but with words, smoothing their passage for a thing that fed on peaceful endings. I had kept my bargain. The wing was now still, truly still for the first time since I'd arrived. The oppressive waiting was gone. The humming had ceased. There was just the ordinary quiet of an empty hospital ward at night. I walked back to my mom's room. The head nurse was there, checking her vitals. She looked up at me. "It's done," I said. She nodded. "The families have been called." It was gentle, for all of them. We both knew what I had done. There was no victory in it, just a bleak, hollow success. I looked at my mom. She was sleeping normally, the frantic flutter gone from her eyelids. Her face was relaxed, her own face again, not a mask for something else. The deal was complete on my end. Now I had to wait for it to complete on its end. It would release her. I spent the next day in a fog. The wing was active with practical matters. Families collecting belongings, cleaners preparing the empty rooms. The strange atmosphere had lifted. The lights didn't dim. The call buttons didn't blink. It felt like a normal, sad place. My mom woke in the late afternoon. She looked at me, and for the first time in months I saw her. Really her. Not a blank stare, not a channeled intelligence, just my tired, sick, elderly mother. "Leo," she said, her voice a dry leaf of a sound, but it was hers. "I'm thirsty." I cried then. I got her water, held the cup for her, and she sipped. She was weak, confused by the illness, but she was present. The beacon was gone. The collector had kept its word. That night, I slept deeply, a sleep of utter exhaustion. I dreamed of clear tones and empty, still rooms. I woke to sunlight and the sound of ordinary hospital noises. For 2 days it held. She was just a patient, fading slowly from her disease. The head nurse and I dared to hope. The horror was over. On the 3rd evening, as I was reading to her, she fell asleep mid-sentence. I tucked the blanket around her and went to get some coffee. When I came back 20 minutes later, she was sitting up in bed. Her eyes were open. They were clear, and they were looking at the door. Not with fear, but with expectation. A small, serene smile was on her lips. "Mom," I said. She didn't look at me. She slowly raised her arm, her finger pointing, not at me, but at the empty space beside me. She traced a shape in the air. A spiral. Then she spoke, but it wasn't the girl's voice, and it wasn't the rustling voice of the collector. It was a new voice, melodic and ancient, like many voices woven into one. "The debt of the beacon is paid," the voice said through her. "The vessel is cleared, but the connection remains. The frequency is known. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted." Her hand dropped. She looked at me then, and her smile was her own, sweet and sad. "I love you, baby," she whispered in her own voice. Then she closed her eyes, sank back into the pillows, and went to sleep. I stood there frozen. The closure was real and bittersweet. My mother was free. The immediate haunting of the hospice wing was over. The harvester had moved on, its larder here empty. But the hook it left behind was not in the room. It was in me. It had noted me, the seeker of understanding. I had looked into the mechanism of death itself and bargained with it. I had helped it work. And in its final message, it hadn't said goodbye. It had said, "A new crop will grow elsewhere." The haunting was over here. But I knew about the cycle now. I understood the frequency. The question that settled onto my shoulders, lighter than a shadow but colder, was this. If I heard that familiar, focused hum again in another place, would I be able to walk away? Or had my bargain made me a permanent part of its world, a reluctant shepherd for a harvest that never truly ended? I looked at my sleeping mother, finally at peace, and I knew my own peace had been the price. The peace we won felt like a thin sheet of ice over a deep, dark lake. My mom lived for 3 more weeks after the final harvest, a gift of time that was both precious and haunted. She was herself, just a very tired, fading version, and we had simple conversations about old memories, the taste of lemon ice, the color of her mother's dress. She never mentioned the sunroom, the messages, or the hum. It was as if that entire chapter had been neatly cut from her mind, a kindness from whatever rules the collector followed. She passed one quiet morning, holding my hand, and it was a normal human death. Grieving her was clean, sharp, and awful in the way grief is supposed to be, not tangled with the otherworldly dread that had coated everything before. I was grateful for that. The head nurse and I stayed in touch, bound by a secret we could never share. The hospice wing filled with new patients, ordinary people with ordinary ends, and the strange phenomena never returned. The sunroom was officially cleared out and turned into a storage room for linens, the table removed and probably destroyed. Life, in its stubborn way, moved on. I tried to move with it. I went back to my apartment, to my old job, to the rhythm of traffic and groceries and weekend laundry. But I was different. The world felt less solid. I'd see an old man sitting alone on a park bench, his face still, and I'd catch myself listening for a hum. I'd walk past a hospital and feel a pull, a warped curiosity about what might be happening on the top floor, in the quiet rooms. The collector's final words were a seed in my brain. A new crop will grow elsewhere. The seeker of understanding has been noted. I wasn't just a survivor, I was a marked man. I had understood its mechanism, and that knowledge was a door in my mind I couldn't close. About 6 months later, the call came. It was from my old college friend, the one who had translated the symbols. His voice was tense, excited in a nervous way. "Leo," he said, "you remember those symbols you sent me? I've been poking around, joining some forums, talking to weirdos like me. I think I found something. There's a place, a private care home upstate, for people with extreme, untreatable neurological conditions, things that lock them in. It's got a reputation. Families send people there as a last resort. And the stories from the night staff, they're familiar. They talk about patients who haven't spoken in years suddenly uttering crystal clear phrases before they pass. They talk about a feeling of perfect peace that settles on the whole floor beforehand. They talk about a specific room, always kept locked, that the patients seem to face toward." He paused. "They also talk about a hum, a low sound in the walls that comes and goes." My whole body went cold. The lake of peace I was standing on gave a loud crack. "Where is it?" I asked, my voice flat. He gave me the name, Rolling Hills Care Center. It was a 5-hour drive north. I told him thanks and hung up. I fought with myself for a week. I had a life to rebuild. I had my own grief to tend. Getting involved again was insanity. But the hook was in me, the seeker of understanding. If it was starting again, if the collector had found a new beacon, a new larder. Could I just ignore it? My bargain was done, but my knowledge wasn't. What if I could warn someone? What if I could find a way to break the cycle for good, not just bargain one person free? The guilt of what I'd done, of smoothing the path for those 3 final deaths, itched under my skin. This felt like a chance to balance the scales. I called the head nurse from the hospice. I told her what I'd heard. There was a long pause on the line. "Don't go," she said finally, her voice firm. "You got out. Your mom got out. That's a miracle. Don't walk back into the fire." "What if I can help someone else get out?" I asked. Her sigh was heavy. "You can't fight the ocean, Leo. You can only learn to swim away from the current." But I was already packing a bag. I drove north on a Thursday. Rolling Hills was a sleek, modern building tucked into pine trees, nothing like the old brick hospice. It looked expensive and sterile. I didn't have a plan. I couldn't just walk in and ask about their supernatural harvesting operation. I booked a motel room in the nearby town and spent a day watching the place, feeling like a criminal. I saw families come and go, their faces etched with a permanent, resigned sorrow. I saw staff in bright-colored scrubs. It all looked normal. That evening, I went to a local diner. I sat at the counter and ordered pie. The waitress was a woman in her 50s with kind, tired eyes. I made small talk, said I was visiting the area. Then, casually, I mentioned I had a relative with a severe condition and had heard about Rolling Hills. "Heard it's a good place," I said. Very peaceful at the end. The waitress's smile faded a bit. She leaned on the counter, lowering her voice. "It's a good place. They're kind. But it's quiet up there. My niece worked nights there for a while. She didn't last long." "Oh," I asked, keeping my tone light. "Too sad?" The waitress shook her head, looking around before speaking. "Not sad. Strange." She said the patients, the ones who can't talk or move, they'd all seem to focus on the same thing sometimes. Like they were all listening to a radio she couldn't hear. And there's one nurse there, an older woman, been there forever. "Sweet as pie," my niece said, "but she sleepwalks. They find her in the patients' rooms at night, just standing there. They say she has a gift for knowing when the end is near." My blood turned to ice water. A sleepwalking nurse. A gift. A new beacon. The pattern was repeating perfectly. I thanked the waitress, left a big tip, and drove back to my motel, my heart pounding. I had found it. The new crop. The new valve. I sat on the scratchy bedspread, my head in my hands. What was my move? I could leave. Get in my car and drive home, and pretend I never heard any of it. Or I could try to make contact. With the nurse? With the families? I had no proof, only a crazy story. I decided on the simplest, most stupidly direct approach. The next morning, I dressed in neat clothes and walked into Rolling Hills. I went to the front desk and said I was considering the facility for a family member. I asked for a tour. The administrator, a polished man in a suit, was happy to oblige. He showed me the bright common areas, the spotless rooms, the garden. He talked about palliative excellence and dignity-centered care. I nodded and smiled, but I was listening for the hum. I felt nothing. The place was quiet in a normal way. Then we turned down a hallway on the 3rd floor. And I felt it. A subtle vibration in the floor, not a sound, but a feeling in the soles of my feet. A familiar, focused pressure in the air. The administrator didn't seem to notice. He gestured to a door at the end of the hall. "This is our specialized care suite for our most critical residents." As he said it, a nurse came out of a room halfway down the hall. She was older, with gentle eyes and a warm smile for the administrator. But when her eyes flicked to me, the smile didn't change, yet something behind it recognized me. Not me, Leo, but the mark on me. The understanding. Her gaze held for a half-second too long, and in that moment I saw it. The same empty depth I'd seen in my mother, but controlled, veiled. This wasn't a fading mind being used. This was a conscious collaboration. This beacon was awake. I looked away quickly, my throat tight. The tour ended. I took brochures, shook the administrator's hand, and left. I sat in my car in the parking lot, trembling. It was worse here. The beacon was a willing participant. That changed everything. The harvest here would be more efficient, more complete. I was out of my depth. I drove back to the motel, defeated. I had found it, but I was powerless. I was just one man with a terrible secret. That night, I couldn't sleep. I stared at the ceiling. Around 2 in the morning, my motel room phone rang. A shrill, old-fashioned sound that made me jump. Nobody knew I was here. I picked it up. "Hello?" There was a pause, then a voice. It was the melodic, woven voice from my mother's final message, the voice of the collector itself. It sounded closer now, clearer, as if the distance between us had shrunk. The seeker has followed the frequency. It said, not as a question. Your curiosity is strong. The new beacon is stable. The yield will be superior. Your assistance is not required, but your observation is permitted. The line went dead. I held the buzzing receiver, cold sweat on my back. It knew I was here. It was allowing me to watch. I was not an enemy, not a bargainer. I was an audience. The closure of this chapter was a journey completed. I had sought the new crop, and I had found it, confirming my worst fear. The cycle was eternal, moving from place to place, finding new vessels. I was not going to be a hero here. I couldn't stop it. The hook it left me with was a twisted invitation. I had permission to observe, to watch a more perfect, more terrible harvest, conducted by a willing servant. The question was not if I would stay and watch. The sheer, morbid gravity of the thing was already pulling at me. But what would happen to a seeker of understanding after he witnessed the process from start to finish, not in panic and rebellion, but as a cold, invited witness? Would the understanding finally set me free, or would it weave me permanently into the pattern, a silent historian for a hunger that never died? I looked at the phone, then at my car keys. The road home was still open, but the road to the third floor of Rolling Hills was open too, and it felt, horribly, more like the road I was meant to be on. I chose the road to the third floor. I told myself it was to bear witness, to gather proof, to maybe find a weakness in the new, more stable system. But deep down, I knew the awful truth. The collector was right. My curiosity was strong. After touching that other world, the ordinary one felt pale and fake. I checked out of the motel and rented a cheap apartment in a complex that had a direct view of the Rolling Hills parking lot and the back of the building, where the third floor windows were. I got a job at a nearby print shop, a mindless task that paid the rent. I became a ghost, living only to watch. I learned the patterns. The willing beacon, the nurse, worked the night shift, 7 days on, 7 off. On her weeks on, the feeling on the third floor changed. From my apartment, even from a distance, I could sense it, a gathering focus, like the air itself was being pulled toward a single point. On her weeks off, the place just felt sad and normal. I started taking walks on the grounds during visiting hours, always polite, always just a man getting fresh air. I saw her sometimes, the nurse. We never spoke, but our eyes met once across the garden. She gave me a small, knowing nod, a gardener acknowledging a fellow enthusiast who appreciates the work, not the beauty. It made my stomach turn. I used my old friend's online connections, his forums for weirdos, to dig deeper. I posed as a researcher into thanatology, the study of death, and asked careful questions. I learned Rolling Hills had been built on land that was once a sanatorium for nervous disorders in the early 1900s, a place where many people died in states of great mental anguish. The perfect soil for the harvest. I learned the locked room on the third floor was formerly a hydrotherapy suite full of water tanks. Water was often a symbol of transition. It fit. The pieces were all there, a perfect, terrible puzzle. My chance to get closer came unexpectedly. I saw a help-wanted sign in the Rolling Hills kitchen for overnight dishwashers. It was a job with access to the building after hours, no questions asked. I applied, using a vague story about saving for school, and got it. 2 nights a week, I pushed a rack of steaming trays through the quiet halls at 3 a.m., taking the service elevator. I listened. I felt. And on the nights she was working, I heard it. The hum. It wasn't in the walls here. It was in the pipes. A low, resonant vibration that traveled through the water lines, up from the ground, humming through the sinks I sprayed. It was the same tone, just using a different wire. One night, after my shift, I couldn't leave. The pull was too strong. I hid in a linen closet until the halls were empty. I felt drawn, like a metal filing to a magnet, toward the third floor. I took the stairs. The door to the specialized care wing was locked, but the hum was loudest here, vibrating the handle. I knew I shouldn't go further, but the collector had said I was permitted to observe. I tested the door. It was unlocked. It swung open smoothly. The hall was lit by soft night lights. The doors to the patients' rooms were open. I walked slowly, peering in. In each room, a person lay in a bed, connected to monitors, and each one was awake. Their eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. From each of them came the hum, not from their mouths, but from their chests, a visible, slight vibration. They were in unison. They were a choir, and they were all facing the same direction, toward the end of the hall, toward the locked hydrotherapy room. The beacon's work was almost done. The crop was ripe. I saw her then. The nurse. She walked out of a patient's room, her steps quiet. She held a small, old-fashioned slate board, the kind with a piece of chalk. She saw me. She didn't startle. She walked toward me, her face serene. She held up the slate. Written on it in neat, clean handwriting was, "The understanding seeks the source. Come." She turned and walked to the locked door. She didn't use a key. She placed her palm flat against it, and I heard a series of clicks, like tumblers falling not from a key, but from a matching frequency. The door opened. She gestured for me to follow. This was it. The invitation. The heart of the new operation. Every cell in my body screamed to run, but my feet followed her. The room was large, tiled in white. It was empty of the old tanks. In the center of the floor was a large, intricate mosaic, newly laid. It was made of dark and light tiles, and it formed the same symbols from the sunroom table, with the central spiral. But this one was perfect, deliberate, built with intention. This wasn't a forgotten tool. It was a dedicated altar. In the center of the spiral sat a simple wooden chair. The nurse walked to it and sat down. She placed the slate board on her lap. She looked at me, and her eyes were fully her own, but filled with a conviction that was frightening. "It's better this way," she said, her voice gentle, teacherly. "No fear. No loose ends. They come here in fragments, and they leave whole. I help them become whole. You saw the chaos of an unwilling vessel. This is harmony." She was a true believer. The collector hadn't just found a tool, it had found a priestess. "What does it give you?" I asked, my voice echoing in the tiled room. "Peace," she said simply, "and purpose. I was a nurse for 40 years. I saw the terror, the unresolved pain, the messy, ugly endings. This is clean. It has a logic. It appreciates the order." She closed her eyes. The hum from the hallway grew louder, flowing into the room, focusing through her. The mosaic on the floor seemed to glow with a faint, mother-of-pearl light. She picked up the chalk. On the slate, her hand moved, not writing words, but drawing one of the angular sigils. As she finished it, from down the hall, I heard a single, clear, word spoken in unison by every patient. "Release." It was followed by the sound of monitors, not flatlining in alarm, but issuing a soft, melodic chime, one after another, a cascade of perfect cadences. A harvest. A full, harmonious harvest. I watched, numb, as she drew another symbol. Another chorus of release, another gentle chime. She was conducting a symphony of death. I was not horrified anymore. I was mesmerized. This was the understanding I had sought. This was the pure, undistorted process. And it was beautiful in a way that shattered my soul. When it was done, the hum faded. The light in the mosaic dimmed. She opened her eyes, tired but fulfilled. She looked at me. "It would like to speak with you," she said. "Directly. Now that you understand." She gestured to the floor in front of her. I stepped onto the mosaic. The tiles were warm. The air above the central spiral shimmered, like heat on a road. The voice came not through her, but from everywhere, the rustling, ancient voice I knew, but now it was clear, without static. "Seeker, you have observed the purified cycle. You have seen the resolution of the noise. Your own signal remains cluttered with the grief of the old vessel, with the guilt of your assistants. This is useless to us, but your capacity to learn, that is value." I stood there, a man on a giant target. "What do you want from me?" I asked the air. "We expand. The cycle is the only true constant. We seek new fields, new beacons. You have shown an ability to locate them. You feel the frequency. You become a seeker not for understanding, but for resources. You will find the next places where the veil is thin, where the unresolved gather. You will prepare the way. In return, you will have meaning. You will have a front row view of the only truth that matters, the art of the finished story." It was a promotion. From bystander to bargainer to observer and now to scout. A procurer for a god of endings. The ultimate closure for my restless, haunted life. A purpose. I looked at the nurse. She smiled a beatific smile. She had found her heaven. I thought of my mother's final, natural sleep. I thought of the 3 deaths I had eased. I thought of the endless, quiet horror of watching this happen again and again, forever. The hook it offered was the end of all my questions, the end of my drifting. It was a job. A terrible, magnificent, eternal job. I didn't answer aloud. I simply knelt on the warm tiles, placing my own palm flat against the central spiral. feeling the residual vibration of the finished harvest humming up my arm. I bowed my head. It was acceptance. The voice rustled through me, a feeling of cold, vast satisfaction. Go. Rest. You will know when to begin. I left the room. I left rolling hills. I quit my dishwashing job. I drove back to my old city. I live my normal life. I go to work. I see friends. But I am listening. Always listening. I feel the world differently now. I know the signs. The places of concentrated, lingering suffering. The certain kind of quiet. The specific taste in the air. I am waiting for the pull, for the faint trace of the hum on a new frequency. I am the seeker, and the harvest is eternal. The story ends here, with a man who found the answer to every mystery that haunted him, and in doing so, lost himself completely to the service of the most ancient farmer of all. The closure is absolute. The cycle continues, and I have found my permanent and perfectly terrible place in it. Story number 6. Look, I'll tell you the whole story just like it happened, plain and simple. My name is Leo, and it all started on one of those boring, hot Saturdays where you'll do anything just to get out of the house. Me and my buddy, we decided to hit the flea market over on the east side, mostly as a joke, thinking we'd find some weird old records or broken tools to laugh about. We were wandering past tables of cracked dishes and boxes of dusty books when I saw it, tucked between a broken lamp and a stack of old magazines. It was a Ouija board, but not like the cheap plastic ones you see at the toy store around Halloween. This thing was solid, made of real wood that was smooth and dark, and it had this heavy, serious feel when I picked it up. The letters and numbers were painted on in this fancy, old-fashioned style, and the little heart-shaped pointer thing, the planchette, had a clear window in the middle and felt like cool glass under my thumb. My friend whistled low and said it looked like it had seen some things. The guy running the table saw us looking and just said, $5. We glanced at each other and grinned. For $5, how could we not? It was the perfect stupid thing to buy, a spooky prop we could pull out at parties to freak people out. We paid the man, took the board, and carried it back to my car, joking the whole way about the angry ghost we'd probably just adopted for the price of a fast food meal. We brought it back to my place, and for the first few days, it just sat on my coffee table as a conversation piece. My buddy came over, and we'd point at it and make dumb jokes. Ask it if it knows any lottery numbers, he'd say, and we'd laugh. We were totally not taking it seriously. It was just a piece of wood with letters on it. But then, maybe a week after we bought it, we were hanging out one Friday night. We'd ordered pizza, had a couple of beers, and the mood was easy and lazy. The board was just sitting there on the floor, and my friend nudged it with his foot. "You want to actually try this thing?" he asked, his eyebrows wiggling. I shrugged. Why not? It was all just nonsense anyway. We turned off the big overhead light, left a lamp on in the corner so we could still see, and sat on the floor facing each other with the board between us. We put our fingers very lightly on the planchette, just the tips, like you're supposed to. I felt kind of silly. He asked the first question, his voice trying to sound dramatic and spooky. "Oh great spirit, are you with us?" Nothing happened. We sat there for a minute, the planchette not moving at all. I was about to call the whole thing off when he asked another question, this time more normal. "Is there anyone there who wants to talk?" That's when it happened. I felt a tiny twitch under my fingers. At first, I thought it was him pushing it as a joke. I looked at his face, and he looked just as surprised as I felt. His eyes were wide. The planchette didn't glide smoothly. It moved in these little, sharp jerks, like it was clicking from one letter to the next. It went slowly, but with a weird kind of purpose. It spelled out TONIGHT. My heart did a funny little jump in my chest. We both pulled our hands away like the thing had gotten hot. "Did you do that?" I asked him, my voice quieter than I meant it to be. He shook his head fast. "No way, man. I thought you were doing it." We stared at each other in the dim light. The air in the room felt different all of a sudden, tighter. We tried to laugh it off, making jokes about how our subconscious minds were just playing tricks, how our muscles were twitching from holding our hands the same way for too long. But the laughter was weak and didn't last. We just sat there for a few more minutes, not saying much, before we both kind of mutually decided to put it away. I slid the board under my couch, out of sight. We turned the main light back on, and the normal brightness of the room made the whole thing feel more stupid than scary. He left not long after, and we didn't really talk about it again that night. I went to bed and slept okay, but when I woke up the next morning, the first thing I thought of was that word, tonight. Had something happened last night that I missed? I lay in bed and listened. The house was just my normal, quiet house. The pipes creaked a little, the fridge hummed in the kitchen. Everything was fine. I got up, made coffee, and felt like a total idiot. Of course it was nothing. We'd moved the thing ourselves without realizing it, getting caught up in the moment. I shoved the board from under the couch onto a high shelf in my home office, way in the back behind some old textbooks. A funny story to tell someday, that was all. But over the next few days, I couldn't shake this weird feeling. It's hard to describe. It wasn't that I heard noises or saw things. It was more like the feeling you get when you're in a room and you suddenly know, you just know, that someone is standing right behind you. I'd be reading or watching TV, and I'd get this prickly sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I'd spin around, and of course nobody was there. I told myself it was just my imagination running wild because of that silly board game. I was letting it get to me. About a week after our little seance, something changed. I woke up in the middle of the night, not from a noise, but just awake, and I realized right away that I was alone in my bed. My girlfriend, who had been sound asleep next to me when I drifted off, was gone. The covers on her side were thrown back. I sat up, my brain fuzzy with sleep. "Hey!" I called out, my voice rough. No answer. I got up, my heart starting to thump a little harder. I checked the bathroom first. Empty. I walked down the short hallway, the floorboards cool under my feet, and saw a line of light under the door to my home office. That was weird. She never went in there at night. I pushed the door open slowly. She was sitting at my desk, slumped over, her head resting on her arms. The harsh light of the desk lamp was shining right on her, and she was completely still. For a terrifying second, I thought something was wrong. "Hey," I said again, louder this time. I walked over and put a hand on her shoulder. She was warm. She stirred, lifting her head slowly. She blinked up at me, her eyes confused and full of sleep. "What?" she mumbled. "What are you doing in here?" I asked, helping her sit up straight. She looked around the office, totally disoriented. I don't know," she said, her voice shaky. "I was asleep. How did I get here?" She had no memory of getting out of bed or walking down the hall. That's when I saw the pen. It was still clutched in her right hand, gripped so tightly her knuckles were white. And under her arm was one of my legal pads. There was writing on it, not her usual neat handwriting for shopping lists or reminders. This was messy, scrawled in a hurry, the letters jagged and slanting across the page. My blood went cold. Sleepwalking. She must have been sleepwalking. She'd never done that before, not once in all the years I'd known her. I pried the pen gently from her fingers and helped her stand up. She was unsteady, leaning on me. I led her back to bed, tucked her in, and she was asleep again almost instantly, like a switch had been flipped. I stood there for a minute, watching her sleep peacefully, my mind racing. Then I went back to the office. I had to see what she'd written. I sat down in the chair, still warm from her, and pulled the legal pad into the circle of lamplight. At the top of the page, she had written, in that same frantic script, obituary. My mouth went dry. Below that, she had filled it out like it was some macabre form. Name, our next-door neighbor, Mr. Henderson. Date of death, today's date. Cause of death. This is what made my skin crawl. It didn't say heart attack or old age. It said, asphyxiation due to negligent packaging of prescription medication. It was so specific, so bizarre. Who dreams up something like that? It read like a line from a news report, not a dream. I stared at it for a long time, my mind trying to make sense of it. It had to be a crazy coincidence. She'd probably heard something about Mr. Henderson. Maybe he'd mentioned a new pill he was on, and her sleeping brain just cooked up this wild story. That had to be it. I tore the page off the pad, crumpled it into a tight ball, and threw it in the kitchen trash can, pushing it down deep under some coffee grounds and eggshells. I went back to bed but didn't sleep. I just lay there listening to her breathe and watching the clock until the sun came up. The next morning, I made a huge breakfast. Bacon, eggs, pancakes, the whole works. I was trying to act normal, to flood the house with normal smells and normal sounds. My girlfriend came into the kitchen looking tired, but herself. She didn't remember a thing about the night before, not even a fragment of a dream. I didn't bring it up. We ate, we talked about our plans for the day, and we carefully didn't talk about the board on the shelf or the weird feeling in the house. It felt like we were both pretending everything was fine, and if we pretended hard enough, it would be. Later that afternoon, we heard sirens. Not the kind that blast past, but the kind that stopped nearby. We went to the front window and looked out. An ambulance was parked a few doors down, right outside the little diner on the corner. We saw the paramedics helping someone out. It was Mr. Henderson. He was walking, but he was hunched over, coughing hard into his hand, his face red. They got him into the back of the ambulance, and it drove away, lights on but no siren. My girlfriend let out a huge breath she'd been holding. "See," she said, her voice full of shaky relief. "He's okay. He's fine. It was just as a thing." We laughed then, a real laugh, the kind that comes from nerves letting go. We'd been so silly. Of course it was nothing. We spent the rest of the day feeling lighter, like a weight had been lifted. But my friend, the one I'd bought the board with, he's a curious guy. He came over that evening, and when we told him about the obituary, and then seeing Mr. Henderson taken away, he got this look on his face. He pulled out his phone. "Let's just check the community page," he said. "Sometimes they post about local incidents." He tapped and scrolled for a minute, then went quiet. His face changed. "What?" I asked. He didn't answer, just turned the phone around so we could see the screen. It was a short post from the neighborhood watch. It said there had been a medical incident at the diner involving an elderly resident who experienced a choking hazard due to a packaging mishap with his medication. The post said he was recovering fine at the hospital. I read those words, and the room seemed to tilt. Packaging mishap. That was just a nicer way of saying negligent packaging. The words were different, but the meaning, the core fact of what happened, was exactly the same. My girlfriend made a small sound, like a gasp caught in her throat. We all looked at each other, and this time, there was no laughter, not even the nervous kind. The coincidence was too big, too precise. The board had said tonight, and nothing happened to us. But it had known. It had known something was coming for someone else, and it had made my girlfriend write down the details in her sleep. The joke was over. We weren't in control of this game anymore, and the first move had just been played. We sat there in the quiet living room, the three of us, and the only question hanging in the air was a terrifying one. What was the next move going to be? The relief we felt after seeing the old man was okay didn't last long. It was like a sugar rush, a quick high that crashed hard and left us feeling worse than before. We spent the next few days walking on eggshells in my own home. My girlfriend was jumpy, starting at every little sound the house made. My buddy called every day, his voice always with that edge of trying to sound casual and not quite making it. We tried to wrap ourselves in this blanket of normal life, pretending the board on the shelf was just a decoration, pretending the whole thing was a wild string of coincidences. We went to work, we cooked dinner, we watched dumb TV shows, but our eyes kept drifting to that shelf in my office. The air in the house didn't feel right. It wasn't quiet, it was full of this waiting tension, like the moment before a thunderstorm when everything is too still and the hair on your arm stands up. We didn't talk about the board. We didn't touch it. We just tried to ignore it, which is about as effective as trying to ignore a ticking bomb in your living room. You can watch TV, but all you're really doing is listening to the tick, tick, tick. About a week after the incident with our neighbor, my buddy came over again. We were all sitting in the living room, the TV on for noise, but none of us were really watching it. He kept glancing toward the hallway that led to the office. Finally, he just came out and said it. "We can't just leave it there." I knew he was right, but the thought of going near that thing again made my stomach twist. My girlfriend shook her head, her arms folded tight across her chest. "Just throw it out," she said, her voice firm. "Take it to the dump. Now." But my friend had been reading stuff online, forums and weird websites. He said that according to a lot of people who believe in this stuff, you can't just throw a spirit board away. He said it could make things worse, like it was an insult. You had to break the connection properly. He talked about rituals, about saying goodbye, about being respectful even if you were scared. It all sounded like superstitious nonsense to me. But then again, so did a board game knowing about a choking hazard before it happened. I was caught between my girlfriend's practical terror and my friend's researched fear. After a long, tense discussion where nobody really won, we agreed on a middle ground. We wouldn't just trash it. We would do a kind of ceremony, just to cover our bases, to politely tell whatever was hanging around that the party was over. It felt stupid, like we were following instructions for a toy we didn't understand, but we were desperate enough to try anything that might bring back the feeling of our old, boring lives. So that night, with the lights on bright this time, no moody atmosphere, we took the board down from the shelf. The wood felt cooler than it should have, and just holding it gave me a bad feeling, a deep unease in my bones. We placed it on the coffee table. My girlfriend refused to touch it. She sat on the far end of the couch, watching us with wide, worried eyes. My friend and I looked at each other, took a deep breath, and put our fingertips on the planchette. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This wasn't a game anymore. This was an eviction notice. My friend was the one who spoke. His voice was steady, but I could hear the tightness in it. "We appreciate you making contact," he said, sounding utterly ridiculous. "But this connection is now closed. You are not welcome here anymore. We say goodbye." We waited, our fingers tense. For a long moment, nothing happened. I started to feel a flicker of hope. Maybe it was over. Maybe we had just needed to be firm. Then, the planchette began to move. It didn't jerk this time. It slid, slow and smooth and terribly deliberate, in a wide circle around the board. It went around once, twice, a third time, like it was tracing a boundary. Then it stopped in the center, and it began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, until it was just a blur under our fingers. The clear window in the middle was a whirl. We tried to pull our hands away, but it felt like our fingertips were stuck, not glued, but held by some force that wouldn't let go. A chill spread up my arms, a deep, icy cold that had nothing to do with the temperature in the room. Then, as suddenly as it started, the spinning stopped. The planchette dragged our hands, with a force that felt much stronger than the two of us, down to the bottom corner of the board. It scraped across the word goodbye and came to a hard stop. The second it landed, the chill vanished, and we could pull our hands back. We both shoved our chairs away from the table, breathing hard. My friend was pale. "Did you feel that cold?" he whispered. I just nodded, rubbing my hands together to get the feeling back. My girlfriend was on her feet. "What does that mean? Did it work?" Before we could answer, the floor lamp in the corner of the room flickered. Not a power surge, because the TV stayed on. Just that one lamp. Its light dimmed, grew bright, dimmed again, and then went out completely with a soft pop. We were left in the light from the TV and the overhead kitchen bulb. Nobody moved. The message seemed pretty clear to me. It had said goodbye because we told it to, but it wasn't happy about it. It had shown us it could do things, physical things, like make us cold and blow out a bulb. We put the board back on the shelf, not knowing what else to do. The ceremony felt like a total failure. We had tried to shut a door, and something on the other side had just reminded us it could kick it open anytime it wanted. For the next few nights, things were calm. Too calm. The weird waiting feeling was still there, but nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no strange messages. We started to relax again, just a little. Maybe the goodbye had worked in its own way. Maybe it had just been a final show of force before leaving. I even managed to sleep through a whole night without waking up and checking to see if my girlfriend was still beside me. Then, on the fourth night, I woke up. It wasn't a noise that woke me. It was that feeling again, the feeling of being alone in the bed. I reached out my hand. Empty space. My eyes snapped open. She was gone. A wave of cold dread washed over me, worse than before. I got up and saw the familiar line of light under the office door. Anger mixed with my fear this time. I was angry at the board, angry at the situation, angry that this was happening again. I pushed the door open, ready to shake her awake. But she wasn't at the desk. The office was empty. The light was on, but the chair was pushed in. Confusion cut through my fear. Then I heard a small sound from the kitchen. A faint scratching. I walked down the hallway, my bare feet silent on the floor. I peered into the kitchen. She was there, sitting at the kitchen table, her back to me, her head bent over something. The overhead light was off, and she was working in the dim glow from the stove's digital clock. I could see her hand moving, fast and frantic, scribbling across a notepad. The sound was the pen scratching against the paper. I walked closer, my heart a drum in my ears. She was asleep. I could tell by the slow, deep rhythm of her breathing and the completely slack look on her face when I got close enough to see her profile. But her hand was a blur of activity. I didn't wake her up right away. A horrible curiosity held me frozen. I had to see what she was writing. I leaned over, just enough to see the notepad. It was another obituary. The name at the top was a woman my girlfriend worked with, someone she talked about sometimes, a nice lady in the accounting department. The cause of death was written in that same messy, urgent script. Multiple traumatic injuries sustained from a structural failure and fall of an elevator carriage. It was so specific, so mechanical. It sounded like a line from a police report or an engineering assessment. This wasn't a dream about a car crash or a sickness. This was a technical diagnosis of a disaster. I couldn't watch anymore. I gently put my hand over hers, stopping the pen. "Hey," I said softly. "Wake up." She stirred, her hand going still under mine. She blinked, looked at the notepad, looked at her hand holding the pen, and then looked up at me. The confusion and fear in her eyes were real and total. "What?" she began, her voice thick with sleep. "I was having a dream about work." Her words trailed off as she looked back down at the words she'd written. Her face went pale. She didn't scream or cry. She just stared, as if the reality of it was too big for any normal reaction. I helped her up, led her back to bed, and she followed like a robot. I took the notepad and folded it, shoving it into the pocket of my sweatpants. I didn't want her to see it again. I stayed awake until the sun came up, sitting in the living room and staring at that folded piece of paper on the coffee table. I didn't have to look it up. I already knew with a sick certainty what I would find. The next day was a Tuesday. I went through my work routine like I was in a fog. My girlfriend called in sick, too shaken to face the office, especially the possibility of seeing the woman from the notepad. I waited until my lunch break. I found a quiet spot and pulled out my phone. My fingers felt clumsy as I typed in the name of the city and news elevator accident. For a second, nothing came up. A crazy hope flared in my chest. Maybe it was wrong. Maybe this time it was just a bad dream. Then I refreshed the page. A new article popped up, just published an hour ago. The headline was simple: "One dead in freak elevator malfunction downtown." I didn't want to click it, but I had to. I opened the article. It gave the location, an office building. It said preliminary investigations pointed to a catastrophic failure of a cable mechanism. And there, near the bottom, was the name of the victim. It was her, the woman from the notepad, the woman my girlfriend worked with. The details in the article were still sketchy, but they matched. A fall. Structural failure. I put my phone down on the table and just sat there. The sounds of the restaurant around me, the clatter of dishes, the chatter of people, all of it faded into a dull buzz. This was the proof we couldn't ignore, couldn't explain away. The board, or whatever was behind it, wasn't just predicting random deaths. It was issuing memos. It knew things with a frightening, bureaucratic accuracy. It knew how people were going to die, down to the technical details, and it was using my girlfriend to write them down. We weren't just witnesses to a creepy phenomenon. We were suddenly, horrifyingly, part of the process. The calm of the past few days had been an illusion. The game was still on, and the rules were becoming terrifyingly clear. We had tried to say goodbye, and in response, it had given us a demonstration of its power, and then sent us a bill for our trouble in the form of another death notice. The question now wasn't about getting rid of it. The question was, what did it want next? And how many more of these terrible memos were we going to have to file? The reality of it crashed down on us after the elevator accident. It wasn't a ghost story anymore. It was a job, a terrible, unwanted job we couldn't quit. We stopped calling them predictions or creepy messages. We started calling them what they felt like, reports. My girlfriend was the secretary for something we couldn't see, taking dictation for the end of people's lives. The board sat on the shelf like a piece of office equipment, and the thought of it made me sick. We couldn't live like this. We decided, with a kind of desperate fury, that we had to destroy the source. If the goodbye ceremony had backfired, then maybe brute force was the answer. No more rituals, no more polite requests. Just annihilation. My friend agreed immediately when I called him. He said if it was a physical object anchoring this thing to our world, then getting rid of the object for good was the only logical step. My girlfriend was all for it, her fear hardening into a fierce determination. She just wanted it gone, in any way possible. So we planned a bonfire for that Saturday afternoon. It felt almost normal, like we were just having a backyard barbecue to burn some old junk. We bought hot dogs and marshmallows as a weird, defiant gesture. We were going to burn the evil board and then have a cookout, as if we could just go back to normal after. Saturday came, gray and cool. We set up a metal trash can in the middle of my backyard, away from the fence and the trees. My friend brought lighter fluid. My girlfriend gathered up the board and the planchette, handling them with a dish towel, not wanting to touch them directly. We stood around the can, a little circle of nervous resolve. I took the board from her. It felt inert, just wood and paint. For a second, I doubted everything. Maybe we were being hysterical. Maybe this was just a piece of old game, and we were about to have a very strange picnic. But then I remembered the cold touch, the spinning planchette, the exact words on the notepad that matched the news. I tossed it into the can. The planchette followed with a clatter. My friend unscrewed the cap on the lighter fluid and doused it thoroughly, the liquid soaking into the dark wood, the smell sharp and chemical in the air. We all stepped back. He looked at me, and I nodded. He struck a long match and dropped it in. There was a soft hump sound, and flames erupted, orange and blue, licking hungrily at the board. The fire caught fast, warping the polished surface, blackening the beautiful old letters. We watched, not speaking, the heat warming our faces from several feet away. I felt a huge, swelling sense of relief. It was working. We were watching the thing turn to ash. This was it. We were breaking the connection. My girlfriend reached over and squeezed my hand. My friend let out a tense breath. "Good riddance," he muttered. The flames crackled, and the wood split with a sound like a gunshot, making us all jump. The planchette's clear window cracked and melted, twisting in the heat. We stood there until the fire burned down to glowing embers and black, crumbling chunks. We made sure every piece was completely burnt. Then, with a sense of ceremony that felt better than the last one, we took the garden hose and sprayed the ashes until they were a wet, black sludge in the bottom of the can. We had destroyed it. Completely. We looked at each other, and for the first time in weeks, I saw a real, unforced smile on my girlfriend's face. It was over. We had won. We actually cooked the hot dogs and ate them, the smell of smoke and charcoal mixing with the smell of burning wood that still hung in the air. It felt like a celebration. That night, we went to bed early, exhausted from the adrenaline and the weird day. I fell asleep almost instantly, a deep, dreamless sleep. I didn't wake up until morning. Sunlight was streaming through the blinds. I rolled over, expecting to see my girlfriend sleeping peacefully. The bed was empty. My heart, which had felt so light just hours before, sank like a stone in cold water. No, it wasn't possible. We burned it. I got up, my body moving on autopilot fueled by dread. I didn't see a light on in the office. The house was still. I checked the living room. Empty. The kitchen. And there she was, at the kitchen table again, in the early morning gloom. Her head was down on her arms, asleep. In front of her was a notepad, and in her loose, sleeping hand was a pen. The pen wasn't moving. The report was already finished. I walked over, my legs feeling like they were made of wood. I didn't wake her. I just looked at the notepad. The heading said obituary. The name was the owner of the little bakery 3 blocks over. A friendly guy who always gave my girlfriend an extra cookie. The cause of death was written with that same awful technical precision. Fatal anaphylactic reaction triggered by a previously undiagnosed nut allergy, specifically to pistachio cross-contamination in a batch of almond biscotti. It was so detailed it was clinical. It didn't just say allergic reaction. It named the nut, the specific pastry, the mechanism of how it happened. I stood there, staring at the words, and the victory of the previous day evaporated. The board was gone, reduced to wet ash. But the connection wasn't in the board. It was in her. Whatever this thing was, it had used the board to find us, to latch on, and now it was embedded in my girlfriend, like a parasite or a virus. Burning its favorite toy hadn't killed it. It had just made it move in deeper. I gently woke her. She came to slowly, disoriented, and then she saw the notepad. Her face crumpled. She didn't cry. She just looked utterly defeated, a look of complete hopelessness that was worse than any tears. "It's in me, isn't it?" she said, her voice flat. I didn't have an answer. We both knew it was true. We spent the next few days in a kind of numb haze. We tried to go back to pretending, but the pretense was thinner than ever. We were waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the news about the baker. 2 days after the sleep writing, my girlfriend was scrolling through her phone on the couch while I tried to read a book. She went very still. Then she turned the screen toward me. It was a local news alert. The baker had died at the hospital. The article was brief, but it mentioned he had collapsed after eating a pastry from his own shop and that he had a severe nut allergy. It didn't give the details of pistachio or biscotti, but the framework was there. Another match. Another report filed correctly. The entity, as we had started to call it in our heads, was batting 1,000. We were trapped. We couldn't destroy it. We couldn't stop it from sending its memos through her. We were stuck in a nightmare with no waking up. My friend came over after we told him, and he looked as lost as we felt. His idea of research had led us to burn the board, and that had accomplished nothing. We sat around my living room, a council of war with no weapons. "We have to get you help," I said to my girlfriend. "Real help, not online forums." She agreed, her eyes hollow. We needed a doctor, someone who might understand sleep disorders, even if we couldn't tell them the whole truth. Maybe there was a medical explanation, a way to stop the sleepwalking, and if we could stop that, we could block the messages. It was a slim hope, but it was all we had. We found a sleep specialist and made an appointment. The waiting room was nice, calm, with soft colors. It felt surreal to be there for something so normal sounding when our problem was so far from normal. We went in together. The doctor was a kind-looking woman with a calm manner. We told her a heavily edited version of the truth. We said my girlfriend had started sleepwalking recently, with episodes of sleep writing that were very disturbing to her. We said she was writing strange, troubling things and had no memory of it. We did not mention the Ouija board. We did not mention that what she wrote came true. The doctor listened carefully, asked questions about stress, about her diet, about her family history. She nodded and suggested a sleep study, where my girlfriend would spend a night in a clinic hooked up to machines to monitor her brain waves and movements. It sounded scientific and safe. It felt like a real step, a sane step in an insane situation. We scheduled the study for the following week. As we left the office, I felt a tiny flicker of optimism. Maybe this was a way out. Maybe her brain was just misfiring, creating these awful scenarios, and the fact that they sometimes matched reality was just a string of unbelievable coincidences that would run out. I had to believe that, because the alternative was too much to carry. That night, we tried to have a normal evening. We made dinner together, something we hadn't done in a while. We talked about anything but the board, the writing, the doctor. We talked about movies we wanted to see, about maybe painting the living room a different color. It was fragile, but it felt good. When we went to bed, I held her close, feeling the steady beat of her heart against my chest. "We'll figure this out," I whispered into her hair. She just nodded, snuggling closer. I fell asleep holding her, thinking about the sleep study, about machines and doctors and rational explanations. I must have been more tired than I thought, because I slept deeply. I woke up because I felt her move. Not the big movement of getting out of bed, but a small, insistent motion. Her right hand, which was draped over my side, had started to twitch. Then her index finger began to move, tracing something on the fabric of my t-shirt. Up and down, side to side. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing. I turned my head just enough to see her face in the moonlight from the window. Her eyes were closed. She was asleep. But her finger was moving with purpose, tracing shapes, tracing letters. She was writing on me. The need to record the death notice was so fundamental, so baked into whatever this connection was, that if it couldn't find paper, it would use skin, it would use fabric, it would use anything. The sleep study wouldn't fix this. A machine measuring her brain waves wouldn't see the thing dictating to her. The problem wasn't in her sleep. The problem was in her, a part of her now, and it was practicing its memos on my shirt. I lay there until her fingers stopped, until her hand went still. I didn't sleep again that night. I just watched her, and I understood with a cold, clear certainty that we were not dealing with a medical condition. We were dealing with something else entirely, and our first real attempt to find a normal solution had just shown us how deep the roots went. The doctor's appointment was just a placeholder, a thing we were doing to feel like we were trying. But the real enemy wasn't in her brainwaves. It was in the messages themselves, and it was proving it could adapt. We had tried fire, and it had laughed. We were trying science next, but a terrible part of me already knew it was going to laugh at that too. The question wasn't how to stop the sleepwalking anymore. The question was, what was the next move for something that could turn a person into a living, breathing filing cabinet for doom? The horror changed shape after the night, she wrote on my shirt. It wasn't just about being scared anymore. It was about the weight of knowing things. We were like cursed librarians, shelving little reports of doom for people who were still alive, still making breakfast and planning their weekends. The guilt was a constant, sour taste in my mouth. And with that guilt came a terrible, unavoidable question. If we knew, did we have to try and stop it? My girlfriend and I argued about it, our voices low and tense in our own home, which didn't feel like a home anymore. She believed, with a fierce and desperate logic, that warning people was pointless. Look what happened with the baker, she'd say. The report was right. If we tried to change it, maybe we'd just make it happen a different way, or maybe we'd draw its attention to us in a worse way. She called it tempting fate. I argued that we couldn't just sit on this knowledge. We had to try. We had to do something, anything, to fight back. Our relationship, which had always been so easy, became a war room, a place for whispered, awful strategy sessions about impending disasters we couldn't prove were coming. The next report made the argument real. It was for the teenage son of a guy I knew from the gym, a good kid. The cause was brutally specific. traumatic amputation and fatal blood loss resulting from unauthorized operation of a power-driven wood planer on a relative's rural property. I read it and felt sick. We had a week until the date on the report. I couldn't do nothing. My girlfriend begged me not to get involved, her eyes full of a fear that was for me, for us, not for the kid. But I pictured the kid, his whole life ahead of him, and I knew I had to try. I called my gym friend. I fumbled through the worst, most awkward conversation of my life. I told him I'd had a weird dream, a really vivid nightmare, about his son and some dangerous farm equipment at his uncle's place. I told him it felt so real I had to call, that he should keep his son away from that farm for a while. I sounded like a lunatic. He was quiet for a long moment, then said, "Okay, thanks I guess," in a voice that was clearly just humoring me. He hung up. I felt like a fool, but also a little relieved. I had tried. Maybe it would be enough. The date on the report came and went. I checked the news obsessively. Nothing. I called my friend, making up an excuse to ask how his son was doing. He said the kid was fine, was actually home sick with a bad cold, hadn't been anywhere near the farm. A wave of pure, dizzying relief washed over me. I told my girlfriend, and for the first time in weeks, we hugged each other with something like real hope. Maybe we could change it. Maybe we had just broken the chain. Our celebration lasted exactly 2 days. On the third day, a news alert popped up on my phone. There had been an accident involving a flatbed truck on the highway near our side of town. A large piece of industrial farming equipment, a wood planer being transported for repair, had come loose from its straps. It had flown off the truck and struck a teenager who was riding his bike on the shoulder of the road. The boy was in critical condition. He had lost a leg. The article named him. It was my gym friend's son. He hadn't been on the farm. He'd been on the road near his own house. The traumatic amputation part of the report was right. The unauthorized operation part was wrong. We had changed the how, but we hadn't changed the what. The report's core truth had found a way. It felt like the entity had corrected its own memo, adapting to the changes we made. My girlfriend didn't say, "I told you so." She just looked at me with a sadness so deep it was like a well, and I knew she was thinking the same thing I was. We were playing a game where the rules were written by the other side, and we didn't even know all of them. That failure broke something in us. We stopped talking about warning people. We shifted our strategy entirely to defense, to containment. We had to stop the sleepwalking, physically stop her from getting up. We became jailers in our own home. We gathered up every pen, pencil, marker, and crayon. We took the notepads, the printer paper, even the dusty chalk from an old coloring set. We locked it all in the trunk of my car. We bought a complicated sleeping bag that zipped up the side and agreed she would sleep in it, zipped up tight, so she couldn't get out easily. We took turns on guard duty, one of us staying awake to watch the other sleep. It was exhausting. It was madness. But it was all we had. I took the first shift. She zipped herself into the bulky bag on our bed, looking like a scared caterpillar. I sat in a chair by the door with a book and a strong coffee. The hours dragged. Every time she stirred, my whole body went tense. But she didn't get up. She slept, fitfully but inside the bag. When my eyes started to droil near dawn, I woke her for her shift. We swapped. I lay down, feeling the strange crinkle of the sleeping bag, and was asleep in seconds from pure fatigue. I don't know how long I slept. I woke up to the sound of a key turning in a lock. It was a sharp, metallic sound that sliced through my sleep. I sat up, disoriented. The sleeping bag was empty beside me. The bedroom door, which I had locked from the inside with the deadbolt, was swinging open. She stood in the doorway, backlit by the hall night light. Her eyes were closed. In her hand was the spare house key we kept hidden on top of the door frame in the hallway. She had known where it was. She had walked out, gotten it, and unlocked the door. The entity wasn't just using her body. It was using her memories, her knowledge of our own home, to get around our obstacles. It was learning. I got up and guided her, her movements slow and sleepy, back to bed. I took the key from her limp fingers. As I tucked her in, her eyes fluttered open for just a second. They weren't her eyes. They were blank, empty windows. Her lips moved, and a dry, papery whisper came out, a voice that was all wrong. "The filing deadline," it whispered, "is not flexible." Then her eyes closed, and she was just asleep again. I sat on the edge of the bed, shaking. It had spoken, not through the board, not through her writing. It had used her voice. Our containment was a joke. It could talk. We gave up on the sleeping bag after that. What was the point? We were so tired, a deep soul-tiredness that made everything seem gray and slow. We moved through our days like ghosts. We still went to work, we still bought groceries, but we were just going through the motions. The fear was still there, but it was buried under a mountain of exhaustion. A few nights after the key incident, it was my turn to stay awake. I was battling to keep my eyes open, my head nodding. I must have lost the fight for just a few minutes. I jolted awake in the chair. The bed was empty. Panic, now a familiar old friend, kicked in. But the house was quiet. No light from the office. No sound from the kitchen. I got up and checked every room. Nothing. My heart started to hammer. Then I heard it. A soft, wet sound. A sniffle. It was coming from down the hall. From the room that had been meant to be a nursery one day. The room we now used for storage. I walked down the hall, my feet like ice. The door was ajar. I pushed it open. She was standing over the old, empty crib we hadn't gotten rid of, the one we'd bought in a moment of optimistic dreaming. She was just standing there, perfectly still, staring down into the empty space. Tears were streaming silently down her sleeping face, cutting glistening tracks in the moonlight from the window. In her right hand, gripped so tight her knuckles were white, was one of our permanent markers, the fat kind. I must have missed it during the purge. And on the pale yellow wall of the would-be nursery, right next to the crib, she had written a single line in big, shaky block letters, for the child. Time of death, pending. The marker had run out or snapped, leaving a final, ugly smear of black ink beneath the words. I didn't feel fear then. I felt something hotter and cleaner, a pure rage. This thing wasn't just threatening strangers anymore. It was pointing a finger at a future we hadn't even built yet, at a dream. It was marking a target on a life that didn't even exist. That crossed a line. I went to her and shook her awake, not gently. She came to, saw the wall, saw the marker in her hand, and crumpled to the floor. She didn't scream. She made a small, broken sound, like a wounded animal, and then curled in on herself. The mother in her, the part that dreamed of that room filled with laughter, had just been shown its own nightmare. We spent the rest of that night cleaning the wall, but the words had stained the paint. We could still see the ghost of them, a faint yellow-brown shadow on the yellow wall. We moved a big bookcase in front of it the next day. We didn't talk about what it meant. We didn't need to. The fight had changed. It wasn't about saving others anymore. It wasn't even about saving her from sleepwalking. It was about saving a possibility, a hope, from something that wanted to file it away before it even began. We were cornered, and when you're cornered, you find a new kind of strength. We stopped being archivists of doom. We started quietly, desperately to look for a weapon. The entity had made it personal. It had shown us its ultimate target, and in doing so, it had made its first mistake, because it had given us a reason to fight with nothing left to lose. The question was no longer if we would fight back. The question was, what were we willing to do to win a war against a thing that wrote the future on our walls? The words on the nursery wall changed everything. It was like the entity had finally shown us its true face, and it was uglier than we ever imagined. It wasn't just some random force keeping a cosmic ledger. It was a bully, a predator that knew exactly where to hit us to cause the most pain. The fear didn't go away, but it got pushed down by something harder, a cold, focused anger. We were done being scared. We were done being its office assistants. We had to find a way to fight, not just hide. But how do you fight something you can't touch, something that lives in the mind of the person you love? My girlfriend was shattered. She wouldn't go near that room. She looked at me sometimes with such a raw guilt, as if she believed some part of her was already capable of making that terrible decision the wall had mentioned. I held her and told her it wasn't her. It was the thing attached to her, but the words felt weak. We needed action. We started to think differently. If this thing was like a bureaucrat, it had to have rules. It needed the obituaries written to make a death official, like a judge needs a signed warrant. That was its power, but maybe also its weakness. What if we could corrupt the data? What if we could feed it wrong information and break its whole system? It was a crazy idea, born from pure desperation, but it was the first plan that felt like attacking instead of just defending. For a few days, nothing happened. No sleepwalking, no compulsions. It was like the entity was letting the thread on the wall hang in the air, letting us stew in it. Then, one ordinary Tuesday morning, the calm broke. I was making coffee. My girlfriend was sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her hands. She suddenly went very still. Her face lost all color. She looked up at me, and her eyes were wide with a terror that was completely awake, completely present. "It's here," she whispered. "The feeling, it's back, but I'm not asleep." She described it as a physical push, a pressure building behind her eyes and in her stomach, a nausea that came with a single, clear command in her head, right. She fought it. She clenched her fists and shook her head, her whole body trembling with the effort. But the pressure just grew, becoming a pounding headache, a cramping in her gut. She started to cry from the strain. "I can't. It's too strong," she gasped. I saw it in her face, the moment her will broke. Her shoulders slumped. The fight went out of her eyes, replaced by a horrible, resigned blankness. She reached for a napkin from the holder and a pen that was lying nearby. Her hand wasn't jerky like in her sleep. It moved with a dreadful, conscious slowness. She was awake, and she was being forced to obey. I watched, helpless, as her hand began to form letters. She was weeping, tears dripping onto the paper, but her hand kept moving. It wrote the heading, obituary. Then it began to write the name. My blood turned to ice. It wasn't a stranger's name. It was my full name, our home address, my date of birth. It was filling out my personal file. The date of death was left blank. And in the cause of death section, her hand wrote, in that same awful, steady script, termination of services for persistent interference with archival process. I stared at the words. It was a pink slip, a firing notice. From death. My attempts to warn people, to lock her up, to fight back, they had made me a problem employee. And the entity was putting me on notice. The moment she dotted the last period, the terrible pressure left her. The pen dropped from her fingers. She looked at what she had written, and then at me, her face a mask of pure horror. "It's for you," she said, the words barely a breath. "Because you keep trying to stop it." In that moment, a strange calm settled over me. The monster had pointed its finger. At least now I knew where to stand. I took the napkin, folded it neatly, and put it in my wallet. This was my death notice. I carried it with me. It made the whole thing real in a new way. "Okay," I said, my voice surprisingly steady. "So it wants me gone. That means we're a threat. That means we're on the right track." My idea about corrupting the data came rushing back. This was our chance. The entity had just issued a threat, which meant it was engaged with us. Maybe we could engage back on our own terms. I explained it to her. It needs the forms filled out correctly, right? What if we give it a form that's nonsense? A form for someone who doesn't exist, who dies in an impossible way. Maybe it'll confuse its system. Maybe it'll break the chain. She was scared, but she was also out of options. The next time she felt the pull, the compulsion to write, we would be ready. We didn't have to wait long. That evening, as we were trying to eat dinner, she put her fork down. Her face went slack. "It's starting again," she said, her voice monotone. "It wants a report. It's giving me the details." I moved quickly. I sat beside her and put a fresh sheet of paper in front of her. I put a pen in her hand. "Don't write what it's telling you," I said, looking into her glassy eyes. "Write what I tell you to write." She gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. I started dictating. Name, John Doe. Date of death, yesterday. Cause of death, spontaneous combustion after being struck by ball lightning during a solar eclipse. It was the most ridiculous, impossible thing I could think of. A person who didn't exist, dying yesterday in a way that defied all of science. Her hand hesitated. I could see the strain in her arm, the conflict between the compulsion in her mind and my words in her ear. "Write it," I urged. Slowly, jerkily, her hand began to move. She wrote the fake name. She wrote the wrong date. She wrote the absurd cause of death. It was like watching someone slog through thick mud, but she did it. When she finished the last word, she let out a huge, shuddering gasp. The blankness left her eyes. The compulsion was gone. She looked at the paper, then at me. "Did it work?" she asked, hope flickering in her voice for the first time in weeks. "I think so," I said. "The feeling. It's gone." It accepted it. We spent the next 2 days in a state of nervous, giddy suspension. Nothing happened. No new compulsions. No sleepwalking. She felt normal, like herself again. We dared to hope. Maybe we had broken it. Maybe jamming its system with nonsense had caused it to short-circuit. We even laughed a little, a real laugh, about the ball lightning. We started to make plans again, tiny ones, like maybe seeing a movie or having my buddy over for a normal, non-terrifying barbecue. The shadow of the nursery wall seemed to recede just a little. On the third morning, our hope died. I was in the shower when I heard her call my name. It wasn't a scream. It was a small, defeated sound. I got out and found her in the kitchen. She was standing by the counter, holding her head in her hands. "It's back," she said, not looking at me. It's not asking for a new one. It's demanding a correction. She looked up, her face pale. It says the John Doe file was an error. Invalid entry. It needs a valid, factual report to clear the backlog. The pressure. It's worse than before. She sat down heavily. It's angry. My heart sank. Our trick hadn't broken the system. It had just created a paperwork error, and now the cosmic office manager was demanding we fix our mistake, with interest. We were right back where we started, but now the entity was annoyed with us. The brief period of peace was over, and it had just been a coffee break for the thing haunting us. It was back on the clock, and it expected us to be too. We had tried to fight with cleverness, and it had swatted our idea away like a fly. The fight wasn't about confusing it. The fight was about something more direct. As we sat there in the wreckage of our failed plan, a new, darker thought began to form in my mind. If the connection was in her, and we couldn't cut it out or confuse it, maybe we could. Transfer it. The wall had said the child's death was pending. Pending what? A decision? What if the entity was offering a twisted choice? What if it wanted her to choose between the future it had threatened and something else? What if the something else could be me? The thought was monstrous, a deal with the devil. But as I looked at her, at the deep bruises under her eyes from lack of sleep, at the way her hands shook, I knew I would consider anything to free her. The entity wanted a scribe. Fine. Maybe it could have a new one. The question was, how do you apply for a job from hell, and what happens if you get it? The demand for a correction hung over us like a sentence. The 2 days of peace had been a cruel joke, a taste of a life we couldn't have. Now the pressure was back on my girlfriend, worse than before, a constant, grinding headache and a nausea that wouldn't leave. She walked around the house like a ghost, pale and silent, jumping at every little sound. We were back to square one, but the board was gone, the tricks had failed, and the entity was clearly impatient. We were running out of squares on the board. That's when I told her my new idea, the terrible one about a transfer. We were sitting at the kitchen table, the same place she'd written my obituary. The morning light felt too bright, too normal for the conversation we were having. It needs a scribe, I said, keeping my voice low and even. It's attached to you. But what if attachments can be moved? What if we can convince it to take me instead? She stared at me like I'd suggested cutting off my own arm. No, she said, flat and immediate. Absolutely not. That's making a deal with it. You don't bargain with something like this. It's a trick. I pushed on. The wall said pending. Pending what? A decision. It gave you a choice, a horrible one. Maybe it's always about choices. Maybe we can offer it a different choice. It can keep its clerk, but a new one. One who's been interfering. It might like that. A punishment and a solution all in one. She was shaking her head, tears in her eyes. I won't let you do that. I won't trade you for me. That's not a choice, that's a nightmare. But I could see the logic working behind the fear in her eyes. The mother in her, the part that had been shattered by the words on the nursery wall, was listening. If the entity wanted a sacrifice, and the sacrifice was me instead of a future child, wasn't that a trade she had to consider? The thought was so ugly it made me feel sick, but we were past pretty solutions. We argued in whispers for hours, circling the same awful point. She called it a surrender. I called it a tactical retreat, a way to get her out of the line of fire, so we could think of a next move. In the end, what broke her wasn't my reasoning. It was the next wave of compulsion. Later that afternoon, she doubled over at the kitchen sink, gripping the counter so hard her knuckles turned white. A low moan escaped her lips. It's pushing. So hard, she gasped. It wants the correction. It's showing me. A face. I don't know who it is, but it wants the report now. She was trembling all over, sweating. She was losing the fight, and we both knew it. She looked at me, her eyes full of a pain that wasn't just physical. Okay, she whispered, the word full of defeat and a love that felt like it was being torn in two. Okay, we try it your way. We didn't know how to perform a supernatural job transfer. We weren't witches or priests. We were just two scared people. So we did what felt logical in our shattered state. We treated it like a business transaction. If this thing was a bureaucracy, we would speak its language. We got a fresh, clean sheet of paper. We wrote a contract in our own simple words. We stated that the role of scribe, the duty to record the notices, was hereby voluntarily and permanently transferred from her to me. We wrote that in exchange for this transfer, the entity would immediately and completely release her from all connection, obligation, and influence forever. We specified that this included any and all future offspring, naming the child pending specifically. We were covering all the bases we could think of. We both signed our real names at the bottom. It felt ridiculous and solemn at the same time, like signing our own souls away. That night, with the paper on the kitchen table between us, we placed our hands on it, hers over her signature, mine over mine. We didn't light candles. We didn't chant. We just spoke, our voices shaky but clear. We read the contract out loud, from top to bottom. "The role is transferred," I said at the end. "The debt is paid. She is free." As the last word left my lips, the overhead kitchen light, a sturdy modern fixture that had never once flickered, flared with a blinding, blue-white intensity for a full second. We both flinched, squeezing our eyes shut. There was a loud pop, and then the room was plunged into a gloom lit only by the stove light. A sharp, electrical smell, like ozone after a lightning strike, filled the air. We sat in the sudden dimness, our hands still on the paper, not daring to move. Then my girlfriend let out a long, shuddering breath. "It's gone," she whispered, wonder in her voice. "The pressure, the feeling of being watched. It's just gone." She started to cry, but this time they were tears of relief, a torrent of them. She hugged me, sobbing into my shoulder, repeating "it's gone" over and over. I held her, feeling a cautious hope. Had it worked? Had our stupid, homemade contract actually done something? The next few hours were a revelation. The change in her was instant and profound. The tension that had been coiled in her shoulders for weeks just vanished. The constant, wary look in her eyes softened. She smiled, a real, unburdened smile that made her look like the woman I'd fallen in love with. She made a pot of tea and actually drank it, sitting at the table and looking out the window at the birds, something she hadn't done in what felt like years. She was present, truly present, for the first time since the first night with the board. I watched her, and my heart swelled with a love so fierce it hurt. This was why I'd done it. To see her like this again. It was worth any price. I didn't feel any different. No strange compulsions, no whispers in my mind. Maybe the entity had just left. Maybe our bold move had shocked it into breaking the connection entirely. That night, we slept in our own bed, without any locks or sleeping bags or watches. She fell asleep in minutes, a deep, peaceful sleep. I lay awake for a while, listening to her breathe, feeling a profound sense of victory. We had won. We had outsmarted it. I finally drifted off, thinking maybe, just maybe, it was over. I dreamed. It wasn't a normal dream. It was too clear, too detailed. I was in an office, but not a nice one. It was endless, a sea of gray cubicles stretching in every direction under a flat, sourceless gray light. The air was cool and smelled like dust and old paper. My cubicle had a desk, and on the desk was a stack of blank forms and a single, old-fashioned pen with a sharp metal tip. I knew, without being told, what the forms were for. I picked up the pen. It was cold, so cold it burned my fingers. I tried to put it down, but my hand wouldn't let go. A calm, neutral voice, like a recording, filled the cubicle. New scribe orientation commenced. First task, practice filing. I woke up with a gasp. Dawn light was filtering through the blinds. I was drenched in a cold sweat. My right hand was clenched into a fist. I uncurled my fingers. The palm was stained with a deep blue-black ink, as if I'd been gripping a leaking pen for hours. I sat up, my heart pounding. My girlfriend was still asleep beside me, her face serene. Then she stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She saw the look on my face and immediately sat up. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before I could answer, her eyes dropped to my hand. She saw the ink. Her gaze darted to the bedsheet next to me. Her hand flew to her mouth, stifling a scream. I looked down. There, on the crisp white cotton, written in my own familiar handwriting in that same blue-black ink, was a message. It wasn't a full obituary. It was a memo. It said, "New scribe. Training initiated. First assignment, practice run. Subject pending." The transfer had worked, but not in the way we'd hoped. It hadn't left. It had just switched desks. It had accepted my application. I was now the employee, and my training had already begun. The relief on her face melted into a new kind of terror, a terror for me. I looked from the ink on my hand to the words on the sheet, and the cold reality settled in my gut. The fight wasn't over. I had just volunteered for the front line. I was inside the machine now. The question was, could I break it from the inside without becoming just another part of the process? Becoming the haunted one is a lonely job. You get a promotion you never wanted, with all the responsibility and none of the support. The worst part is you have to wear a mask, a big smile that says everything is fine, so the people you love don't see the cold, gray office that's growing inside your head. My girlfriend was free. That was the important thing. She woke up every morning looking more like herself, the shadows under her eyes fading, the weight lifted from her shoulders. She could laugh again. She could make plans. She'd talk about painting the nursery a different color, not as a fearful thing, but as a project, a step toward a future. I clung to that. Seeing her like that was my fuel. It was why I had done this. So when she'd look at me with concern and ask, "How are you feeling? Anything strange?" I'd smile, a real convincing smile I'd been practicing, and say, "Nothing. I feel great." It's like it's totally gone. It was the most important lie I'd ever told. The truth started small. A few hours after the ink on the sheet incident, I felt an itch. Not a normal itch, but a deep, twitchy need in the bones of my right hand and my fingers. It was a physical craving to hold a pen, to move it across a surface. I ignored it. I made a fist and stuck my hand in my pocket. The itch faded after a few minutes, but it left a dull ache behind, like I'd sprained something. That was the first day. The next morning, the itch came back, stronger, accompanied by a low, steady throb behind my left eye. A name floated into my mind, not my own thought. It was the guy who worked in the cubicle next to mine at my job. A quiet man named Phil I barely knew. With the name came a cause, clear as a printed sentence in my brain. Cardiac episode brought on by concealed emotional distress. It wasn't a voice. It was just knowledge, implanted like I'd always known it. And with that knowledge came the overwhelming, nauseating need to write it down. The itch in my hand became a burning. The headache spiked. It was the compulsion she had described, but now it was mine. I was at work. I locked myself in a bathroom stall, gripping the sides of the toilet until my hands hurt, fighting the urge to pull out a pen and scribble the words on the wall. I lasted almost 3 hours. The pain became unbearable. A white-hot drill bit behind my eye. My vision started to blur. I couldn't think. All I could see was the name and the phrase, over and over. In a moment of sheer, fractured will, I gave in. But I didn't write it correctly. I fumbled a pen from my pocket, and on a tiny sticky note, I scrawled just the name and 2 words, heart trouble. The moment the pen left the paper, the pressure vanished. The headache disappeared like it had been switched off. The sticky note felt like nothing, just a scrap of paper with a vague worry on it. I flushed it down the toilet. Had I beaten it? Had my incorrect entry failed to file? I went home and told my girlfriend it had been a totally normal day. She was making pasta, humming to herself. The lie felt good because it protected that scene, that moment of normalcy. That night, I started researching again, but now from a new angle. I wasn't looking for how to break a connection. I was looking for how a scribe could quit. Every myth, every story about deals with death had a loophole. A riddle, a task, a substitute who outsmarts the boss. I needed to find the employee handbook for this cursed job. 2 days after my bathroom stall incident, my colleague Phil didn't come to work. His wife called the office. He'd been rushed to the hospital with a severe anxiety attack, something he'd never had before. They were running cardiac tests to be safe. My heart trouble note had been wrong, but it had brushed against the truth. I hadn't finalized a death, but I had somehow nudged fate towards sickness. I wasn't just recording reality anymore. I was influencing it, bending it slightly with my mistakes. That was a terrifying power and a terrifying clue. Maybe the system wasn't perfect. Maybe it could be hacked with errors. But the cost of those errors was still someone's suffering. The real test came a week later. The compulsion hit me like a truck while I was watching TV. It wasn't just a name and a cause. It was a full data packet, name, address, the exact time of day, and a cause so vividly specific it played like a movie in my head. A man slipping on a freshly washed kitchen floor, his head striking the corner of a marble countertop with a precise, sickening crack. The details were crystal clear. The pain that came with it was immense, an immediate, vice-like grip on my skull. I doubled over on the couch, a grunt of pain escaping me. My girlfriend jumped up. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tight with a fear she thought she'd left behind. "Migraine," I gasped through clenched teeth. "Bad one. I'm gonna lie down." I stumbled to the bedroom, locking the door behind me. The pain was blinding. I couldn't fight this one. I grabbed a pen and a notebook from the nightstand. My hand was shaking, but it moved toward the paper to write the details it had been given. But then I stopped. A new idea, born from my research and my own stubborn anger, flashed through the pain. What if I didn't write its assignment? What if I wrote my own? What if I wrote a report for the only subject I had total control over? Gritting my teeth against the agony, I forced my hand to move. I didn't write the stranger's name. I began to write my own. I put down my full name, my address. In the cause of death field, I wrote, "Scribe termination via willful noncompliance." I was filing a report on myself for insubordination. The moment I started writing my own name, something shifted. The pain didn't vanish, but it changed. The relentless, driving pressure eased. The entity's presence in my mind, which had been a roaring command, suddenly went still. It was listening, watching. When I finished the last letter, a new thought entered my head. It wasn't a command. It was a flat, administrative statement, calm and clear as a computer notification. Error. Conflict of interest detected. Subject cannot self-report for final termination. Initiating audit protocol. The words hung in my mind. Then my hand, which I thought was under my control, moved again. It wasn't obeying the original compulsion. It was writing something new on its own. The pen flew across the paper in my handwriting, but faster than I could ever write. It wasn't an obituary this time. It was a heading that made my blood run cold. Audit file, the family unit. Subjects, scribe current, scribe previous, associated offspring, potential. Status, under review. Risk assessment, pending. The pen stopped. The last of the pain drained away. I was left sitting on the edge of the bed, staring at the words. I had tried to trick it, to force its hand by targeting myself. And in response, it hadn't gotten angry. It had started an audit. It was reviewing the whole account. Me, my girlfriend, our future. We were no longer just employees or problems. We were a case file, a risk to be assessed. The fight had just moved to a whole new level. The entity wasn't playing for obedience anymore. It was evaluating the threat we posed to its orderly system. I tore the audit page from the notebook, folded it, and hid it with my own obituary napkin in my wallet. I unlocked the bedroom door. My girlfriend was right outside, her face etched with worry. "Are you okay?" she asked. I forced the smile back onto my face, the mask settling into place. "Yeah," I said, my voice a little rough. "Just a really bad headache. It's passing." She looked relieved, but a flicker of doubt remained in her eyes. She was starting to see the cracks in the mask. I'd bought us a little time, maybe. The audit was a new kind of danger, but it was also a stall. It meant the entity was thinking, processing. It meant we weren't just being pushed around, we were forcing it to recalculate. The game was still on, but the stakes had been officially raised. We were all under review, and I had no idea what the criteria were for passing. All I knew was that we had to find a way to fail its test in the right way, to make it fire us for good. The audit changed everything. It was no longer about me resisting a single order. It was like the entity had pulled our entire life into a cold, bare interrogation room and was shining a bright light on it, examining every corner. The pressure to write specific reports stopped. Instead, I was left with a constant, low-level feeling of being watched from the inside, a prickly awareness that something was sifting through my thoughts, my memories, my fears. My girlfriend could feel it too, a residual unease she couldn't explain. She'd look at me sometimes and say, "It's not gone, is it?" And I'd try to reassure her, but the lie was getting harder to tell. My buddy, who we'd kept mostly in the dark since the transfer, started asking pointed questions. He said I looked tired, jumpy, like I was back where I started. The mask was slipping, and the people who loved me were starting to see the cracks. We were all in the audit file together, and the not knowing was its own kind of torture. What did it want? What was the criteria for failing an audit? Would it decide we were too much trouble and just delete the whole file? The thought of that, of some final, bureaucratic judgment against our very existence, kept me awake at night. For a week, nothing happened. No compulsions, no dreams of the gray office. Just that eerie, watchful feeling. Then on a Saturday morning, the audit moved to its next phase. My girlfriend and I were cleaning up after breakfast. She was washing dishes, her back to me. I was wiping down the table. A sudden, intense chill swept through the room. A wave of cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. The glass she was holding slipped from her fingers and shattered in the sink. At the same moment, a sharp, stabbing pain lanced through my right temple. An image, clear and bright as a photograph, flashed in my mind. My buddy, the one who'd been with me from the flea market onward. He was in his car at an intersection I recognized, the one near his apartment. The image showed the driver's side window, and beyond it, the grille of a large, speeding truck running a red light. The cause of death wrote itself in my mind with cold efficiency. Multiple blunt force injuries. But this wasn't a compulsion to write. This was a compulsion to warn. The urge was different, less about recording and more about screaming. It was a push, a desperate, internal shove to pick up the phone, to text him, to do anything to stop him from being at that intersection at that time. The entity was testing a new variable, my attachment. It was using my friend as a test subject to see what I would do with foreknowledge when I wasn't being forced to file paperwork. It was auditing my emotional interference. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking. The pain in my head was a warning bell, but the fear for my friend was stronger. I called him. It went to voicemail. I texted, "Do not drive today. Serious. Call me." I sent it. The moment the message delivered, the pain in my head vanished. The chill in the room lifted. My girlfriend turned around, her face pale, her hands wet and covered in soap suds. "What just happened?" she asked. I felt something. Before I could answer, my phone rang. It was my friend. "Dude, your text is crazy dramatic," he said, his voice cheerful. "I'm not driving. My car's in the shop, remember? I'm walking to the grocery store." Relief, sweet and powerful, flooded through me. I had warned him. He was safe. The entity's test scenario was impossible because he wasn't in his car. I told him it was nothing, a bad feeling, and hung up. I looked at my girlfriend. I think I just passed the test," I said, a wild hope blooming in my chest. I had used the knowledge to try and save someone, and it had worked because the circumstances had changed. Maybe the audit was about proving we could use this curse for good, to disrupt its own predictions. The hope lasted until that evening. The local news had a brief segment about a traffic accident at the very intersection from my vision. A truck had blown a red light and T-boned a rideshare car. The driver was in the hospital with serious injuries. The passenger, a young woman, was killed. My friend was safe because he wasn't there. But the event had still happened. The death had still occurred. My warning hadn't stopped the event. It had just shifted the victim. The audit wasn't testing my compassion. It was testing the stability of its own system against my interference. And it had proven the system would correct itself, that the death would find a place to land. I felt a crushing weight of guilt for the woman I'd never met. My intervention hadn't saved a life. It had possibly redirected death. I was no longer just a scribe. I was becoming a variable in the equation, and variables that cause errors get removed. The final stage of the audit came the next night. I was in the basement, looking for an old toolbox, when the air grew still and thick. The single bulb overhead dimmed, then began to pulse with a slow, rhythmic beat, like a faint heartbeat of light. In the center of the concrete floor, a pattern began to form. It wasn't writing. It was a shape, drawn in a fine gray dust that seemed to seep up from the concrete itself. It formed a simple scale, a balance. On one side of the scale, a tiny, glowing symbol appeared, a stylized heart. On the other side, 3 figures, 2 tall, 1 very small. My family. The message was clear. It was presenting the choice hinted at on the nursery wall, but now directly to me. The heart could mean love, could mean my own life, could mean my essence. It was weighing my life against theirs. The scale dipped slightly toward the 3 figures. Then in my mind, not as words but as pure, understood concept, came the audit's conclusion. Risk assessed. Emotional attachment creates systemic instability. Proposed resolution. Prune 1 to preserve the integrity of the record. Choose. It was giving me the power to choose the sacrifice. It was making me the manager of my own doom. I could offer myself, or I could offer one of them. This was the final exam. Rage, hot and clean, burned through the fear and the guilt. This was its masterstroke, to make its violence my choice, to corrupt any decision I made. I wouldn't play. I looked at the dust scale on the floor, at the pulsing light. I didn't speak. Instead, I did the only thing I could think of. I walked forward, and I scuffed my foot right through the center of the image, destroying the balance, scattering the dust. "No," I said out loud, my voice echoing in the bare basement. "I don't accept your terms. The audit is over. We are not yours to prune." For a long moment, nothing happened. The dust settled. The light bulb stopped pulsing and burned steady and normal. The oppressive feeling in the room lifted. I stood there, breathing hard, waiting for a response, for punishment, for anything. Nothing came. I went upstairs. My girlfriend was reading on the couch. She looked up. "You okay? You look like you saw a ghost." I managed to smile. "Just spiders in the basement," I said. That night, I slept without dreams. The watchful feeling was gone. The itch in my hand was gone. For the first time since the transfer, my mind felt like my own. The next day passed normally, and the next. A week went by. No compulsions, no chills, no flashes of knowledge. The audit had closed. By refusing to choose, by rejecting its framework entirely, I had apparently rendered a verdict it couldn't process. We were neither compliant nor a manageable risk. We were an anomaly it had chosen to isolate, to set aside. The case file was closed, marked not with a resolution, but with a question mark. Life began to slowly, cautiously, return to something like normal. My girlfriend's joy became less fragile. We talked about the future again, about maybe getting a dog first, as a practice run. We even joked, in a careful way, about the weird months we'd had, calling it our shared psychotic episode. We were healing. But I kept the folded papers in my wallet, my obituary, the audit note. They were my reminders. I had seen the machinery behind the world, and I knew it was still there, ticking away. I had been an employee, and I had quit in the messiest way possible. I had no guarantee it wouldn't try to rehire me one day, or that it wouldn't open a new file on us. The connection was broken, but the memory of the connection was a scar. We had won our freedom, not by beating the entity, but by confusing it into dropping our case. We were free, but we would always know the office was out there, with its endless gray cubicles and its cold, waiting pens. Our story felt over for now. We had our lives back, but somewhere in the back of my mind, a small, quiet part of me wondered if they were just waiting for the next audit cycle to begin,